What is going on, everybody? Hope everyone is having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. Am I clipping here? It is Tuesday, Newsday Tuesday, the 26th of May, 2026. This is NCC TV coming at you live from Sumaru City. We are live, or at least that's how it seems to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there. All my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic lifeform streamer trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia. Forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, and however you are. We're about to get right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com, high risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous, singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the not too distant cyber future. So as you can see, chat, we're going to do things a little bit differently today. I've got actually, we used the whiteboard before, but for maybe a different purpose. For the whiteboard. And I just thought it would be a really good way of just graphically illustrating all that's going on today, all that's on my radar. And to also give you a chance to say, hey, this is missing. Like Davi just mentioned the SpaceX IPO. We might have that in the news gauntlet here. Yeah, we're gonna try to make the stream start faster, right? It's something I've had my eye on for a long time. So I'm just gonna give you 4 hours right off the top. You know the deal, chat. 4 hours is the time that we have to work with. Of course, that time could expand or contract. No, it could expand if, with a super chat, super sticker, get yourself a membership, gift a membership, support me on Throne or Patreon or on Twitch, right? It can go up every time that somebody does that, and it goes down every time the evil sorceress Ultimisia uses her time compression on us because she's afraid that I'm teaching you how to be seeds. I don't know, chat. That's just something we're gonna look. I got ops, chat. I got ops. All across the multiverses. Speaking of ops, am I clipping, chat? I sound like I'm clipping. Maybe I'm just too loud in my own ears. Maybe that's all it is. As long as I'm not too loud in your ears, especially you headphone users. I'm a headphone user too, so I sympathize. But look at that. We got all of our main topics in kind of like a neat visual sort of format. Is this big enough for everybody to see? I guess maybe if you're on your phone, you might have to do that thing where you flip your phone like that, and then you go whoosh, to zoom in, make it bigger, right? You might have to do that on this if you want to see all that we got. But yeah, I'm gonna put up the we're gonna decide on bonus content material. Yo, Vamps, look at that Vamps. You just turn back time. You have the share power. Yeah, see, like we got a witch on our side too, or a vampire. As luck may have it, in the case of Vamps. So, we look, but yeah, that's what I'm saying, chat. All kinds of ops across all kinds of video games, all kinds of, of companies, that make, Squaresoft and Atlas Gaming. Yeah, chat. We got to deal with that. We got to deal with all my ops, right? Especially Ultimisia. Anyway, so the main topic today is, of course, as you can probably figure out, FD, Signifier, and bad Empanada. This shit has been tearing up leftist communities, okay? And I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. I don't like the effect that this thing had, right? This was, of course, in Noah's live stream. If you don't know, Noah Samson's being sued by Ethan Klein, and in an effort to try to be able to resist said lawsuit, he is raising money. Anybody know what the current what the current thing? If I could turn back time, I don't know. Maybe vampires can. Is that like a vampire ability? That sounds like something that a vampire would do, or be able to do. I don't know. But yeah, anyway, most likely, chat, we won't have to deal with time compression today. We'll just be dealing with time expansion, and the time, you know how that expands. I'm not going to waste too much time talking about that, and we're not going to get into the bonus goal per se for a little bit here, but I just wanted to... Dio Brando can stop time. Yo, wait. Is there a JoJo that can turn back time? I don't think so. Is there? There's a lot of time manipulation going on in JoJo, too. Yeah, Vamps just pointed out Dio Brando can stop time and move within the stopped time. It's pretty intimidating. He also throws knives at you, right? While the time... Isn't that shitty? I hope I'm not spoiling JoJo Part 3 for anybody, but, you know, to be able to stop time and then throw a bunch of knives and then unstop time, and all of a sudden there's like all these knives. But you better hope that you that you packed a manga under your under your shirt in that case. But anyway, chat, yeah, that has nothing to do with what we're talking about today. Hopefully, we're just turning back time, maybe to have more time, to give me more time to cover more stuff. And yeah, the main topic is FD Signifier. We got candidates. We don't have a bonus goal, do we? We have freaking candidates here, and I need your input on which of these candidates is appropriate. Ringo Road. Wait, Vamps, you've read Steel Ball Run? Oh, or is that's probably a Google search. Although, is it a Google search? I heard Google search is dead. Somebody turn back time and get us back our Google search. In fact, get back Google search from, like, I don't know, 10 years ago, back before they ruined it. I liked the Noah and Denim segment. They are, yeah, to be fair, I haven't watched a lot of other stuff. Actually, that might be part of our gauntlet, chat, because I'm going to run a gauntlet to get me started off. Yeah, somebody's noticed and pointed it out to me that I am a lot more on point after I got a little bit of content reaction under my belt. So we're going to start off pretty quickly here. I'm trying to time things, right? I need more timers. So if anybody can recommend a good timing timer, what is it? Fucking like a plugin for OBS or for Stream Elements, let me know, because yeah, I need to keep I need to be more conscious of time. I heard DuckDuckGo is gaining prominence. I mean, that sounds like I might have to DuckDuckGo over there and give it a try. Recycling the Hillary Clinton material from 2016, I see. Is that really his name, Ringo Road again? No, wait, what's his actual name? Isn't that the non-copyright name? Neither of you have watched. You did look it up, okay. Neither of you have watched, yeah, because like Steel Ball Run, they've released their first episode, but they're gonna wait until the fall for their second because Netflix sucks. Yeah, the subpoena. We got the subpoena. We got, oh wait, I forgot. Yeah, there is something. It is Ringo Road again? Wait. I thought his name was Ringo Road. I know who you speak of, Davi. This is one of like the most popular niche Steel Ball Run characters I think out there, and I'm trying to remember why. There's a reason, right? Oh yeah, because Mandem. Isn't his stand Mandem? It's like that Charles Bronson ad. Chat, can we play? Do you think I could get away with playing like an old Charles Bronson Japanese ad from like the 1970s? I bet I could. I get my anxiety hearing about JoJo recently. My package contained, wait, $400 worth of JoJo figures was stolen from outside the lobby in the apartment 2 weeks ago. God fucking damn it. It's almost like they knew what was in it, Fallen Jim. Look, Fallen Jim, and I don't want to get you scared or anything. All right, I don't want to put more on your plate than you got room for, okay? But you may be dealing with an enemy stand, right? That sounds like the work of an enemy stand, right? The stand is like called X-Ray Vision. No. Is there a song called X-Ray Vision? What is that? It's like, oh, no, I'm getting Double Vision. I'm thinking of Double Vision. No, this would be some kind of see-through packages type of stand. Yeah, the backstory would be that the child, their parents would get them Christmas presents, but they couldn't look until Christmas, and so they developed the stand in order to be able to, take a, kind of relax and just be like, oh, that's what I'm getting for Christmas, right? Or I don't know, would that relax? Or it sounds like something Harvest would do. Harvest could definitely, well, Harvest would like go inside there and like bring back a sample or something. It would like, anyway, but that does suck. In all seriousness though, Fallen Gemini, I think you're not joking about that. That really happened to you, and that does actually suck. I am definitely not trying to make a joke at your expense here. Now that I'm wait, fucking Criminals, not as much. Wait, still a fun movie. For Bronson, we were on the clock. No time for Bronson. You're right. There's no time for Bronson ever. Anyway, it's a neat ad. Go watch it if you want to. It's a very weird Japanese ad about manliness, right? And yeah, somehow Ringo Road is all about manliness, I guess, because he lives in the land of mandom. In the land of mandom. If I was it's Clay Aiken's song. If I was invisible, I would watch you in your room. Okay, I actually don't remember that, but that's creepy. That's creepy. But yeah, like I said, we got limited time here. Let me just go run down the options, and I gotta hear from you. What do you like? What do you? Oh my god, fucking True Man's World. The True Man's World. Wait, it's Mandem. It's a reference to a freaking ad. Like did you get a bad translation, Davy? It's straight up a reference to a Charles Bronson commercial for cologne. Like he goes back to his hotel room after I don't know, doing whatever, drinking whatever Charles Bronson does in the 70s, and he is like, he gets the cologne, and he's like he's like and every time that he shoots it, every time he like squirts the cologne on himself, there's like a gunshot. It's like he's a cowboy. Mandem stand works for a True Man's World. Okay, so that's more of a okay. I need to maybe I need to read Steel Law 1, but we don't have time for that chat. There was just a fucking thing that went through my mind of yes, Hunter Biden and Candace Owens. We gotta add that. So yeah, let me know. Is there anything that I missed? Davy is saying the IPO for Elon Musk. I just want to find that. I want to find the thing. Candace Owens, Hunter Biden. People are familiar with this? Hunter Biden. I don't want to spend a lot of time on this, but Hunter Biden, Candace Owens. Candace Owens had Hunter Biden on, and instead of it being a shit show, from what I understand, it is mostly not a shit show. You want to know what they have in common, chat? You want to? Does anybody already know? Maybe some of you have seen this before, or like have like watched this already. But yeah, there's something in Hunter Biden's past that Candace Owens can relate to, and I think it's for that reason. I don't know if it's for that reason alone. I mean, she's obviously like trying to realign her content. She says she's not going to do politics anymore. Fuck knows if that. Yeah, just wait until the next time she decides like somebody is trans, and then she'll get back into politics. But when she's on her next transvestigation. Oh my god, please work for me. The Chrome, all right, so I'm gonna add this here. Here, we might like scroll down a little bit. Throw that on. Hunter and I crack the internet. Well, that's a little clue for you, right? What do they have in common? Anybody guessed it yet? Anybody know it? Anybody guessed it? He dated a black woman. I mean, he probably has, but I don't think that's it. Yes, Narwhal, that's correct. It's crack. It's crack. They both had issues and struggles and dealt with addictions and to the same substance. And I think Candace was on this Hunter Biden like hate train on the whole laptop thing. And somehow she's saying that when she saw that he, was using his substance of choice, she decided she didn't hate him anymore. All right. What do we call this one? Hunter and Candace crack the internet is what she calls it. The power of friendship and crack. But yeah, it's weird because I've never heard anybody use the term crackhead as anything other than an insult. Sometimes it doesn't even have to do with drugs. Sometimes people are just calling each other a crackhead. But she straight up, is like, it is like she's gonna start talking about the crackhead community. She was on crack or she was on coke. I actually don't know. I haven't watched this yet. Two based individuals have a talk. She's been she said it's a hell of a drug. That's no excuse. I've been on crack and coke. I never saw it turned into a grifting monster. Well, I don't know. They've somehow become what seems like true friends. I will say if Hunter Biden has a child with Candace Owens, that child will rule the Fifth Reich for 1,000 years. Yeah, there you go. There you go. We must keep them apart. And chat, speaking of people that we got to keep apart, lest they mate. All right, we got Hasan Piker and Ashley St. James. Wait, what is her name? Not St. James. That's the island. Ashley St. Clair. Ashley St. Clair. Hasan Piker and Ashley St. Clair. And look, I thought I understood why he brought her on, right? Because she is talking about how the right-wing griftoverse works as somebody who got groomed into it at a very young age, right? She did not, from what I can tell, she's never, I don't know if she's ever worked like a real job. They picked her up like when she was like a high school student, and they just kind of put her into this, like, I don't know, like a farm team for right-wing content creators. And yeah, she was a right-wing content creator for a long time. She was dating DC Drano and then Elon Musk, and had what is it, like, was it 2 babies, 1 baby? She had some number of babies by Elon Musk, and she's, decided, yeah, you can see Elon there as the baby in this picture. Yeah, so I thought I understood. I thought it was about tea. It turns out she doesn't really have any tea. What she's doing is she's serving the same tea everywhere she goes. It's a pretty bland tea. It is a pretty non-specific, vague tea, and it is just general, right-wing bad. Like, right? There's not much there. What people want from her is like the inside information that she no doubt has, right? I'm trying to think of who do we get inside information from on the right. I want to try to Milo. Milo's a great source of inside information. When he gets mad at somebody, he will dump their darkest secrets, and he doesn't care who gets it, if it's the right or the left. Milo, he loves to do that. I think Hasan was hoping for some of that delicious tea, or that maybe giving her a bigger platform to say her piece would encourage her to say more stuff. My understanding is there's not, again, I don't think it's gone beyond the vague. The big thing, Chad, is I think she's trying to keep from being sued. A lot of these people that she wants to talk about, they are litigious, and if she says something, they will very likely tie her up in court. And yeah, we got that. So yeah, that's what we got, chat, is like Hasan. And so anyway, with the fact that she's not coming on there to really spill, any sort of novelty. God, I could say that. No, anyway, chat, it works. Novelty, any new tea, right? To spill in the absence of that, people are kind of wondering like what she's doing over there. They had a pretty friendly interaction. So yeah, people are talking now. Including Ian Miles Chong about the possibility that Hasan Piker may be putting a baby into Ashley St. Clair, that they may be dating, they may be having sex, and they're this is Elon Musk's dream, right? Higher fertility rates, except like I think he only means for white people, for the white Christians, right? And so. Anyway, this is what the right wing always wanted, higher fertility rates, maybe not happening in the way that they wanted it to. Ian Miles Chong made a pretty anodyne, I would say, joke about it. And guess what? This weird little fucker that Elon Musk follows, that Elon Musk boosts, got unfollowed by Elon Musk. Yeah, anybody that says anything about Elon's exes, and especially Hasan Piker, is losing that X clout. They're losing it, right? He's using his power, I don't know, to defend his manhood or something like that. But yeah, this is like what, the second time that Hasan's had on a ex-wife, I believe, I don't want to say baby mama, but somebody that's the mama of Elon's baby, onto his broadcast, and he seems to he hasn't gotten better. He's still very sensitive to it. All right. So what else do we have? We got, the main topic. We got Jillian Michael getting trolled by none other than Evan Matan. Do we all know who Evan Matan is? If you don't remember the name, that's okay. You might remember some of the stunts that Evan Matan did, because Evan Matan is a troll. I hope I'm pronouncing his name correctly. I might not be. But yeah, the first one I remember was him showing up at a award show, grabbing the microphone. Right, apropos of nothing, right? He's not getting a reward. He comes up Kanye West style, grabs the microphone, and says something about Bill Clinton's rabbi. And so when I first saw him, I was like, oh, is this guy like anti-Semitic? What Bill Clinton's rabbi? What's this about? No, that's not it. He's just, it's his sense of humor, I guess, which I don't think I entirely get. Maybe it's generational, right? I mean, like some of the stuff that Matan does is unarguably funny. He didn't ask her about Elon's weird robot penis. Yeah, speaking about, sensitivity or lack thereof, you got to wonder how that works. I wonder, chat, how it works. Like, I almost think that Elon, he comes over to your house, you think that you're going to have sex, and instead he presses a button on his crotch, and then he pulls a little bag out of his, out of his pants, right? And it's his semen. I think it's just fully mechanical. I think it's like a soap bottle, right? Or like hand soap, like he just do a little pump. Yeah, he does a little pump, and then he gives you the seed. And there you go. Wham bam. Thank you, ma'am. There's not even any it's like Barbarella, chat. It's not even Barbarella. In Barbarella, at least you get to take a pill, and you put your hands, on each other's hands, and you just kind of go like this. And then, like, if I was doing it, chat, my hair you'd start to see my hair like curl up, that's how sex works in Barbarella. But it's not even nearly as fun with Elon, where he's just pumping out the sperm, giving it to the recipient, and popping out a baby. It really takes all the fun out of it. It's very mechanical, very industrial, right? Only thing, good thing we learned about Laura Loomer's existence is even more embarrassing that she is like a modern Rasputin. Wait, does she have a huge hog? Davy, are you telling me that Laura Loomer are we transvestigating Laura Loomer? No, she's a futanari. I don't know. Ashley, wait. Go Gadget Wiener. No, that's Go Gadget Sperm Dispenser. Coverage of BE, FD. We're gonna get to that. I'm gonna try to give it to you in a little bit more detail, with a little bit more background than you're used to getting. Luckily, I got some timestamps from Direful. Thanks for putting that together for us. Because we're going to try to get through in addition to the debate, I also want to show you where this all came from. Like the stream that FD did that probably got Bad Empanada's attention. And I won't lie to you, I do think that there's some pretty bad optics involved with the stream in question on FD's part, right? I do question, his decision to do that. However, I think there's some things that Bad Empanada is mischaracterizing about that stream, including like the purpose that he went on to go there. There's some people, saying some Zionist shit, but from what I saw, FD's not exactly FD's on there to debate it. But again, you'll see what I mean when I show you why I think the optics are bad. But that being said, this caused a a confrontation on Noah's stream. I believe there were some bad Empanada viewers in chat that when FD came on, we were like, hey, Mr. Zionist, like, we'd like to ask you a few questions, right? And FD, started talking about bad Empanada. And there's kind of an informal rule, chat. There's kind of an informal rule. Like, if you talk about somebody enough, you got to bring them on your stream if they're in the chat. Now, obviously, this doesn't go for Nazis, like, right? Infrared Haas wanted to come in and have a conversation. I don't want to have a conversation with that Nazgul bitch. He doesn't even know how many holes a woman has. Noah's conversation one-on-one with BE was decent to watch. IDF. Okay, yeah, I think that's going a little too far, Archbluth. Look, we can't let this descend into a fucking witch hunt for, like, find the secret Zionist, right? You got Ethan Klein, who will claim to be, pro-Palestine, but all he does is attack people on the pro-Palestine side versus, I think FD having a conversation about certain terminology and, like, and until you watch the program, I don't think people know what FD was really on about. That being said, yeah, anyway, you're gonna have to see. I'm getting too much into the main topic before we even get started, chat. But anyway, so yeah, we got Jillian Michaels getting trolled by Matan. I don't even know what that's about. We got Mr. Mamdani, Zorhan Mamdani stopping in at the Majority Report. That happened today. We got the power of friendship and crack with Hunter Biden and Candace Owens. We have Destiny losing orbiters. Do you know about this? This is Connor Points, not to be confused with Contra Points, right? Connor Points is a chud who former cop who chose the name Counterpoints in order to hope that maybe people would think it was ContraPoints accidentally and subscribe to him before realizing that this is not ContraPoints. Back when people watched ContraPoints, back when people enjoyed her content. Counterpoints has finally grown a spine, seemingly, or noticed which way the wind is blowing, and he's left Destiny. There's a big kind of conversation and crash out that went along with that, and it's beautiful. Actually, there's some wonderful moments. If you are not a fan of Destiny, I'm not a fan of Connor. I've talked to him. I think he's full of shit. I think the guy is full of shit. When I last talked to him, I think the last thing I left with him was, which side are you on? And this motherfucker still can't decide. He's a grifter. He's been on Brianna Wu's side. He has been on, the Republican side. I think more or less like when I met him, and then I don't know, chat. He's just like a gun for hire, I guess, just like he was maybe as a cop. But we got that guy. He's dropping off of Destiny. We got stuff happening in the Destiny sphere. Destiny is really mad right now, right? He's mad at people talking about his court case. He's acting like people talking about his court case on the internet is like affecting, like he how he wasn't worried, how he was going to use the court case. He was planning to win, and he was like, this is going to be my big vindicate. Like, it's his comeback. He wants that to be his comeback, right? And it first of all, I don't think it is, because if he wins the court case, that does not disprove some of the facts that people are really kind of grossed out about Destiny for, including sharing what seems to be CSAM with a someone who seems to be a 17-year-old, right? That doesn't change, but he thinks he can just use the optics of like, oh yeah, the court said Destiny did nothing wrong, so I guess he's got a clean bill of health, and he thinks he's just gonna become, on par with Hasan again. Chat, let me just make a prediction. Destiny will never be on par with Hasan again. That ship has sailed and it's not coming back, right? But don't tell that to this guy. He's still crashing out. We got Kat Abagazala. Abagazale with the charges dropped. What did they call them? The Broadview Six, right? These are the people that were involved in the protest that Kat was at. I think it's the protest where she got pushed down, and instead of apologizing and I don't know, paying her for what that cop or what was done, they were pressing charges against Kat and against 5 other people. Those charges have now dropped. We also have a Crunchwrap Supreme, which, chat, I don't understand. Look, I was gonna call it a bisexual taco. I was gonna, like, I had all these. I was gonna call it like a a gordita, right? The one with like two, like a soft shell and a hard shell, right? I just can't, I cannot convey enough the number of angles that Donald Trump is tacoing from, right? Unfortunately, right? Because if he just did the smart thing and realized he fucked around with Iran, and it turns out Iran's got hands, and the U.S. is gonna vastly reduce its role in the Middle East. The U.S. is gonna have to, right? The Strait of Hormuz was open before, it's closed now, right? There's all kinds of indications of what Trump should do just from a practical point of view. Obviously, he doesn't want to do that for his ego, but then you know, as soon as he starts, you know, as soon as somebody gets in his head and says, like, she or whoever, anybody else in the world is being affected by the Strait of Hormuz crisis, you know, his response is just to say, or like, you know, he was starting to move towards making a deal with Iran. However, you know, he got pushback from Zionists, he got pushback from neocons, and he's tacoing again, and he has just done a defensive strike against Iran, I guess to show he's not a pussy. I guess, is that the idea? Is that what he's trying to do, to show strength here? Of like, you know, but the fact is that's not going to change the negotiations. If anything, that's going to hurt his position. And the more military shit he does, the more he hurts his position. So yeah, I'm calling him a Crunchwrap Supreme because it's something more than just a taco. It's like, isn't that the one you fold it in from this side, you fold it in from that? So, like, you know, you like, I don't know, Chad. I haven't never eaten a Crunchwrap Supreme. It does sound really yummy though. It does sound like the kind of thing, if you could get like a vegan version of that, that I would totally enjoy eating. But nonetheless, chat. Nonetheless, we got weasels, we got Waluigi, we got jellyfish, and we got bad Empanada and FD Signifier. And you know what else we got? We got a gauntlet. Let's make that happen. All right, because we're starting quick. We're like quick like a bunny, right? We gotta be quick like a bunny. We gotta move. I almost said move like a bitch. I never understood. Did anybody ever understood? Did anybody ever understood? Did anybody ever understand what move like a bitch actually means? Almost like giving Israel the point on the Middle East foreign policy, the point position on all the Middle East. Well, the real question is, like, you know, like, now look, Professor Jang is got a lot of you know, stupid and wrong opinions. He makes a lot of predictions that don't come true, that couldn't come true, that a smarter person might not make. However, one of his predictions was that the United States would take a backseat in Middle Eastern policy, and that has happened because bases were destroyed, radars were destroyed, CENTCOM got fucked, and so you know, now the you know, obvious conclusion from that would be like, that's bad for Israel. Israel starts all kinds of shit, and it relies on the United States protecting it in order to not just get absolutely decimated by that shit. And even then, they're still having problems. You know, they had problems with Iran. Drones and missiles were getting through. The Iron Dome's not iron as people think it is. They're now having problems with Hezbollah. Hezbollah rockets are getting through to Israel as well. But there is some thought. Wait, a vegan kebab? I've seen that. Yeah. Vic, you do it with the oyster mushrooms, right? Wait, do I have this? Okay. So you get a bunch of oyster mushrooms. You cut the, like, you know, like the leaf, the head of the mushroom, like you cut those, and then you put them down here. You put them, like, you know, onto a skewer, right? One after another until the skewer is like all filled up. Then you put the skewer in a air fryer with some you marinate them, put them in an air fryer, and then, you know, if you really want to, you can like carve off the oyster mushrooms like a kebab. I've seen it done. I've never done it myself, but I just had to mention that because you mentioned that. I have them all the time. I sub. Oh, you sub the beet for black beans? Yeah, usually they'll kind of work with you, or like in the past. Taco Bell's been pretty good for working with me. It's Nacho now, not Chance Hormuz is opening. It's Nacho. He's fully nachoed. That's what Davy is saying. Davy is saying that we got a nacho situation. It's not even Taco Trump anymore. It's Nacho Trump. But anyway, what we gotta run a gauntlet, chat. We gotta run a gauntlet, right? Those are your items. Be thinking of those, and please let me know. Let me know what of that appeals to you. Otherwise, I'm just gonna pick random stuff, and I am going to, like, I might just, you know, like, I'll pick what I think you want if you don't let me know. So let me know in chat which of these sound good to you. Which of the... Oh my God, chat! We've just invited the drama beast into our chat. The drama, the what is it called? Like the slouching towards, fuck. Yo, Uzoops, thank you for resubscribing with a Prime. That's a neat thing you can do. Did you know this, chat? If you got Amazon Prime and you use Twitch, or you want to use Twitch, you want to have the subs on Twitch, right? All you have to do is connect your Amazon account to your Twitch account. You can do that in Twitch, and then you get a Twitch Prime sub just like Uzoops has, and you can use that on the streamer of your choice. And if you use it on me, first of all, that means a lot because you only have one, and second of all, it gets you a sub for free. It costs you nothing. Puts a little bit of money in my pocket, and it takes the money away from a big evil corporation. So I think we win. I think we win. I think we win. People are getting ahead of the debate. Just like, let's watch the debate. Even if you've seen it, even if you formed a strong opinion, I would just encourage you, like, to maybe just take another look at what I'm going to show you, because I might show you something you haven't seen yet, and that might change your mind on things. But yeah, we got, like, I don't know, chat. I saw drama from, like, I don't know what, 3 years ago, 4 years ago. I don't even know when that was popping out in chat. But nonetheless, I am gonna try to stay on task and run the gauntlet. Like I said, the question is, what gauntlet shall we run first? We got the news gauntlet. Hopefully I am... Oh wait, that's from 2 days ago. Maybe I don't. I know that's from 21 hours ago. Okay, I think we got a news gauntlet. I think the Direful is the original, the 23 video playlist. Is that the one that you're thinking? Or is there? Let me just check in. Let me check in Discord really quickly to make sure there's not a second playlist that I'm unaware of. It looks like the same one. I'll just... Direful. Yes, same one. Okay, we're good. All right, so we got... you can see I got Twitter up here. I've also got a news gauntlet. Let's start with the news. Since we don't do enough of the news and we need to do more of the news. And we got to see how this gauntlet thing works, right? This is a new idea to make the beginning of the show more exciting, so more of you stick around for the rest of the show. And again, if you want to make that time increase, if you want to increase the length of the stream, you can, you know, super chat, super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, basically anything you do to support the stream, even a Twitch Prime sub, which costs you nothing, will turn back time. It'll allow me more time to go over things, and well, it'll eventually allow you to, when I get the bonus goal set up, you'll be able to, which I'm going to do in just a second. You'll be able to, you know, put your money where your mouth is and add your donation to the bonus item of your choice. You'll also be able to vote on those. So everybody has a say. Everybody has a say on which bonus material we get. That is if we get through the freaking Noah Samson Bad Empanada FD Signifier thing. If we get through all of that shit, then yeah, we can, which, you know, hopefully I'll have enough time to do. I added a bunch of time just from the outset. Anyway, let me just freaking, that's news. Okay, we're gonna start with news. Oh my God. Whoops, wrong one. Try this again. There is our lovely gauntlet, courtesy of Direful. Thank you, Direful, for putting this together for me. This is the first Ever NCC News Gauntlet. Oh, that's what I was looking for. I was like, wait, I got to do something. Yeah, it's turning off the music in the background. All right, so slouching towards Bethlehem. Yeah, that's Yeats. Okay, that's what I'm saying. We got a drama beast slouching towards Bethlehem, chat. Heaven's falling down. Right? This is this is the, you know, this sounds like the Oracle of Maya from Persona 2 is happening IRL. Look, let me know if you hear a lion's roar, all right? Because that's gonna be our you know, cue for sure. In fact, I think that's also in the Bible. Isn't that like one of the biblical animals? What is it, like lion, man? God, I know way too much about mythology, chat. Yes, that's right. I called your holy book of mythology. It was my mythology too. Don't worry, I don't use mythology in a negative sense. Some would say myth is that which is most true, but mostly that's just Joseph Campbell yapping as he does. Anyway, let's see what's going on with Iran.
Cross live now to Tehran. Russell Serda is standing by for us there. And Russell, it's gone just after 9:30 in Tehran. Working day is underway. What are you hearing there in Tehran?
Here we go. I think Vic's got it. Yes, lions and tigers and bears. Oh my! I believe that was in the Book of Revelations. Yeah.
The status of negotiations.
Well, according to the state-run news agency Tasnim, so they're saying that the United States is changing its position. And that
so this is a little bit of old news here. I think this is the original. Yeah, okay, so this is Iran reacting, I think, to the U.S. Defensive strike, right? This is the crazy thing about the U.S. is that they will do all kinds of strikes, call them defensive, and then act like it doesn't violate the ceasefire, but it kind of doesn't matter, right? Iran's not in a weak position where they got to just sit around and, you know, take what the United States is giving. The United States needs that straight open more than Iran, you know, needs the United States to stop. So I'll get you too and your little dog. That was also in Revelations. Yeah.
It's been
a Persona Revelations, actually.
Concern for Tehran that even in previous deals during the negotiations, each time the United States would come up with the new demands or changing its demands. This inconsistency is something that Tehran has been emphasizing regarding the United States. And now this...
Okay, so this inconsistency, what's he talking about, right? The United States changing its position, the United States violating ceasefires, right? The United States basically being an undependable ally, an undependable partner of peace. When you're looking for a partner for peace, you're looking for somebody that is true to their word and stable. Otherwise, you just can't rely on it, right? Israel makes an agreement with you. They're liable to break it if you're a Middle Eastern country, right? So that's not exactly a partner for peace there. United States, even less so, and especially under Trump. Look, I think it's a combination of a very old, should be discredited theory that Nixon and Kissinger came up. Yes, we're going back to the 70s, chat. You got to get your little history lesson in here. That's what you come here for, right? I know history. I lived it. I'm a 5,000-year-old witch. I know all of it. So yeah, no, the history of the lamb with two horns, which reflects the U.S. Oh my God. We're stuck in Revelations mode. Oh yeah, so yeah, the madman theory is what I'm talking about. What was this? Nixon thought that even though he'd been beaten in Vietnam, which wasn't really, it was a pretty predictable outcome. All right, for the U.S. to lose in Vietnam. In fact, I don't think they even thought they were doing anything more than slowing the spread of communism and sacrificing, 60,000 American lives and million plus Vietnamese lives and the lives of the children who would grow up with deformities because of the weapons, the Agent Orange that the United States would use to defoliate Vietnam. Anyway, but so Nixon thought, okay, look, we got beat, we got washed. Usually you don't get a lot of leverage in the negotiation when this happens to you. How could I get more leverage? Well, that's assuming that it's a rational actor you're dealing with, right? And he came up with a madman theory. Like, if people think that Nixon's fucking crazy and he could nuke Hanoi, then maybe the North Vietnamese will kind of throw him a bone, right? It was a tactic. It didn't work. It didn't change the war, the way the war was going, and it did not allow a better negotiation. So it should be discredited. I think that Trump has heard of this and that he thinks it could work. I think he wants to portray himself as an unpredictable madman so that people will, kind of sweeten the deal for him a little bit. You know what I'm saying? It's just maybe a negotiation tactic in his mind, right? We got the madman thing, and we also got Trump's arrogance, right? He thinks that he is not bound by the rules that everybody else is. He acts as if that times people actually let him get away with it, which reinforces that bullshit. But yeah, that's why you're seeing an inconsistent, and also let's not sell short the incompetence of Donald Trump and his administration, right? His negotiation team, Jared Kushner, Steve Witkoff, son-in-law and golf buddy, right? That's who he sent to negotiate. These dipshits didn't know that Iran was offering them a pretty fucking good deal, right? Something that he could take and say, this is slightly better than the JCPOA, right? This is slightly more, it's sweetened up than the deal that Obama got. And so, he could declare some kind of bullshit victory with that. They were too stupid to understand what Iran was actually offering them. And so they blew up the negotiations. They started the Iran war, and the rest is history. We're living that history. We're living in that fucked up timeline.
The two sticking points here are emerging. The first one is Iranian frozen assets to be returned, and the second one, whether this ceasefire is going to include Lebanon, and if it's going to include Lebanon, then in which kind of format. So regarding the frozen assets, now they're saying that, the United States has returned to the policy of no dust, no dollars. So simply, the United States is telling Iranians that until you have the nuclear dust, your frozen assets are not going to be returned.
So just for anybody who wants to know, it's not dust. There's no dust. There was never any dust. It's gas. It's gas, right? The fuel is in the form of gas, right? It's highly enriched gas to 60%. It's not weaponized gas. It's not gas that you could use in a weapon. It's not what Jillian Michaels tried to tell you, like they're just on the precipice of a nuclear bomb, right? No, you gotta have a delivery device, right? It's so much more complicated than just like having even the amount of fuel that you need to make a bomb to actually make one. But yeah, it's gas, and it's in tanks, and it's buried under rubble in I believe the Fordro Center. And it may have been the objective. Do you remember the U.S. airman that was downed over Iran, where they tried to make it a national hero thing of like this brave American airman was shot down by the evil Iranians just because he was flying over their country and bombing them? Oh, just like poor John McCain had to spend time under captivity of the North Vietnamese, and maybe they didn't treat him very nicely. Oh, I feel so bad, John. I feel so bad. Just because you were fucking killing their children, right? No, no biggie. Yeah, it reeks of bullshit. We've never seen the pilot. They've never brought out the pilot. Who's the pilot? We don't know, right? What I'm going to tell you now, chat, is there may not be a pilot, right? That may have been an operation to try to retrieve the nuclear fuel, to try to claim some sort of a victory over Iran, and it didn't work. It didn't work. It didn't work so bad that they left U.S. Military. They left planes on the ground and could not retrieve them, and had to blow them up lest Iran get a look at U.S. technology, I guess, or be able to capture the equipment and reverse it. Well, honestly, let's be real with Trump. It's probably so that he couldn't be criticized the way that he criticized Biden for leaving American equipment in Afghanistan, right? He didn't want to have the I don't know, maybe, assuming he's got any sense of shame. But yeah, that's what's going on there, and it's a mess for the whole world.
the United States is not going to lift its blockade over these Iranian frozen assets. And the United States is simply now going on performance-based return of the asset, while Iranians believe that what they have agreed in Tehran during the Chief of Armed Staff of Pakistan was that the United States is going to immediately, once the deal is signed, the United States is going to immediately release the Iranian assets. So now this is one of the main sticking points. And the second one is Lebanon. So according to the Iranian narrative here, so this agreement is including Lebanon as well. End of the war at all fronts, including Lebanon. However, now the United States want to add another clause saying that in case of the threat, so Israel has the right of the self-defense and has the right of attacking Hezbollah, and Iranians are saying, well, this word threat is extremely broad, so Israel is going to abuse that. It has to be quite clear and precise. So this is the latest situation here. And of course now Iranians are also saying, well, if that's going to be the case, if the frozen assets are not going to be released, then if this Lebanon situation is going to stay that ambiguous, and it's not going to be clear, then our red line, the uranium enrichment red line, is not 3.67% as it was in JCPOA in 2015. Our red line is 20% enrichment, and that 400 kilograms of enriched uranium is going to stay in Iran. So these are now the tension points. However, so today we are going to, indeed in an hour, we are expecting Ismail Bakai, the spokesperson of the Iranian Foreign Ministry and also the spokesperson of the Iran's negotiating team, to have a press conference, and perhaps so we're going to hear more about these agreements and the sticking points.
All right, that's a picture from Tehran. Rasul Serda reporting. Thanks, Rasul.
The straits have to be open. They're going to be open one way or the other. So they need to be open.
Okay, so this is 21 hours ago. Marco Rubio, he's on a plane. This is Secretary of State. The only one that sounds competent in the Trump administration. But don't let that fool you. He's a fucking neocon. Neocons are the ones that drug the United States into the war on terror, into Iraq, into forever wars, right? So as much as he is, I don't know, a better, U.S. strategy kind of person, it's, it's almost a wash. It's almost a wash. But yeah, there he is.
Happening there is unlawful. It's illegal. It's unsustainable for the world. It's unacceptable. I don't know of any country in the world that does. The Russians are not in favor of a tolling system. The Chinese are not in favor of a tolling system. I mean, there's no country in the world that's in favor of a tolling system except the regime in Iran. So that's not acceptable. That cannot happen. The straits need to be.
Yeah, it's kind of too bad that Iran just kind of geographically controls the Strait of Hormuz. It's kind of bad. It's kind of too bad that it doesn't matter what Russia or China or anybody else thinks, right? Because it is a waterway that they can shut down any fucking time that they want to. They probably could have anyway. They weren't doing it. They weren't doing it, chat. They weren't doing the max. This image that gets portrayed of Iran is they just, like, at all times, like, if they could press a button and kill every, one in Israel and the United States, they would, right? They're evil, crazy, weirdos, right? In Iran. And obviously not, because this is power they could have exercised before. They didn't exercise this power. But they've shown that they have it. So yeah, sorry, little Marco. It doesn't fucking matter what anybody thinks in that geography. And chat, mark my words, all right? This is going to become more and more true. As drones become more common, as warfare becomes less, I guess, asymmetric, it's kind of what we're seeing, is that very cheap drone systems can, pull, pretty, can compete with, the state-of-the-art technology and destroy the state-of-the-art technology and cost the enemy more money than Iran is spending for that. As you're going to see this, you're going to see countries be able to, control their territory more so than they were in the past. So yeah, sorry, Marco, wrong freaking century, guy, wrong millennium. All right, you are living in the 1900s, I believe, and it is now the 2000s, and you should try to catch up. Little Marco, you should try to catch up anyway.
Open, unimpeded, without tolls, and obviously that needs to happen immediately as soon as anything's agreed to. Well, look, I think our position is well stated. The president had a very important, I think, historic call just a couple days ago with a number of leaders from the region. I think there's strong alignment and agreement on what a preliminary draft should look like. I think that, like anything with something like this, it's going to take a couple days to settle on, even down to the disagreements over a word, sentence. So,
Narwhal by Nature, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Let me shout out the people who got those memberships. Sorry, I'm a little slow, chat, but I'm trying a new system here, and I appreciate your patience. Actually, wait, random eyeliner's got a wild theory. I'll have to check that out in a second. And sorry, I'm not catching chat. I miss a lot of chat. Do people know that? I'm not able to read all of chat. I do look at most of it. If there's something that I missed that's really important, mods, make sure to at me and let me know. Yeah, I'm not. I did have a issue with somebody that was, thinking that like I'm literally like Hasan Piker here. I don't know how he reads his chat and sees everything. I'm not that good, chat, but I'm trying to get better. So anyway, Horadik, you just got weaseled. Random eyeliner, you just got weaseled. I'm sure you're not the only one. Quaximus, I see you. You did not get weaseled, I don't think. Not yet, anyway. That might happen later. Andy Kowalski, you just got weaseled. M Overdose, you just got weaseled. It's Alive 2, you just got weaseled. And yeah, you can thank Narwhal by Nature for that. Yeah, thank you for sharing memberships with people. Dipshit Marco. Wait, what? Let me just go back and see what I missed. I mean, to be honest, Nixon was smarter than Trump. It's not a high bar, but you're probably right. And also maybe less controlled by ego, slightly. Nixon had a huge chip on his shoulder. Trump, a lot of Trump's ego shit comes. It is a good comparison, right? Donald Trump, he was very wealthy, got money passed down to him, used it in real estate, kind of fucked up on casinos, but he's a wealthy guy who controlled a lot of real estate, never felt like he got the respect that he deserved because people could just like kind of, it smells like a chud. Actually, Trump literally smells bad. He literally, from what I've heard, he literally smells like sulfur or ass or poop or farts or something. He's a nasty guy. So, people, don't like him. He feels like he doesn't get the respect. How is he going to get the respect? I become president and I name everything after myself, right? So you can see that with Trump. Nixon, yeah, you could say, Nixon looks like an intellectual compared to Trump, but he had the same kind of thing where, he felt like he was not respected. Oh yeah, let me add that too. So yeah, every time somebody supports the stream, add time, the time goes up. Look at that. 15 minutes is what it goes up for that. So look at that, 15 minutes. And yeah, and keep track of what you donated, because I'm going to give you a chance in a second. As soon as I can get that bonus poll up, I'm going to give you a chance to put your money where your mouth is by taking your donations and adding them as bonuses to the topic of your choice. Anyway, let's wait, what the button that I need to press? Oh yeah, it's that one. It's that one right there. There we go. Yeah, Slouching Towards Bethlehem is a Yeats poem. And yeah, that's what I feel like the Beast of Drama is doing in my chat right now. Holy shit, chat. We're like, I didn't get to read all of chat, but I saw people talking about like shit that happened years ago. Oh yeah, I guess that also involved FD if I remember. Wait, chat, am I getting this right? One in chat, if you're a bad Empanada fan and you also think Shark 300 got a rotten deal from FD Signifier. I just want to see if this exists, right? Because that's a wild animal in my chat, if that's true. I thought I saw that. I could be wrong. I'm seeing some, I think those are some, are those, these are new novel emojis to me. My super chat must be too spicy. BE and Jimmy Dore fans call me a shitlib. Isn't not letting you? Oh, because you said shit. Yeah, it won't let you say shit in a super chat, I believe. You almost have to trick it or something, like, right? but I don't know how to do that. I can't give you advice on how to trick the TTS lady into saying shit. She usually resists that. Wait, but is that real, Narwhal? Did I get that right? Was there somebody that was like a Shark 300? Because here's the irony: if you're a Shark 300 and a Bad Empanada fan, I've got a video for you, right? You're gonna have to pick. Yeah, let's make these assholes pick, all right? If you like Shark 300 and you like Bad Empanada, I want you to know that these two fucking hate each other. I officiated I don't know, like a debate in my chat between the two of them, and it all started from Shark 300 just lying on Bad Empanada's name, just straight up like spreading a lie that has no source that Vosh fans like Shark 300 like to say about Bad Empanada. All right, so in case anybody thinks I got it in for Bad Empanada, I just hate the guy's guts. No, I've defended him. And this is what's frustrating, Chad. I've defended him against charges of anti-Semitism, right? There was some very bad faith, accusations from a actual Zionist, as opposed to FD Signifier, who people are calling a Zionist, an actual Zionist named Aristocracy, that I pushed back on, right? So I call it like I see it. When Keffels lies about Bad Empanada, I called that out. When Shark lied about Bad Empanada, I called that out. And when Bad Empanada lies about FD Signifier, I am also going to call that out, right? I am not taking favorites here, right? I'm amazed, right? That we're at a point, chat, where somebody can be a Bad Empanada fan and a Shark 300 fan, and that all the connective tissue there is fuck FD, right? Because it's like, FD Signifier, in a beef with Bad Empanada, and in the past, FD Signifier or Bad Empanada was in a beef with Shark 300. People just don't know about that shit, and so you got people that are like, yeah, fuck FD, Shark did nothing wrong, and FD's a Zionist. Oh my god! But chat, look, we're gonna get through this. We're gonna get through this somehow. I'm sorry, you just blew my mind, chatter. If you're still there, you blew my mind. Go watch my old video. I've got a video on Shark 300, and it's an old drama video, but you'll probably enjoy it. You seem to like drama already. The only thing is you're gonna have to choose. I'm sorry, you can't like them both at the same time. These guys hate each other. These guys hate each other. Anyway. We got people who don't follow any of these people. Well, good for you. Yeah, lightning round. You're right, Direful. We got to get back to Marco.
There's going to be a deal. We're going to have to work through that. But this is, it's either going to be a good deal or there isn't going to be one. Okay? Let's go. Thanks very much. Thanks.
Let's take a close.
That's bullshit. That's fucking bullshit. You don't understand, Marco Rubio, that your ass doesn't cold the cards. Remember, wait, no, was it Rubio? No, it was Vance. It was Vance. I'm about to blame Rubio was in the room. Right, Rubio was in the room, but it was Vance who was telling Zelensky that he needs to be grateful to Daddy Trump and that he doesn't hold the cards. It turns out actually Zelensky holds a lot more cards than anybody was giving him credit for. And I'm not necessarily a Zelensky fan over here, but I will admit that things are going a lot better for Ukraine now than they were for the past year, and that is why Russia has busted out is it called a Reshnik? They got out the Oreshniks, chat. They're actually kind of threatened, and they're kind of reaching for anything that they can use, because their super leveraged deal that they were going to get with Trump in Ukraine is slipping away from them, and they may lose Crimea. I don't know, chat. I don't want to go off on a ledge, but Crimea does not seem to be very well supplied right now. It doesn't seem to be very well defended, and Ukrainians have done a lot with drones. They've become the kind of the masters of the drones. Anyway, let's get through this.
Look now at the situation on the ground in Gaza, where hundreds of thousands are enduring hardship inside the territory's yellow line. We have this report now from DW's Tanya Kramer.
Enduring hardship. That's a great way to say that they're in an apartheid system, and that they have been subjected to an ongoing genocide.
This road ends at the so-called yellow line.
But then again, chat. This is a German channel. There's like a limit to what you can actually say about Israel in Germany and in the UK.
Demarcation line separating Israeli-occupied areas of Gaza from the rest of the territory. Even filming here is dangerous. Rania Abuful was displaced and now lives with her 2 young children in a bombed-out building nearby. When the ceasefire started in October, her husband Muaz, a veterinarian, was killed trying to reach their former home, unknowingly crossing the then newly created yellow line.
So do we all understand the yellow line? Essentially, Israel has drawn you know how Gaza looks, right? Israel's drawn a line shoving Palestinians into a smaller corridor, right? And one wonders if this is not the first step to the settlement, maybe, of some of the outer regions of Gaza. I think it's like the 25 miles in is where they draw the yellow line. But that's what we're dealing. Yeah, it's very much. Look, things were bad in Gaza already, right? They're going to get worse. Israel's doing this so that if it ever wants to go into Gaza and do genocide again, it can do it quicker and more efficiently with everybody crammed in together. Taking away land, taking away space, destroying houses, destroying history, destroying graveyards, destroying civic life in Gaza, definitely destroying the fuck out of, the academic, system, universities and schools and hospitals. And yeah, remember when the hospital, the whole thing was like, was it a Israeli missile that blew up the hospital? They were like worried about that. Yeah, no, don't worry. Because Israel destroyed every hospital in Gaza. So. But anyway, I'm laughing so that I don't cry.
Rania says maps at the time did not show that the house lay beyond the line. Relatives last saw him shortly before hearing explosions.
For 9 days we were asking around. We posted appeals online for anyone who might have seen him. No one had seen him except a relative who told him it was dangerous at the time. Exactly 9 days later, we received news from someone who said he had pulled him out.
The so-called yellow line is a demarcation boundary drawn under the US brokered ceasefire agreement in October 2025. Talks on the second phase of the deal have since stalled, with Hamas's refusal to disarm a major obstacle. The line splits Gaza from north to south, with Israel controlling the eastern part and Hamas, a designated terrorist group, largely controlling the rest. Rania says she has not been able to recover her husband's body. For Palestinians, it is a deadly and shifting no-go area. In some areas, the Israeli military marked it with yellow cement blocks. In others, it remains invisible.
We hope they will withdraw, but I lose hope. God willing, they withdraw and life returns to normal. I more than anyone want them to withdraw so we can go to the area and be sure. We want to confirm if Muath is actually buried there. If he is there, to look for any trace of him. I still have hope he might be alive.
Rather than withdrawing, the Israeli military is deepening its hold on the territory. Recently, it introduced a so-called orange line, an unmarked restricted
Oh my God.
with shifting
How many
boundaries.
lines? How many
Last week,
lines?
Mr. Benjamin Netanyahu said that Israeli forces are now holding 60% of Gaza's territory. In the Israeli-occupied area, all that remains are piles of rubble, the remnants of what were once people's homes. This used to be part of Shejair, a vibrant neighborhood of Gaza City. It is where Somaya al-Batniji used to live. She was displaced early in the war. More than 30 members of her extended family, including her husband, were killed, she says. Then last August, her 14-year-old son was also killed in an Israeli airstrike. She says he had been on his way to collect some belongings from his great-grandfather's house in Shejair.
Losing my son affected me deeply. There is no place I go where I don't see him.
She now lives in a tent in central Gaza City, struggling to hold together what remains of her family and life.
God willing, we hope to return. In every previous war, this has made it difficult for us to return to our area. In 2014, we were destroyed, as well as in 2008 and in 2022. In all these wars, we were targeted. Our home is closest to the border with Israel and is always targeted, meaning there is destruction in every war.
Like Rania, Somaya fears she may never be able to return home and that the boundary could harden into a de facto border, cementing Israel's partial occupation and reshaping Gaza's territory.
In Gaza, at least 7 people have been killed by Israeli strikes in the last few hours. The latest attack hit a vehicle in Khan Yunis, killing 2 people. Earlier, a drone strike killed at least 5 people in the Al-Maghazi refugee camp. People on the ground say they came under attack as they confronted armed gangs accused of working with Israel. Tariq Abouazoum has more from Gaza City.
It's been a very rocky day since the early hours of this morning, and we can see that the latest attack on Al-Maghazi refugee camp has been the bloodiest since morning today, where 5 Palestinians have been killed while they were trying to confront Palestinian gangs who are believed to be backed by Israel and operating in Gaza's eastern communities, specifically.
Israel seems to have recruited ISIS members as well as street criminals in Gaza, drafted them into they're using them, right? So that's what we're talking about here.
Areas under the Israeli military control. We saw footage coming from the targeted site showing Palestinians evacuating casualties to Al-Aqsa Hospital amid a very dramatic scene filled with sadness for parents and relatives who have lost their loved ones ahead.
You know what? This is going to be something that the Twitch is not, as is the Ebola story. I believe.
What does it take to grow crops like this? Soil, rain, sunlight, yes. But feeding billions of people also takes fuel. And that makes our food supply vulnerable to energy shocks. Let's break it down. The Gulf is one of the richest energy producing regions in the world. It's natural.
The story with Ebola and the outbreak in the Democratic Republic of Congo is that there is mistrust of maybe we could watch the, I don't know, let's try.
More than 200 people are now thought to have died from Ebola in the outbreak in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Health authorities battling the disease are facing growing resistance. Arson attacks on isolation centers have forced some sufferers to return to their communities, and many are defying a ban on more than 50 people gathering.
The ban on large gatherings includes...
I don't want to jump to a conclusion about where the mistrust is coming from, but we did talk about USAID the last time when we covered Jillian Michaels and Sam, and I remarked that although Sam does say this, right? Like Sam, knows this, he's said it, but that USAID has been used as a front for the CIA. It is a, soft power program. It does a lot of good, right? In terms of their, soft power is getting people on your side, basically. Winning hearts and minds is the word that they would have used in Vietnam to describe something like this. And but the United States does it in a manipulative way. That's the problem, right? The problem is the U.S. global hegemon. The problem is not that there is a program for refeeding victims of starvation. That shit is necessary. So it's the kind of thing where you would like the money not to go away, but maybe the manipulation to go away. Instead, we got Elon and Trump and Doge targeting these programs, taking them away from costing lives. Which they'll argue, and Jillian tried to argue didn't exist. They absolutely do. We can't count them all, yet, just like we can't count all the lives that were lost in Gaza. But, you know, if you try to fight, you know, like it's not zero and it's a lot you know, the what I've you know, kind of come to, and it's the opposite, right? They're taking away the money, they're putting people's lives in danger, and instead of, like, you know, if the soft power is receding, it's because the hard power is coming in. So it's not an improvement, it's not better, and it, for fuck's sake, is not anti-imperialist, right? To try to cut US aid programs through Doge. That's not what that is. So I just wanted to you know, say that it's a little bit of a, you know, I guess a little bit of a complicated issue, right? But I think we could walk and chew gum at the same time. So
church masses, but it hasn't deterred these Catholic worshippers in Bunia. The city is at the heart of the.
But anyway, I don't even know if that's what set the crux of the mistrust here. Let's let Deutsche Welt describe it for us.
Rapidly spreading Ebola outbreak in the Eastern Democratic Republic of the Congo. Some of the faithful say the crisis has driven them to church for comfort, despite the risk.
We know this disease exists, but there are preventative measures Christians must observe. As you see with me with this face mask, we have wash basins here and there.
I feel like ultras used by liberals who want to say tanky but are in denial about being liberals. That's what I think about Vladimir Lenin. Yeah, fucking lib, fucking shit lib.
We must also maintain social distancing. Just because there's a disease doesn't mean we can close the church. That's precisely why we come here, to ask God to help us in all these ways.
Gatherings of this size are complicating the efforts of health authorities to contain the outbreak. Funerals are especially dangerous, as the bodies of people who have died from Ebola are extremely infectious.
Yeah, and I'm a little bit worried about this. Like, I don't know where Twitch draws the line. I know where YouTube draws the line. Obviously, if it's on YouTube, you know, you can watch it and it's not a problem. But, you know, something like, you know, I don't know. Twitch has a separate line, and I'm always trying to make sure that we don't cross that, even though I don't know exactly where it's at. But Twitch, just if anybody's moderating, if anybody's looking at my my VOD for today, just understand I'm making a good faith effort to try to uphold your terms and conditions as I agreed to them in my affiliate contract. Yeah.
To explain the situation and collectively decide how we can best respond to this outbreak. We ourselves have just had an empty tent burned down 2 days ago, so we know how crucial community engagement is.
The World Health...
Are we moving the goalpost already, Horadric? One exchange in. Oh no, they're using it in a different way. It's a different, same word used in a different way, a completely different situation. No, actually, these were the goalposts. I'm sorry, did I say those were the goalposts? No, these are the goalposts, right? Like, please pay no attention to the man behind the curtain.
The organization says the outbreak now poses a very high risk for Congo, up from the previous high, though the chances of the disease spreading globally remain low.
DW's Wendy Bashi is DW's bureau chief in Kinshasa, the capital of the Democratic Republic of the Congo. And she told me what action the city is taking.
In Kinshasa, we doesn't have any case for the moment, so we remain very cautious, and we still respect the preventive measure. And this is how we are dealing for the moment, since they have announced this new Ebola outbreak here in DRC.
What are these preventive measures? What are you following?
We are following the preventive measure, like to wash our hands most of the time that we greet people. We need the sanitizer. We also limit, in French we say geste barrière, so we have a limitation of hugging people, giving the hands, and we have some distances like we had during the COVID time. We still have the same measure here in Kinshasa.
Right, that sounds very familiar.
But look, I'll throw you a bone here, Horadric. I do think that ultra maybe is, you know, there's maybe issues with that term, you know, mainly from the fact that a lot of the people that are getting called ultras don't really have much other than an aesthetic contention, right? So I'm giving them I'm giving that a little bit too much credit. No, good point. Maybe there's a better word than ultra.
Now, unfortunately, there have been reports about arson attacks on Ebola treatment centers. Now, that's not helpful when you try to help people. What triggers those attacks?
So, if I can say, since Thursday, we had actually 3 attacks. One was in Rwampara, the other one was in Mungwalu, actually in the Ituri, where the Ebola started. And the other one, the recent one, was in Butembo, in North Kivu. When you discuss with the healthcare worker, they will tell you that there is a lack of communication between them and the people that have difficulties to accept that the member of the family, the beloved one, died with Ebola. Some of the people say that Ebola doesn't exist. They don't believe in Ebola, and so they don't understand why the healthcare people want to make the safe burial. So when we discuss with the people, with the communities, and even with the civil societies, this is what they are telling us. Some of them, they don't trust in the existence of the virus. And and on the other end, the people who work in the healthcare.
You ready to be a little bit careful. Okay, yeah. Once again, and again, chat. Like, I'm not trying to hide, the bodies from you. They're there. I just, Twitch is not great about letting us know, where they draw the line.
Raising awareness. I mean, what kind of measures are in place in order to stop that virus from spreading?
To stop the virus spreading, I think the most recent action that the government has taken is the fact that all the flights coming from Bunia or going to Bunia are now suspended. This is a measure that was made public yesterday during the night. And also for the people who are living in the areas under the M23 control, they have stopped all the travels from Goma to Butembo. They have asked people to stay in the same place. This is what I can say from the traveling of the people within the DRC, from the place where there is Ebola and to the place where there is no Ebola for the moment. For us as journalists, they are providing information. We have like a bulletin, we call it in French here in a bulletin, that give us all the day the situation, the epidemic situation, and how many people are affected. So we have all the official information, all the official numbers, and this is how they are trying to make a very big plan of riposte regarding this spreading of Ebola.
Right. Wendy Barshi.
Okay, so we're going to touch on this really quick. Oh, a Thai commercial. No idea what that's for.
Congressman Ro Khanna of California.
This is Ro Khanna. He's going to be talking about the autopsy. DNC Chair Ken Martin. A lot of people are calling for him to resign. Let's see what Ro Khanna says.
Congressman Khanna, welcome back to Meet the Press.
Thank you for having me on, Kristen.
Thank you for coming back. I do want to start off by talking about Iran. As I was just discussing with Congressman...
These doctors are heroes and should be commended. Yeah, that's scary shit. That's scary shit.
President Trump has said that
strain sounds more infectious than others. That's what I've heard.
They may be close to reaching a short-term deal on Iran. Would you be supportive of a short-term deal that doesn't directly address the nuclear program but allows for more negotiations?
Kristen, on this Memorial Day, let me just begin by paying tribute to the men and women who made the ultimate sacrifice and gratitude to their families. The answer to your question is yes, I do believe we need a negotiated deal. Thomas Massie and I, as he mentioned...
Look, I mean, I don't know. Ro Khanna's Ro Khanna's great on some things. He's terrible on others. He's literally the representative from Silicon Valley. That explains a lot. However, on Memorial Day, I want to hear more of people telling me how you're going to keep future, like how you are going. Like, I want to hear less about the courage of the veterans and the U.S. Dead and stuff, and more about how you're going to stop more U.S. dead in the future. How you're going to stop killing people in other countries, right? I want to hear more about how you're going to make Memorial Day less relevant in the future, right? That's something we never fucking hear about. We never fucking hear about, right? There's two ways you can take this, right? I think the memorial, it's strange. Memorial, you know, is something you do for the dead. And that never gets brought up. It just becomes another, you know, we love our troops, and therefore we love the actions of the U.S. military-industrial complex that has resulted in their deaths and, you know, all kinds of fucking chaos around being inflicted on victims of U.S. imperialism around the world.
Actually had the Iran War Powers Act 2 months ago. We would have avoided this war. Food prices wouldn't have gone up. Gas prices wouldn't have gone up, and we could have done this negotiation. But I've always...
Yeah, exactly, Vic. It's memorial, not memorial. Yeah, it should be molestial is what I want to see.
That I would
you really care about the troops.
And it's time for this war to end.
Stop putting them in danger.
About the War Powers Act, because House Republican leaders abruptly canceled a vote to limit President Trump's war powers in Iran. It came just days after the Senate voted for the first time to advance a similar measure. Do you believe there are now enough votes to pass the War Powers Act in the House?
Christian, I do. It was a bit surreal last week. I mean, first they...
Yeah, that's why they closed down everything. Did they just mention that? I'm sorry, Chad, I'm paying attention to so many things. It's a new format for me.
Delayed the vote by 45 minutes to 60 minutes, and then they just pulled the vote. And the reason is that now, unlike when Thomas and I introduced the resolution, there are a lot of Republicans who believe the war should end. They've talked to farmers who say the price of nitrogen, ammonia, urea are through the roof.
Oh yeah, these are products of that are made in the, you know, from the materials and in the same places as oil is produced.
Blockades and control of the Strait of Hormuz. They know that the price of gas is up, the price of diesel is up, and they're hearing it from their constituents. So
I'm sorry, this one was labeled weird.
On Trump.
I think he's going to get to the Ken Martin thing.
Even when we don't get a vote through, we do put pressure on the president. Hopefully this war ends, and I've always said I would support a negotiated
There's
end.
only one trooper I care about, the 1995 Isuzu trooper.
All right, well, let's talk about Congressman Massey. You've worked closely with him, including to push for the release of the Epstein files. Congressman Khanna, what was your reaction to his defeat this week?
Sadness, disappointment. Thomas is a real friend. He's a good man. And he was taken out for two reasons. One, he had the courage to go after some very powerful people in working with me to get the Epstein Transparency Act passed. As he mentioned, that's historic bipartisan legislation that finally got justice for the survivors. And he had people spend millions of dollars and had the president of the United States after him. And second, he worked with me to stop this war in Iran. So for taking on the Epstein class and taking on war, he basically lost his seat. And I admire his courage in taking those positions.
All right, well, let's talk about some other issues. President Trump, as I just discussed, was facing Republican pushback this week over what the president referred to as an anti-weaponization fund to pay people who claim to have been unfairly targeted by the government. Here's how Vice President J.D. Vance defended the $1.8 billion fund this week. Take a listen.
Anybody can apply for it. Republicans can apply for it. Democrats can apply for it.
Chat. We can apply for it. We can apply for it. Look, I did get a video banned, and I got, I believe, a strike for not supporting Stop the Steal, type theories, but actually debunking the people that were, right? YouTube was so fucking cautious about, their terms of service that they actually hit me with a strike for and they never really undid that or made me whole, even though those rules don't exist anymore, right? This disinformation rule is not hitting any fucking MAGA conspiracy theorists at this point. They've basically bent the knee to MAGA, as have a lot of other social media sites. But maybe we could get a piece of that 1,776,000,000 big ones that Trump is waving. And it's not just for Republicans, it's Democrats, anybody, Green Party, PSL, what have you, Working Families Party. Come on, get your piece.
As you know, the President of the United States has pardoned a number of Democrats who he felt were actually subject to this lawfare. I mean, if Hunter Biden...
Oh, God, yes, he did. No, not fucking Hunter Biden. What the fuck? I'm sorry. Let's pretend that the whole laptop from hell thing never happened. That fucking fake news never happened. Wow. That's crazy. No, who did they help? Democrats. Eric Adams. Right? Eric Adams. Corrupt Democrats. Democrats that Trump's got leverage on. That's who he's helped out, right? Or people that are I don't know, enemies of the Democratic Party. Yeah, there's other examples. I can't think of them right now. Eric Adams is the one that pops out at me. Wasn't there the guy that did the massive fraud in New Jersey? Didn't he somehow? I can't remember, chat. There's so much corruption in the Trump administration. It's hard to keep a hold of.
Biden wants to apply for this particular fund, he is welcome to.
Is Quaximus? Okay, no, Quaximus is hacked by a goose. I'm pretty sure that's a goose. And this goose chose violence.
The vice president says this should be...
We got the Untitled Quaximus game here, right?
Partisan. What is your reaction to what the vice
I
president...
haven't been keeping up with chat. I don't know what Quaximus is up to.
Sorry for J.D. Vance. I mean, they're trotting him out to defend policies he knows are defiant of common sense. They're trotting him out to defend the Epstein class when he actually was one of the advocates for releasing the files. They're trotting him out to defend this war in Iran.
Why say Epstein class? Look, I mean, to me, it's Epstein doesn't happen without the massive wealth disparity that we've got, right? Without the absurd amount of accumulation that's allowed to happen. And I'm not just talking about accumulation of wealth, accumulation of capital. I'm also talking about accumulation of leverage. There was a reason, chat, after the New Deal that they instituted a progressive tax system that was characterized, and now listen to what I'm saying here, as oh my god, what my brain goes blank. Confiscatory, right? That just sounds bad. Confiscatory, right? That's if you have drugs, they're going to confiscate them. If you have no, this was if you have too much money, we're going to confiscate it, right? That there's a certain level of income beyond which the tax rates were 90%, right? They were very high tax rates, hence the name confiscatory. So there is some incentive for you to earn more money, but there is a limit to kind of how much clout, to put it into internet terms. Think of this as clout. Think of this as, financial clout that they have. There is a Republican operative going by the name, or was a Republican operative, I don't know if he's still alive, going by the name of Grover Norquist, I believe in the 80s or 90s. And he has a quote saying, "We want the federal government to be so small that we can drown it in a bathtub." What does that mean? That means that they want government to be limited both in its revenues, through taxes, and in the, degree of wealth that people have, so that the wealthy are able to use their power to get what they want from the government. And you can see that is definitely increased in the time since Grover Norquist said those words, right? And you've got a government that's absolutely bitches out to corporations on the regular. Yeah, we went from confiscatory taxation to drowning the government in a bathtub, or really the government just being, the bitch of the ultra wealthy. There's that word again. Sorry. But the guy, no, that's not the way that you were using it. No, actually, that wasn't. I'll give you that one. That's a different ultra altogether. Yeah, the ultra wealthy are using that. So yeah, it's a sin, and in a sense, the way that Epstein was able to get away with what he did for so long, was through his social integration into that class, which allowed him to literally, possibly, I mean, from what we can see, probably blackmail more powerful individuals, and the network of what very wealthy individuals that he controlled, right? So that's kind of where that gets used, the Epstein class. Yeah, Menendez, I think, is the guy from New Jersey. Yeah, it's not Fetterman, sadly. Fetterman's got plenty of. There's more. Oh God, Chad, I should be doing more Fetterman content, shouldn't I?
When his whole career he was against these wars, and now they're trotting him out to defend Donald Trump stealing taxpayer dollars to give to his political allies. I mean, I'm sure if J.D. Vance was asked in honesty, he'd say, "Why aren't we giving?"
Is he laughing about Vance because it's J.D. Vance? It's a living meme. Is that why he's laughing?
As a check to people whose gas prices are going up. But for his own ambition, he has been so convoluted that he's basically become the spokesperson for very unpopular policies.
Well, let me ask you about one of the big headlines for Democrats this week. Of course, the DNC autopsy report. It was commissioned.
There we go. I thought we were going to start with this. I really did not want to watch this much of fucking Meet the Press or whatever this is.
We're going to talk about what was not in the report in just a moment. But first, I want to talk about what was in the report. The author writes, quote, "At times, it seems Democrats are trying to win arguments while Republicans are focused on winning elections. Democrats operate in an ecosystem defined by reason, even in cycles when the electorate is defined by rage." Do you believe Democrats need to completely...
Wait, I'm sorry, let's I wasn't paying attention. At times, it seems the Democrats are trying to win arguments while Republicans are focusing on winning elections. That's actually kind of backwards, right? I don't know what exactly is being referred to here. Again, I've heard from everything I've heard people say about the, autopsy. It was a shit show. It is worthless, right? It's almost like you could see why Ken Martin maybe wanted to hide this. It's a little different than what we thought. It's not that did a good job of exposing why Democrats lost. It's like that it's doing a bad job. But like, look, if winning arguments while Republicans are focusing on winning elections, are you really going to say that? Like, because I don't know how this is intended, right? But my thought is that there was a very large issue, for Trump, immigration, right? And the Democrats didn't try to win that election. Didn't try to win that argument, abandoned that narrative, and eventually straight up caved to Republican desires and got behind a Republican bill. Chat, they tried to throw that issue and, all the dreamers that they were fighting for and everybody that they said they were fighting for in 2016, right, under the bus. Do you understand what that does? Like, that's the Democrats saying, oh, you know what? You were right. Trump was actually right. You know how he said he's a racist madman and he's like Hitler and shit? Like, yeah, we were full of shit. We were full of shit. Yeah, the immigrants were fucking up everything. And you got us. You got us. We admit it. We admit it. That's such a fucking massive failure. That's such an incomparably massive failure by the Democrats. And it resulted in what we saw with the ICE raids, continued ICE raids. Don't think that shit's over just because, like, Holman's doing it quieter than Kristi Noem. All right? It's still going on. It's still a shit show, and we're going to be finding more and more about human rights abuses in these facilities, right? And the Democrats, the time to make a stand against that was, during the elections. Instead, they abandoned it. You see what the fuck happens, right? They thought that, like, what it's going to take the issue off the table, right? People that are like, I'm super against the immigrants. Let me elect the candidate that's against the immigrants, and they would be like, we're against the immigrants too, and like half of those people are gonna be like, oh, I guess I'm for you then. I guess I'm with Kamala, right? That's not how anything works. God, fuck, we got the most incompetent people at the top of the Democratic Party, and look, it's a shitty party. Unfortunately, replacing a second party is not something that can happen quickly in the United States. It's something that's very difficult to manage. There's people trying to change the nature of the Democratic Party, and there's a limit to what you can do with that, right? It is a shit show here in the United States. I'm sorry, I'm like acting like I'm there, chat. Oh yeah, just to remind you that I'm not in the United States. Does anybody know what this is? Let's take a look. Let's cut this thing open. Let's do a little All right, so I take this and I go schlup. Anybody? I don't know if you could hear that schlupping sound. There's a schlupping sound. Anybody know what this is? It looks like COVID. It's the COVID. It's a big COVID. Yeah, some people get long COVID. I get big COVID. Somebody knows. They want to give other people a chance to say. Anybody want to take a guess? So there's a seed in the middle with a bunch of like jelly around it. Yeah, it's a little bit like a lychee in that sense, right? But how is it not like a lychee? If you look at the skin, a lychee would be kind of scaly, like reptilian skin, not almost like a snake fruit, but not quite. But this is not. This is almost like hairy skin, or like a, I don't know, what are those things called? A buckeye or something? Like what is that thing? There's a US tree that has like a thing that drops off that's kind of like, that has these little spindly things on the outside, but these are soft, right? These aren't going to poke me like that thing. Longan is also good. Yeah, but that's a, wait, have we already guessed it? It looks like a lychee, but spiny. We're close there. We're close there. Is it yummers? Oh my God, absolutely. It's one of my favorite fruits, and it is in season here in Thailand now. Yeah, it's in the same family as a longan and a lychee, but there's one other fruit that maybe people aren't thinking about in chat. I don't know. Maybe people don't know what a rambutan is, right? That's the name of this fruit. It's a rambutan. And it is absolutely delicious, and it is totally in season right now. And this bag was less than $2, right? $2 US. This bag is 50 baht. Yep, you got it. And so I think some people in chat knew. Being of Vietnamese descent, I ate those before. Some have small COVID. God, I don't know what that sounds even scarier maybe. Anyway, I just wanted to mention that. That's what I got to snack on here. Very envious. Yeah, it is one of the benefits of living here. The other one being slightly further away from the shit show that is the Donald Trump administration, but still very much subject to their whims.
In cycles when the electorate is defined by rage, do you believe Democrats need to completely overhaul how they think about running and winning elections, Congressman?
Defined by rage? What is that? What are they telling you to do? Not argue? Like, just be like, yeah, trans people suck. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, immigrants are poisoning the blood of the country. Yeah, no, we're not going to fight on that one. We just want to get you healthcare, maybe. I don't know. Maybe not even that. No, that's not popular with the Democratic establishment. They're running away from that shit, too.
I don't think we need to give up reason. I think more Americans probably want reasoned debate in this country. But we do need to recognize that the status quo has failed, that this is a system that has created massive inequality, that the economy is lopsided and unfair, and it's not working for many working class and middle class Americans. And too often we've run status quo establishment candidates who have been unwilling to call out an economic and political system that has failed.
The U.S. is inescapable. Truer words are unfortunately never spoken. That's the thing. Look, and like, let me bring something else up. Like, right, there's a discourse right now about, like, you know, people from outside of the United States and their, you know, commentary on U.S. politics, right? And look, to be real, I have seen people that don't understand the American political system offering what end up being, you know, to somebody who's more familiar with it, very naive and not very helpful takes, right? However, I don't want to say you can't comment on U.S. politics if you don't come from the United States, right? Because there is also a bubble effect in the United States that sometimes somebody that is outside of it can sort of break through. So yeah, again, I'm splitting the baby. Chat, you're not going to like it today. I'm going to split the baby. Are you ready for that? Nobody likes it when I split the baby. It's not good, Chad. It's not good to split the baby, but we're gonna do it. We got to do it. That's the truth, right? like half of this baby goes to this side and half of this baby goes. Anyway, we're just getting started with that.
The report also found, quote, the White House did not effectively support Vice President Harris.
Do people know the term? It's just like when you offer, like, you know, like the it's an old fable where, you know, two people are arguing about whose baby. I don't know how they, how this, like how they didn't know whose baby it was, but they didn't know whose baby it was. And they decided to split the, or no, sorry, they didn't know whose baby it was. They were arguing over it. They're like, oh, it's my baby, right? And some wise man comes up and says, well, you know, you can split if you both agree, we'll split the baby. We'll cut it in half. You can have half, you can have the other half. And like the way they decided who gets the baby, who will take the baby home, is the person that says, I don't want to split the baby, right? I don't know. It's a weird story, but that's where it's from. And it's just like, you know, when you are offering like you're offering a take that does not please either side. That's what I'm talking about. Do I have more of an international audience? Yeah, if compared to if I was streaming at normal US time, which is midnight for me, is the middle of the night for me.
To improve her standing before the candidate switch. You served, of course, on the Biden-Harris 2024 National Advisory Board. Does that ring true to you?
Well, look, I have great admiration for Vice President Harris. I campaigned my heart out for her. I do believe that in retrospect, had she been in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Ohio, talking about the economy and been the lead for the president's economic policies, the Inflation Reduction Act, the American Rescue Plan, the CHIPS Act, perhaps we would have done better. But we need to look forward now. And looking forward, we need to have an economic message that actually is talking to the working class folks who have been shafted and that's taking on a system that has been rigged.
Congressman, as you know, a number of Democrats are now calling on DNC Chair Ken Martin to resign. Do you agree that he should resign, that it's time for new leadership for the DNC?
No. Ken Martin is a Paul Wellstone Democrat. There are two things he's done that I actually agree with. One, he said no super PACs in Democratic primaries. We shouldn't have what happened to Thomas Massie happening in our primaries, where we have all this money coming in Democratic fights. And two, Ken has said we shouldn't have superdelegates picking our nominee. So for those two reasons, I agree with him. Now, could he have handled this autopsy better? Absolutely. He has said he should have. Should he be working more with state parties to make sure they're funded into 26 and 28? Absolutely. But I don't believe he should.
I want to see what else I'm going to hit from this list here.
About the Supreme Court after its ruling limiting voting rights. You called for term limits for justices and for expanding the court from now.
This needs to be a litmus test, right? For Democratic electeds. If they're going to even have any chance of pushing back on the Trump agenda, right, it's going to have to start with reform to the Supreme Court. Right, that can be done in a number of different ways. FDR, back in the day when the court was trying to take down the New Deal, he proposed the idea of expanding the court, making more justices and naming those justices himself, so that the trajectory of the court would be different. Ro Khanna's talking about term limit. Did you say term limits? Right? Let me just go back. The term limits he's talking about, or age limits, right? There's two different ways you could go about it, with either term limits or age limits.
Ken has said we shouldn't have superdelegates, make sure they're funded into 26 and 28. Absolutely. But I don't believe he should resign.
All right.
Okay, that's wild. I don't know why they make these decisions, Chad. It seems pretty clear to me that he should resign, but, like, you know, there's different allegiances that these members of Congress have, and sometimes they that's what keeps, I guess, Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer in power, despite the fact that they're shit shows as well.
Let me ask you finally about the Supreme Court after its ruling limiting voting rights. You called for term limits for justices and for expanding the court from 9 to 13 seats once
both, okay.
Democrats regain full power of the government. But you have seen this redistricting back and forth play out. If Democrats expand the court, if they were to have control of both chambers, what's to stop Republicans from doing it once the tables turn again?
Kristen, first we need to talk more about the Supreme Court decision. This is a Dred Scott court. They have engaged in the fastest rollback of black political rights since Rutherford Hayes ended Reconstruction in 1877. One third of African Americans in the Congress's seats are being threatened. They're doing it to Jim Clyburn in South Carolina, to Benny Thompson in Mississippi, and across Alabama and the South. And we are not speaking up loudly enough, strongly enough against a court that is really rolling back civil rights. I do believe if you combine term limits on the court and the expansion of the court, where every president gets 2 appointees, you would depoliticize this, you would stand up for the Voting Rights Act, and you would stand up for basic American...
I mean, you're not depoliticizing the court, but you're making the court more responsive to the presidential elections in a quicker way that would like have there'd be less of a shadow on a president like Trump appointing a whole bunch of Supreme Court justices. My real issue is also with the corruption in the Supreme Court, right? We've had issues of massive conflict of interest. The Supreme Court is supposed to be beyond not only conflict of interest or corruption, but beyond the appearance of corruption. They're supposed to be dutifully avoiding anything that looks like it might be corruption. So for Thomas to take all these vacations with the oh my God, what the fuck is his name? The Federalist Society guy. Anyway. There's a lot. The Supreme Court is out of hand, and it has enabled the executive to get out of hand to the point where the legislative branch just kind of doesn't matter at this point. And yeah, they got to claw back power if they're gonna. Now look, chat. I don't think it's a perfect decision because, like she said, yeah. Absolutely. If the Democrats, do this at this president, it's going to be more easy, more likely. It creates a permission structure. And let me grant you the permission structure to stop saying permission structure, because we're kind of running it into the ground here. But that's what people say these days. But it does grant like a permission structure for the Republicans to also, muck with the Supreme Court. However, we don't have a lot of good options, right? The other options are something like a constitutional convention. It's hard to even make that happen. If you do make it happen, it puts you in a very difficult situation where anybody could just name something that if they can get popular support behind it, they can make it law, right? So it's a dangerous thing to do. The other thing would be balkanization and of the United States of America, the disuniting of the United States of America, the splitting of the United States of America. There's not a lot of good options here. There really aren't. So yeah, I think that I'm encouraged that Roe's saying that, right? Because there's a lot of people that are too have too much respect for the system to just state the obvious there. And obviously something needs to happen with the Supreme Court. They have fucked around and they're going to find out when there is a legislature and a president willing to actually hold them accountable. There we go.
American democracy, but this is
Did I sound like Asmongold there? There we go. Is it Harlan Crow I'm thinking of? Is he the Federalist Society guy? Yeah.
On John Lewis, Dr. King, and the civil rights legacy, and the Democratic Party needs to run against this court and call this court out.
All right, Congressman Ro Khanna, thank you as always for being here. We really
and thank you to Direful for putting this together for me. I'm gonna watch a little bit more. I'm gonna try to dip out as we got a lot to look. This is important stuff. I don't cover enough politics because my focus on one topic. So doing this, maybe not do this gauntlet for quite as long. But again, this is actually a couple of days of Direful. We were gonna chat. I was gonna be on stream yesterday and 2 days ago, and just I got busy. I got occupied. There was stuff that I had to take care of in real life, and for the for the Discord and for the stream and stuff. So I wasn't able to do that. But yeah, so Direful's actually put together, like, we've done this before of like, yeah, maybe I could come on at early morning for the US, late night if you're on this side of the world, Australia, New Zealand, Southeast Asia, China, Japan, etc. But do like a news stream in the morning in the US, which sort of makes sense. And yeah, I just could not make it. I was busy and I got worn out. So apologize. I don't mean to ever take 3 days off consecutively. In fact, I'm going to try to keep it down to like 1 day consecutively. I have a lot more energy. Whatever the fuck was wrong with me seems to be, getting better. I'm taking B12. I don't know if that was what it was. I don't know what was going on with me, chat. Maybe I just recovered. But anyway, what else do we got? Harry Empton.
So poll numbers for the president sagging, and now, as they say in the horror movies, the call is coming from inside the House. If the House is the Republican Party in this case, follow the metaphor.
In terms of the War Powers Act, yeah, they are ready to, they are ready to pass some kind of war powers resolution to cancel Trump's like current, ticket for violence in Iran. However, the leadership has closed down, I believe, both chambers. Is that what's going on? And so in order to prevent this revolt from actually taking place, but yeah, we had one other revolt. What was it over? It was over Epstein. And yeah, Ro Khanna was and I guess Thomas Massey were leading the charge on that one.
With us now, Chief Data Analyst Harry Enton. So there are...
Well, thank you, chat. I'm glad you're glad that I'm feeling... B complex is great, in my opinion. Yeah, I think I get enough, B vitamins in general from fruit and stuff like that. Like I eat a lot of vegetables. I eat a lot of fruit. It's like a thing in Thailand to sit down with a big ass plate of fruit, either fresh or sometimes boiled, and a big bowl of chili sauce or shrimp. Wait, what is it? Shrimp paste? Yeah, shrimp paste or chili paste. And to just take the vegetables and dip them in there and just cha, right? So I'm pretty good, in terms of micronutrients. The only check would be, because I don't eat meat, I got to make sure that I'm getting things like vitamin D, which I get from the sunlight, and also B12, which that you can get theoretically you can get it from. What is it? Nori has a little bit of B12, but I just like to be safe and, use supplements to, because you don't want to fuck around with B12. It's, it'll fuck your brain up. So, Holy Toledo, fruit and chili. Oh, yeah. People eat fruit with that. Like I mentioned vegetables and chili sauce, right? But no, people will, almost anytime you get fruit, you'll be offered some kind of spicy thing to go along with it, right? Whether it's, you'll have you go to the fruit stand, I'm trying to remember, what is it called? Like oh my God, I'm trying to, you ask the fruit seller, fruit is polnamai in Thai. What is it? A kon polnamai is a fruit seller, if I'm not, I might be saying that wrong. But, when you buy fruit, they're going to ask you, would you like some chili salt with that? Would you like some plum sugar with that? Would you like some chili salt and sugar with that? Right, they'll offer you like a bunch of different, like basically like a condiment, like something to make it taste really good. And that's pretty, I don't know, I eat the I eat that stuff on some fruits.
Some issues in his approval among Republicans. What do you see?
Yeah, okay. Why don't we talk about the key issue of inflation? We're talking...
I mean, sorry, did you say the key issue? Or the key issue? I think he said key issue. Okay, we're not talking about poop here, chat. It's not the key issue. of the, anyway.
Houses, Johnny B and me. And what are we talking about? We're talking about a complete collapse of the floor. Look at this. Republicans' net approval of Trump on inflation. You know, you go back when he was running for re-election back in 2024 for term number 1. Look at that net approval rating. It was plus 68 points in terms of how they viewed, Republicans viewed inflation and Trump in term number 1. Look at this. Look at this. Collapse. Minus 5 points. Now, this is just the Ipsos polling, I will note. But look at this. Even in Fox, he was at minus.
Oh yeah, here's what I like it on. If I get like unripe mango, I'm always dipping that in some chili salt. It's so good. You can even like pour the chili salt onto, if you get it cut like like sour mango, like unripe mango. If you get it cut and in a bag, you just pour in the chili salt, and then you close the top of the bag and you just shake. Get the chili everywhere, and it like pickles it. Like the mango starts to release its juices right from the salt, and then the chili starts to like get into the juice, and then that goes like goes into the mango. So now the mango is spicy, and it's like eating pickles. It's a lot like pickles, which I love. Wait, tagine? Oh shit. Wait, what? Why does that sound familiar?
2 points. So it's not alone. He is on the wrong side of the ledger. And this is not voters overall, let me remind you.
Or tahine?
Republican voters. That call absolutely coming from inside the House on the key issue of inflation. There are now multiple polls.
Oh, yeah, this stuff. Yeah, it is tahine. I love this. Right? The times that I've, oh my gosh. Yeah, because they put dehydrated lime juice, right? And that's what I think makes it pop. Thai people love lime and put it on a lot of different things, but I have not seen like a lot. Yeah, lime is a good addition to the spicy and the salty. In fact, it's kind of magical. Yeah, I have tried tahine. It's confusing to me because I always think were we talking about tahini? But no, it's T-A-J accent N.
Is underwater within his own Republican Party.
That's a 73-point swing. I just did the math right now.
That is 70 and 3, and I actually.
Good job. I'm glad we got a highly trained, intelligent guy to give us the news that can add 68 and 5 in his head. That's amazing. That's amazing.
You do that pretty gosh darn well.
All right, Harry, the phone is ringing.
Hello?
And someone's calling about gas.
Is it Kalshi? No.
Prices.
Yeah.
Wait, are these guys Kalshi or are they the Poly Market?
Calling and what are they saying?
It's Republicans who are calling again, and they are saying that they are underwater again when it comes to this particular issue. Look at gas prices. Okay, GOP, Trump net approval on fuel and gas prices. You go back to last summer, look at this. It was plus 51. Look at it now, minus 4. Again, what are we talking about here? We're talking about a 55-point shift away from the President of the United States on the key issue of.
You should have let bro add it up for, like he was having fun with that. It's like a kid that wants to press the elevator button. Like you never put, you're going in the, like you never press the elevator button if you got like a younger relative, right? You always let them do it. You should let him add the numbers. He enjoys it.
Gas prices. So on, again, something that is impacting Americans day to day, inflation, a part of that is gas prices. Of course, the inflation on gas prices has been out of control. The President of the United States is underwater on the key issue of gas prices. This isn't just something about the center of the electorate. This is with Donald Trump's base as well. This is a huge shift. He's underwater again, the floor completely collapsing underneath.
And this is just within the last year. That's a one-year shift, not even from before the election.
This is a one-year shift. It turns out as gas prices go high, your approval ratings go low, even within the Republican base.
Okay, but how much do Republicans really care about these economic issues?
Yeah, okay, so we're talking about the collapsing floor, but if this is an old ruddy house that we don't really care about, then who really cares? But this is the house that is most important because you take a look here. Okay, Republicans' top issue, the economy and the cost of living. You go back to the beginning of this year, it was 43% it was the top issue. Now it's even more of the top issue. The clear majority of Republicans saying the economy and the cost of living is the number one issue, an issue on which Donald Trump's numbers are absolutely falling through the floor with multiple polls showing him underwater on inflation.
A creaky floor.
A very, very creaky floor.
Harriet, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
According to AAA, the price
They present. Wait, sorry. they present this like they're talking about a sports game. Yeah, and they kind of are. Like, right? They're talking about a bettable thing, right? They're I mean, you all understand, right? I can't remember which is it. Kalshi, right? They're sponsored by Kalshi. So yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, comfort isn't everything. Americans can go without their treats, right? Right? The United States society does not, you know, float on a sea of treats without which it would completely crash, right?
49 cents this morning. That's still up more than $1.50 since the war began. But according to President Trump and members of his administration, those prices are going to come down quickly as soon as the war is over.
Once the national...
I'm sorry, that's not helping me out. Also, I haven't seen her in forever. Where they've been hiding, Carolyn, leave it, chat. Again, we haven't covered news in a long time. Thank you so much, Direful, for putting this together for us. As you can see, like there's a lot of news that Direful has curated for me. She had a baby. Okay, that's why. Okay, there is a reason. But yeah, she's not any less ridiculous now than when we saw her last, unfortunately.
Security objectives of Operation Epic Fury are fully achieved. Americans will see oil and gas.
I don't think she even believes in it at this point, chat. I think she's lost the faith. Maternity leave is not long at all in the U.S., though. No, that's true. I mean, she's probably getting more of it than most people, but yeah, there we go.
Drop rapidly.
We promise that when this conflict draws to a close, when this operation draws to a close, we're going to see those energy prices come back down to reality.
Oh, they would go down quite a bit. You know, if we see a pathway to have the Straits of Hormuz open soon and energy.
You know what's not a pathway to seeing the Strait of Hormuz open soon is doing attacks on Iran, because Iran can literally drag us along for as long as they fucking want. The U.S. military has made this assessment that they can tank a closure of the Strait of Hormuz and you know the double blockade or whatever for longer than the world economy can, certainly for longer than the United States have or can, right? And they're not going in the right direction. Chat, we're good. Well, are we going to get into that? I don't know. We started off on it a little bit.
Dropped pretty significant.
Never came down after. Yeah, this is what American companies do, right? They lock in higher prices. They do not bring them down. It almost feels like collusion. Now, if I said it was collusion, chat, I could get sued. But it almost feels like collusion, all right? It almost feels like they have all agreed when the prices go up, we're not going to undercut each other afterwards. And so it's never going to go down.
Prices have likely peaked, and they'll start going
down. We haven't seen the Dow.
Certainly with a resolution of this conflict, you'll see prices.
A bunch of assholes. Fuck these guys.
Go down. Prices across the board on energy prices will go down.
I would really like to see the entire Trump administration get prosecuted for every single crime that they've committed, down to each person. No, you did not miss the FD thing. You're getting a new segment. We're running the news gauntlet, chat, and look, I've probably taken too much time with this.
As soon as the war's over, it'll drop like a rock.
I gave us 4 hours, which is a lot of time. People have supported the stream. You can do so with a super chat, super sticker. You can get yourself a membership on YouTube. You can you can give somebody a membership on YouTube. You can support me on patreon.com/nocommentchick or on throne.com/nocommentchick or on Twitch, and that will go up. But yeah, I didn't realize that this is like 3 days of news that Direful put together for me. I am not even covering all of it. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Turn back time. Like, did it work? Did it work? Did anybody see it? Did this number go up? We want to make sure. Let me know if you ever, if the number does not. Okay. Wow. Wait, what just happened? You gifted a sub and you subscribed. I see. Okay. So did it go up twice? I saw it go up at least once. Yeah, let me know if anybody's not getting your time back for that, and I will fix it for it. This segment is good too. Yeah, I think it's important. I think we need to do at least a little bit of this every day, and we won't have 3 days to get through. But I just want to there's a lot of good stuff that Direful put together for me. I am not even showing you all of it because I don't have time to show you all of it. But thank you those who are putting time back on the clock to make sure that we got plenty of time for FD and Bad Empanada. And in a second, I'll show you the other things that I put on the poll, and I'm going to unleash the poll. So get ready for that. Get ready. Get your fingers ready to vote. If you want to sort of do a little bit of like what do they call it in baseball? Warming up, I believe they call it. What is that? What it is when they're sitting? They're not at bat yet, but they're like swinging the bat, to get ready. I think it's called warming up. You can, if you want to warm up those thumbs, you can do so by liking the stream. Like, right? I mean, maybe it's not your thumb, maybe it's your mouse that you got to move up and hit the like button. Maybe I don't even know, Chad. I don't even know. Some of you are watching it on TV. How does liking the stream work then? Well, you can figure that out and let other people know, because I'm sure other people are probably watching me on YouTube on television, YouTube television as well. That is the most popular way to watch YouTube apparently these days. So, hi, I'm huge. I'm on your wall. Hi.
It's going to come tumbling down.
It's going to come tumbling down. It's pent up. We've got the pent up low gas prices. Listen, Biden gave you high gas prices. I'm giving you low gas prices, but they're just pent up. They're pent up. And as soon as we remove the pin, they'll come tumbling down, and Jill will come tumbling after.
Locked up.
Is that a decent Trump?
When all of that stuff,
it's locked up.
You're gonna see prices drop.
It's all caught up in that Hormuzzi chat. That's what Trump is like, trying to get the Hormuzzi open, and he's trying to grab it by the pussy, but it's not working. It's not working this time somehow.
On gasoline like you've never seen.
But I am.
He tried to grab it by the pussy, and then Iran said, "You don't know, Mr. Trump, you are the pussy."
Also confident on the other side of this, prices are going to come down very quickly.
They'll drop lower than they were before. As soon as it's over, you're going to see.
So the reason he's saying that, probably people told him this shit, right? Part of the U.S. economy rests on the petrodollar and also on the perception that the United States is the global hegemon, right? And so when you see wars, sometimes that's to prop up the dollar. Sometimes wars are like that. That's one of the things that wars do. And if they were to indeed, I don't know, if they like let's say that he went in and kidnapped Iranian leadership and got the new leadership to be on his side, right? If Iran was a U.S. proxy, yeah, gas prices would probably go down, if they control more of the so that's why you see so many Middle Eastern wars. At least that's one of the reasons, chat. It's actually a very multifaceted and interesting phenomenon, our current economy. I used to watch on YouTube TV while commenting on my phone. Oh, I see. I changed rooms a couple of months ago, and now I've been watching on my phone. Yeah, I usually watch on my phone. It's crazy, chat. I watch movies. Anybody else? I have a television. I'm sure there's a way I could cast it to I could get my phone to send it to the television or something. I don't know, but I always watch it. I watch Netflix, chat. I watch anime on my phone. It's pretty silly. I should just or even watch it on my computer would be better. But for some reason I just watch everything on my phone. Anyway.
Gasoline and oil drop like a rock. You're going to see oil prices plummet. They're going to come down.
All right, CNN Business senior reporter David Goldman.
My prediction, Donald Trump will shuffle off the mortal coil before gas prices come down. I could be wrong, chat. You feel free to make fun of me. If there's a deal with Iran tomorrow or in a week and the gas prices come tumbling down and Trump's still alive and he's in office, feel free to make fun of me. I'm kind of going out on a ledge here. But I have a feeling that those gas prices are not gonna, and I almost have a feeling that somehow Trump doesn't seem to be able to actually make a deal. Somehow how he doesn't seem to be able to finish this fucking conflict, right? I'm almost thinking it's going to take him dying and passing on the presidency to J.D. Vance for anything to advance at this point.
Is here to make it make sense, David. Today.
Okay, well, we don't care about that. We only care about Harry Emden. We care about Harry Emden and we care about Steve Kornacki. All right, so
this was unthinkable even just maybe 2 weeks ago.
Wait, is this who I think is this Caitlin Collins? Oh yeah, I don't know how to explain it, chat. I love Caitlin Collins. She's fucking great. No, she's not really. I mean, I'm sure she doesn't agree with me on a lot a lot of my politics probably, but as far as reporters that are able to ask tough questions, even in the age of Trump, she is kind of the number one gal in that regard.
For some Republicans.
Yeah, Paxton was running a little bit ahead here, but a little bit ahead. And then when Donald Trump showed up...
Oh, is that asshole guy? That's what's his name, that got roasted by Adam Mockler.
It changed everything. Now, if you go back...
Do you think that Adam Mockler fucks his wife? Do you think that's, like, happening? Oh, no, chat, does he... Oh, my God, I forgot. No, I don't think he has a wife. I think he's a confirmed bachelor. Never mind, chat. Sorry, chat, not trying to go there.
Primary results, Cornyn actually narrowly won.
Scott Jennings, thank you.
More votes.
And Paul Begala.
The third person in the race.
Is that who that is?
Hunt. And obviously, those Wesley Hunt voters didn't want to vote for Cornyn, and most of those obviously have gone to Paxton. But look, the bottom line is this. If Donald Trump wants you to be the nominee of the Republican Party for virtually any office, he can will it.
Even if you are a scandal-ridden hot mess that has no business running statewide, right? Even if you're in a situation where the generic ballot chat, or no, sorry, Trump's approval rating in Texas chat is now 3 points underwater. Texas, the voters in Texas, there's 3% more of them that do not approve of Donald Trump than do approve of Donald Trump. Like, put that in your pipe and smoke it.
Into existence. And that has happened again tonight in Texas. There's also an attorney general campaign going on underneath this. I don't think we've called it yet.
Why is put it in your pipe and smoke it a bad thing? I feel like it should be a good thing. I should be just like, like ruminate on this, right? Put it in your pipe and smoke it. Like, consider it, take it in. The enlightened thoughts of a tobacco smoker, Johann Sebastian. Wait, was that Johann Sebastian Bach or was that the other Bach guy? Any Bach experts in chat?
But there's a strong undercurrent of...
Anybody know how to say that? Was it in German or French?
For Trump and who isn't in that race. And it looks like the more Trump-aligned candidate is going to win down there as well. So, we're learning this lesson over and over again. Indiana, Louisiana, Kentucky, where I live, and now Texas, over and over again, we're learning. If Donald Trump
it's an aria.
Party's nomination, the voters look at that and say, we trust the president's judgment and we'll give it to you.
But Paul, I should note, when we're hearing this tonight about the concerns.
Yeah, it is German. In German, it's so oft ich mein Tabak, so oft ich mein Tabakspfeif, so oft ich meine Tabakspfeif, yeah, Johann Sebastian Bach. Yeah, it's J.S. Bach. Anyway, sorry.
Of what this general
It doesn't matter.
Is going to look like. It's not coming from Democrats or just critics of the president. It's coming from Republicans in his own party who are up on Capitol Hill that are worried about it.
Right, because they can count. Trump makes you unbeatable in the primary, but it could make
Oh, wait, it is an aria. Are there, like, lyrics to it?
unelectable in the general. We're talking about Texas Senate seat up. King.
I'm trying to remember. It's like, what is it like? Von Ishmein Tobacco? I know the tune. I can't remember the. Anyway.
And he's generally wrong about everything. He's a horrible person, but he's right about this. My party, Democrats, haven't won anything in Texas in 32 years. They haven't won a Senate seat.
And it's kind of looking good for Talrico now. Chat. The thing that's in his this maybe might. Prevent this is that Talrico was a minister, a very liberal minister, and has been very supportive of trans, or has, let me see, as a minister, is minister the correct word? He's like a church guy. He's like a church speaker guy. I don't remember what it's called, right? But it's the Churchmeister. Yeah, I think it's called that in German. No, it's not called that. Yeah, corrupt one over old in Texas. Yeah. And over somebody that had a better chance of beating Talrico, but they are going to try to throw the book on Talrico. They're going to run over and over his clip where he said God is non-binary, which is kind of a base take. But maybe not will not go over in Texas. But if the Texas people lock in on the issues that matter to them, if they're not going to be distracted by this guy supports trans people, then yeah, like you might see a Democratic senator. You might see Talrico do what Beto never could.
In 38 years. They haven't won a governorship in 36 years. They haven't carried a presidential candidate in Texas for 50 years. And we're sitting here saying that Texas is up for grabs, in part because the Democrats nominated a very strong candidate, James Tallarico, who in the polling right now is 11 points above water. His popularity is very high. Mr. Trump, beloved by Republicans in Texas, the bloom is off the rose on that. He's underwater, even in my beloved Texas. Underwater, more unpopular than he is popular in the polling. So this is the problem that Republicans are going to have now in a state that all they had to do was fog a mirror and they won Texas. And now they're going to have to fight.
Doesn't fog a mirror sound like a...
Well, I mean, Ken Paxton is someone who has been MAGA aligned. He is someone who, way before Trump, was suing the Obama administration many times. He actually, I mean, yes, he's been indicted and then had the charges dropped. He was impeached and acquitted. He's never lost an election that he's run, I don't believe, during his political.
What? So here's the lyrics. As oft I fill my faithful pipe. This is the English translation. As oft I fill my faithful pipe to while away the moments glad with fragrant leaves so rich and ripe. My mind perceives an image sad, so that I can clearly see how very like it is to me. The pipe? Okay. My pipe is made of earth and clay, from which my mortal part is wrought. I, too, must turn to earth some day. It often falls as quick as thought. So like the ash almost, like, right? As breaks into, puts out its... Oh, the pipe breaks into, puts out its flame. No, he's talking about the pipe, not the tobacco, I guess. I would think of the tobacco as like being, you know, like life. My pipe I color not, nor paint... my fate, alas, is but the same. My pipe I colour not nor paint, while it remains, and hence 'tis true that when in death's cold arms I faint, my lips shall wear the ashen hue. And as it blackens day by day, so black the grave shall turn my clay. And when the pipe is put alight, smoke ascends, then trembles bright. And but the whitened ash remains. 'Tis so man's glory crumble must, e'en as his body into dust. How oft the filler is mislaid, and rather than seek in vain, I use my finger in its stead. I do that too. Not with tobacco though. And fancy as I feel the pain. If coals can burn to such degree, how hot, O Lord, must Hades be? So oft in tobacco, so in tobacco oft I find lessons such of such instructive type, and hence with calm, contented mind I live and smoke my faithful pipe. The irony is the pipe's kind of bringing him closer to death's door, you know, than he would be without the pipe. I don't know. I hope the Enlightenment's good though. In reverence, where'er I roam, on land, on water, and at home. Some people say that the Enlightenment, they like associate it with the cafe culture in France, where I believe people would just, you know, they'd go, they'd drink coffee, smoke, you know, tobacco, and plot to kill a king. No, but anyway, wow, thank you for that. Right, very Santa Claus. It's not a doggerel though, right?
Career.
But you hear a lot of doggerels, right? You get, like a lot of badly constructed rhyming verse, I guess, is what I'm talking about here.
He's also not an established...
What am I reading? It's the Enlightened Thoughts of the Tobacco Smoker, the lyrics to the aria from Johann Sebastian Bach.
...type of candidate. What's interesting here is that John Cornyn knows how to fundraise. He knows how to do the things that an establishment Texan would do. Ken Paxton was not able to raise in this race, and he does not have a lot of money right now. I have to admit that tonight, while Tallarico is...
Yeah, like I said, Ken Paxton is a hot mess, and as much as Tallarico has got some stuff that they're going to use against him, Ken Paxton is so unbelievably corrupt, right? Maybe she'll go over how he's corrupt.
Not on the ballot. My guess is Tallarico will likely raise more money tonight than Ken Paxton will in a red state. And it is interesting because the Republican resources will need to come in heavily in a state like Texas, and those are resources that they're not going to be spending anywhere else. Tallarico is well funded. Tallarico will continue to raise money, but it's interesting to me that now Republicans have to worry about deep red Texas because they have a flawed candidate who does not know how to raise. And you're now seeing that currently play out.
All these analysis of this race is sort of the differences between what a Cornyn or a Paxton would look like here. I'm thinking about the differences between Tallarico and literally every other Texan. Don't know any Texans who believe in 6 genders other than Tallarico. Don't know any Texans who said it's immoral to eat meat other than Tallarico. Don't know any Texans who walk around saying things, you know, God is non-binary. You all are both Texans. Do you know any other Texan who even talks like that? Issues aside,
issues aside, see, this is the thing. If you can just get people to, like, this shit works. This shit cooks when the Democrat is about nothing. When the Democrat is trying to run in a way where they're not going to be held responsible for keeping any promises. I am so sorry. I just swallowed like a, eating fruit and talking is not a great thing. Or else Ellipsis says, I'm Texas. I'm Texan. I say that. I don't think that people understand it or are going to care about it if Tallarico can look, the issue, chat, let me just put it bluntly. The United States spends a lot of tax money to support industry. A lot of tax money, you know, they go SpaceX, right? A lot of tax money on the military, right? A lot of tax money to help millionaires and billionaires get richer. And we, like, if you get a Democrat who is like, listen, we spend our money on a lot of things, I'm going to spend it on you. I'm going to spend it on us, right? I'm going to take that money and I'm going to spend it on us. And if the millionaires and billionaires say that's a waste of money, then we're going to fucking rub their face in that dog shit that they've been feeding us for years and years and years. All of their bullshit projects, right? You got to make it a battle against the rich. And that, you know, is going to be a lot more interesting than, oh my God, this guy thinks God is non-binary. Who fucking cares, right? Who fucking cares when you can't feed your kids? Who fucking cares when you can't afford air conditioning, right? Who fucking cares, you know, when your state is getting frozen while your senators go to fucking Acapulco to vacation, right? It's a bigger deal.
Says these things out loud. When this gets adjudicated, all that money coming in from California and New York, it'll be well spent in Texas.
You know what I'm smelling, Scott?
Fear.
Panic.
Fear?
Raw stinking panic. You guys
Fear
are
of the
on this.
cisgender
You
guy?
are on this. He's more popular than Trump in Texas.
I think you're afraid of a non-binary God, Scott Jennings. I think you've never considered that possibility before.
Explain his position.
He cited a biological study. It's not his.
Because you better hope to God it's not a God that hates gays, or else you're fucked. Either way.
Position. He cited a study.
So you're for it.
So
you believe in
you know what
cisgenders.
I'm not for? I'm not for $6.89 hamburger. Okay, James actually.
I mean, look, Paul Begala, as far as I know, he's a very milquetoast, centrist Democrat, but I like hearing this. Also like the stream. Yeah, Rave is right.
Okay, but he can afford to.
Rave is right.
Texas can't anymore. Now, Ken Paxton can, because on a government salary, he's become a millionaire.
Can we? Yes, please, fucking talk about this guy's corruption.
He can afford hamburger.
Talk about this guy's corruption. Connect it to Trump's, Trump's corruption.
This is what it's going to be about. You want it to be about woke. I want it to be about broke.
Let's see what. I want it to be about. Are you a normal?
You just smell the fear.
Are you a normal person?
It's just
6 genders and no meat.
What I will say is,
terror. They're so afraid.
Scott is melting down, but that is like the Republican Party right now.
You guys endorsing the genders is amazing.
You have. I'm not endorsing that, and neither is Tallarico, to be honest.
Whoa.
Who's she?
Hold on,
Let her make her point,
Scott.
Scott.
Let me make my point. He is an 8th generation white Texas male who loves meat and talks about the cost of living in the state, is appealing to a moderate electorate, including Republicans who don't want to vote for Paxton, and Republicans are running completely scared right now. And I think that is
just
what
for the record,
what I will
neither
say,
of you can define a gender.
So just for the record, what is a woman and is it God? And is God non-binary?
When we're talking about morality and values and stuff like that, you have Paxton here who was married for almost 40 years, and his wife, who knows him the best, ended their marriage on biblical grounds. What does that mean? I'm a Catholic. I will say that either means you
Cheating.
cheated on your spouse with a man or a woman, or you went ahead.
Chat. This is a new thing. We haven't seen this kind of debating since fucking Doobie versus Psychedelic Quaker. Holy shit, chat. So really quickly, Doobie is a guy that owns a Discord server. I think the biggest political Discord server. He like shut down a bunch of other servers and you know, to get the biggest. You know, he's a weird. They call him like the Genghis Khan of Discord, right? Because he like threatens people to, you know, fold their Discords into his. But he's the guy that's beefing with Destiny right now. He has a Discord that is like at least half Nazis. At least half of those people are Nazis. Doobie traditionally would come in and debate people, and sometimes he'd be like, I'm going to debate as a Marxist-Leninist. I'm going to debate as a, you know, like a Nazi or a, you know, like, right, he like, you know, far right, far left, like he kind of tries to leave it up, but, you know, it's kind of easy to see what he's really about, what he's pushing with that, you know, what kind of agenda that he's pushing, right? So, but you can't pin him down on it because he's always like, well, no, I mean, I was just debating that time. Like, I like to debate from all points of view because it's more, you know, more challenging, right? He's like, just like the Platonic ideal of the debate, bro, in that sense that they like to, you know, argue things they don't believe for the challenge, right? So this guy named Psychedelic Quaker, pinned him down, but in the weirdest way, right? So, you know, they're talking about stuff and they're like, yeah, and you're not a fascist, Doobie, right? Yeah, no, I'm not a fascist. You're not a far right. You're not a Nazi, right? I'm not a Nazi, right? And he starts going into like, yeah, I'm actually a Quaker, so I'm a pacifist. I don't believe in violence. But if you know, somebody wanted to borrow my truck and they borrowed it, and they dragged a Nazi around, you know, like behind the truck, I would not be upset. I would not ban them from using my truck again. I'd be all right with that. It's like a little shot at him, and then he goes into this thing where he talks about like Nuremberg. There's a rumor, chat, that at Nuremberg, a guy named John C. Woods was in charge of deciding, like, or in charge of the hanging of the Nazis that got, you know, the death penalty, and that John C. Woods, you make a long noose so that the manner of death is going to be, you know, the snapping of the neck. It's going to be virtually instantaneous and over, you know, quickly and somewhat humane. The rumor is that John C. Woods cut those ropes really short. Right. So he starts going off on all this shit that he, you know, even being a Quaker would low key be, you know, thrilled if happened to Nazis, as he's talking to somebody that he knows to be a Nazi, but somebody who is like trying to hide his power level. Right. So Doobie just had to sit there and eat shit. And it was beautiful, chat. That's what she's doing. You know why? Because Scott Jennings, rumor has it, is been seen in gay bars, has been seen in the company of men, in the amorous company of men, right? I said before, you know, I was like, his wife, his kids are, I was like, oh, wait a minute, I don't think he's married, right? So yeah, that is her taking a very covert shot at him.
I'm a Catholic. I will say that either means you cheated on your spouse with a man or a woman.
With a man or a woman, right? I don't know if there's rumors about Paxton. I've never heard those, but look at his face. Look at his face. Like without making it about his sexuality, right? She has psychologically neutered his debate skills.
Or you went ahead and abused your spouse. I will say that is, when you're talking about judgment, a woman who knows that, has known that man for 40 years, that is judgment.
Well, Scott, can I also ask you, I mean, where does the Republican Party in Texas go from here? Because John Cornyn, I mean, in his interview that he did with Mani Raju earlier today, made pretty clear that he's not going to be coming out and endorsing Ken Paxton in this race. I mean,
he said he's going to support the ticket.
Wait, who's not supporting him?
Mani Raju earlier today.
That is judgment.
Well, Scott, can I also ask you, I mean, where does the Republican Party in Texas go from here? Because John Cornyn, I mean, in his interview that he did with Mani Raju earlier today, made pretty clear that he's not going to be coming out and endorsing the Republican Party in Texas go from here. Because John Cornyn,
okay.
I mean, in his interview.
Oh, his opponent. Okay.
made pretty clear that he's not going to be coming out and endorsing Ken Paxton in this race. I mean,
well, he said he's going to support the ticket.
There is a question, well, voting for the ticket and endorsing it's another thing, but there is a question of how—
A Nazi who had his power level? Yeah, I've never heard of that. Look, chat, that Doobie's actually involved in today's bonus poll. Let me just really quickly apply. And we need to get out. We need to pivot. We need to get to the topic. I thank you for look, I didn't want to. There's a lot of good stuff on Direful's playlist. I wanted to watch as much as I could. Of course, I can't stop from talking, but yeah, right here, chat. This Connor Point's Destiny thing involves Doobie. Involves the guy that runs the Discord that is half Nazi. He now claims to be, I don't know, what does anybody know? Is Doobie claiming to be like a progressive now? I don't even know what the fuck his current shit is, but yeah, he's an antagonist to Destiny these days. So that Doobie would be involved in this. And also I want to show you the things that I've got check marks next to are either the main topic like this one that we're about to get to, or topics that I'm going to put on. Oh, excuse me, I am so sorry. It's talking and eating is my kryptonite, chat. Because I swallowed a small piece of Rambutan. I think it's gonna be okay. It's probably gonna come up. I don't know. Maybe I can go and cough into the toilet to try to get it out of my. The poll needs to be. Yeah, we're gonna put the poll up in just a second. But since nobody had a strong opinion, I'm just gonna put stuff on the poll. You're gonna see that in just a second. Let's go back here though and finish out this segment. Oh my god. Oh. Where are we going? We're going to here. Okay.
How much money MAGA is going to have to spend in this race, is there not?
Yeah, I don't disagree. It's going to be an expensive race. I think money will be spent by both sides. And Tallarico being popular among donors in California and New York and Massachusetts is never going to wash off the weirdness of the gender thing, of the meat thing, of the God is non-binary, of the Bible.
You would think that shit's weird, but you follow a fucking man that puts orange makeup on his face. I'm sorry, but there's never been a trans person with a weirder presentation than Donald Trump. He's barely human. What the fuck are you talking about, Scott Jennings? You're talking about and let's say that Trump, yeah, he's very old. Let's say that he dies. And here comes JD Vance. He's even weirder. The guy's a walking meme. The guy fucks couches. And it doesn't even matter if it's true or not, because it's like spiritually true. Chat, fuck directionally true. It's a spiritual truth, right? It's a spiritual, oh my God, what do you call it in religion, like a spiritual precept that I hold, that JD Vance is fucking couches. You don't talk to me about weird, you fucking closet case. Fuck you. Anyway, chat, we've been on for almost 3 hours here. We got to get going. I'm just trying to put up the poll for you.
Wherever you are on the issues.
Behind the scenes.
Who talks like that? No Texan that you know actually speaks these things out loud.
Oh, wait, what's going on? What's going on? Wait, that's not good. What's going on? Okay, this.
Texan speaks this way. Paxton, he'll speak like a normal person. He'll have positions that
he'll speak like a fucking criminal, because that's what he is. That's what he is. And if he was in any other party, he'd be in jail right now. Right? He's only out of, like, this guy, the hammer would have come down on him, except there's no fucking accountability in the Republican Party. But despite that, chat, Texans hate this guy. They hate Ken Paxton. I don't see the poll. I'm getting it. Wow. I could have said that better. I am inserting the poll. No, I could have said that better. I am adorning the poll with its topics. Yes, there we go. Right.
Affordability to
he'll have center.
If he's talking about
think about it as a ring around the poll, or a ring of content. No, chat, that doesn't work either.
Affordability to Paul's point, is that something that could be more effective?
But it's coming your way.
When he talks
it's coming your way.
Taxes, rolling back regulations, and creating jobs, and making energy prices low. That's what.
That's all bullshit. That's shit that for the fucking wealthy, right? Texans want to know what you're going to do for them, because like everybody else, they are fucking pressed in this election. That's why Trump has he's underwater. Trump is more unpopular than he is popular in the fucking state of Texas, chat. How things change, how the worm turns. Jillian Michaels Trolled by Matan, Majority Report, Mom Donnie, me coughing up a piece of Rambutan, Destiny's Orbit implodes. That's going to be the story with Doobie sort of lurking in the shadows of that one, not exactly in it. It's more about Destiny and Connor points. And he would like it to be Destiny and Contra points, but no, he had Connor points. He never had Contra points, despite the fact that DGG calls her their queen. Chat, do you think that's ever going to happen? Do you think we're ever going to get like a Contra points DGG crossover? There's your poll, chat. There's your poll.
Talk about a millionaire. He makes $150,000
Yeah, thrusting the poll in your general direction.
a year as Attorney General. When he became a state official, his net worth, according to his own disclosures, was $175,000. Okay, now he's a multimillionaire. Wall Street Journal says he has 11 homes.
Look, I'm going to strap this poll on. No, God damn it.
That's more than genders. He's got 11 damn homes. How did he get so rich?
You know,
Paul Begala probably sucks. Sorry, I don't know that much about him, but from what I remember, he sucks. But I am glad to see this kind of smoke coming out of a milquetoast Democrat like him. It's encouraging. I want to see more of this. I want to see more of this from the Democratic Party.
Ken is what Senator Cornyn calls him.
To the question of the Republican.
Is MR fighting Mamdani? No, Mamdani's on MR. I think they're just interviewing him.
In Texas tonight, the NRSC, the Senate committee, just put out a statement tonight that does not name Paxton or John Cornyn in this. It was before the race had been projected, but it just says a state that the president won by nearly 14 points is not going to elect James Tallarico, talking about his positions. But, I mean, they didn't mention either of the Republican candidates in this race.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's right. The establishment Republican Party, NRSC, has not backed Paxton. And it'll be interesting to see whether they are comfortable running ads, what they're doing. They were going around.
I mean, I think they'll back him. They'll back him. He's corrupt as fuck, though. He's very, very corrupt. Hopefully it'll make, as many like non-binary God ads as there are for Paxton. There's going to be like twice as many ads talking about Paxton's corruption. So let's hope for that. Anyway, chat, with that, I think we are in a good place to, and all except for my ability to breathe. Oh, I am so sorry. God damn. We are ready for the next episode here. And the next episode, well, it's going to be stuff from the whiteboard, right? It's going to be this main topic, FD Signifier versus Bad Empanada. Thanks for sticking around, despite the fact that I did a very long gauntlet of news. I think we are caught up, so that's a good thing. We got 2 hours left, chat. If that doesn't sound like enough time for an NCC reaction, you may be correct there, right? You may be correct. And that... I do need more time. You can make the time increase. You can make the time go up. You can make the time rise, just like a pull. Oh my God, chat. You can make the time go up by anytime you do a super chat, a super sticker. If you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on throne.com/nocommentchick or patreon.com/nocommentchick, or even over on Twitch. .tv/nocommentchick.cc, right? Any of those things, it makes this number go up, and it gives you the ability to have a little bit more say in the poll. Wait, I'm so confused. Okay, I gotta get rid of that, and then open this. If you breathe it in that chili spice, I'm actually not eating the chili. I don't know if people eat rambutan with chili spice. I don't. I just like the taste of rambutan. But what happened? Oh my God! What happened is there's a little tiny piece. Also, if you follow, chat, is the coughing very loud? I can't tell. Like, I'm trying to turn away when I cough, so hopefully you won't hear my coughing. But if you are, let me know, and I can. But anyway, chat. We've got right now a bonus poll. The items that you see checked here, that is Hasan subpoena over here, right? That's Hasan in jail. Below that, we got fertility rates rising. Why are they rising? Because Hasan met with Ashley St. Clair and they had a baby. It was Elon, apparently. No, that's just in the picture, right? But Elon's mad at Ashley St. Clair for doing content with Hasan, Elon Miles Chong, and a whole bunch of people. They're memeing that they're in a relationship now. This is somebody that Elon was married with and had babies with, right? So the joke is fertility rate up. This is what these maniacs are obsessed with, like Elon Musk. Mainly white fertility is what he's talking about, like white Christian fertility. But yeah, there we go. Ashley Sinclair and Hasan, and people are making jokes, including Ian Miles Chong, who was unfollowed by Elon Musk for making such a joke. So that's on the table, as well as, oh yeah, I'm combining those. So Subpoena and Ashley St. Clair and Hasan Piker practicing fertility rituals is one topic, right? Also a topic is Jillian Michaels gets trolled. I can feel it trying to come up. We got the mucociliary elevator. Little Cilia trying to push that Rambutan back up my my respiratory tract so I can cough it all out. But yeah, we're gonna get into Lord Empanada Sama in a second, right? What do you call it? We got to come up with anime names for FD and for Bad Empanada. But yeah, we got Jillian Michaels Trolled by Matan. That sounds funny as fuck, chat. This is gonna be a crazy topic to get through, and I'm like limited on time to get through it. So and then we've got Mamdani on the Majority Report, Mr. Mamdani instead of MR Fun. It's MR Mamdani, I guess. We could watch that, and then we have Destiny losing orbiters, right? That is so those are all items on your poll. Let me check real quick, see what you're voting for, see what your voting habits look like right now. Jillian Michaels Trolled by Matan is on top. Oh my gosh, another sex joke is on top. I'm gonna refrain from making that anyway. Second place, Hasan, Subpoena, and Ashley Sinclair, and tied for third we got Majority Report, Mamdani, and Destiny's Orbit Implodes. Right, Destiny's losing people, the people that defended him. Do you know who he's got now, chat? He's got someone who's talked about pedophilic interests on stream. Somebody who is known for outing herself as somebody that has some kind of attraction or uses, it's food shops, chat. So somebody that talks about wanting to snuggle up with a 12-year-old. Like, there's all you can watch the clips, chat. There's like a ton of just really off shit that food shops is just like straight up come out about, and now food shops wants to pretend like it never happened. Destiny wants to pretend like it's never happening. Destiny says, like all the anyway. Grimes asking Hasan why his muscles are so big. Elon, this is what's happening. This is what's going on. So anyway, your chance to get this extra content is completely it is completely going to require that you like we're going to need some more time to get to any of this stuff, right? However, that being said, keep voting on the stuff. The poll is on YouTube. You'll have to come over to youtube.com/nocommentchick. You'll have to click on my channel. You'll have to click on the poll, and then you'll be able to vote. And hey, while you're there, make sure to like the stream as well, because that helps me out a lot, and I appreciate it greatly. And if you donate, whether it be a super chat, super sticker, whether you get yourself a membership on YouTube or gift memberships to others, whether you support me on throne.com/nocommentchick or patreon.com/nocommentchick or on twitch.com/nocommentchick, which you can do for free with a Twitch Prime sub. Ask somebody in chat how that works, and they'll probably explain it to you. Any of those things will cause the time to increase, to rise, right? To get bigger, and it will give me more time to cover FD versus Bad Empanada, which I'm going to cover in depth, because this didn't start off with the chance encounter on Noah's stream, right? This started off with a FD Signifier, very ill-fated, I think, panel that he chose to do. I do think the panel maybe was a mistake, and I'm going to show you why. However, I do feel like Bad Empanada did end up mischaracterizing the nature of FD's conversations. It actually conflated some of his viewpoints on Palestine with things that his debate opponents were saying, maybe because he did not go hard on them, did not go hard enough on them, right? Usha had to have dresses made that matched the upholstery to get another child out of JD. That's what she had to do. She hid inside the couch. Yeah, this is Nadia Yvette. I think that's true. I'm going to tell my kids that's true at least. But sorry, these are our options. I want you to vote on them. And however you chose to support the stream, or if you have already, let me know let me just make this really clear. When you support the stream in any of those ways that I mentioned, you could let me know in chat, like, I want to see Jillian, I want to see Majority Report, I want to see Hasan and Ashley Sinclair. Oh my god, St. Clair, whatever her name is, right? Oh my god. I can't do it. I can't fucking do it, chat. This is like, my weakness is inhaling Rambutan, apparently. But yeah, if you want to help me out and give me more time, you could support the stream. It'll make the stream last longer. It'll let us cover more stuff and me go in more depth and hopefully get to some of this bonus content, because we got a lot of it. I spent some time today on giving you like a visual demonstration of the topics at hand, the topics that we could cover. And then when nobody jumped in to say, hey, I want to see the DNC autopsy, or I want to see Kat Abba Ghazaleh getting the charges dropped, or whatever other topics are up here, the Hunter Biden and Candace, nobody came up to, be like, I want to see this, I want to see that. So I just chose for you. Maybe next time, if when I put this up, it's a good time for you to be like a cheer for your favorite content, right? And if I see a lot of people get behind one topic or another, I will clear my throat again to try to finally get this Rambutan to... It's gonna like come out of my nose, chat. It's gonna come out of my nose. That is true. That is true. FD is on Nebula, and there are bad people on Nebula. That's true. But I hope that's not the basis for a complete thought, right? Because that's kind of half-formed, Ari. And I think you can admit that, right? That's like I found a...
was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
I turned over a rock and I found a worm there. And so, I think, I'm pretty sure that this, like, dung beetle is also a worm, because worms, I've learned, are under rocks, and this, all of this stuff under the rock must also be a worm, right? It's anyway, wow, I'm comparing Nebula to the fucking worms. That's crazy, chat. No, we're not, getting in here, but we're going to take the whole thing in. I do think that FD, I'm not going to agree with FD on everything. All right. You should know that. You should know that. I'm not going to agree with FD on everything. I'm also not going to let Bad Empanada get away with fucking bullshit, right? I have defended Bad Empanada from charges of anti-Semitism. That's what's so frustrating about Bad Empanada's side of the debate, right? There was a Zionist, a very real Zionist, an actual fucking Zionist, and granted, that she's a right-wing Zionist. There's also liberal Zionists who accused Bad Empanada of like, I think her and Vosh accused Bad Empanada of like, it's sort of like he likes the Holocaust, sort of like he wants the Holocaust, like, right, being pro-Holocaust, right? Basically called the guy a Nazi and anti-Semitic, and it was over bullshit. There was nothing there. There was nothing there, right? And so that's why it's frustrating that he is allowing his shit to slip into a narrative that yeah, I think stops concentrating on Zionism and is concentrating on Judaism for whatever misbegotten reason. There's also terminology that he's using that is straight out of a Nazi's asshole. So yeah, Bad Empanada, wonderful to know that the guy is like put a straw in the Nazi's asshole and he's just drinking the delicious Zog juice out of there, right? I've defended this guy, so I'm frustrated at Bad Empanada. I'm a little bit frustrated at FD too, and even maybe Noah. I don't know. Noah's doing a fundraiser. It feels bad to kick a guy while Ethan Klein's law team is also kicking him in. But look, I'm just going to give my take. You can take it or leave it. None of you are going to be totally happy with it, right? Because there's going to be criticism for both sides of it. But I'm going to try to make it more clear than it was in the beginning. But I know people are coming at this debate with a lot of different assumptions. I would beg you to leave those assumptions to the side and allow me to cook. allow me to cook just a little bit, and hopefully not, you know, like have Rambutan slide out of my nose. All right, what should we start with here? Oh my God, Chad, I'm gonna have to like go into. Ooh. Okay, so there's the Mamdani clip. Oh yeah, Bucky's. There's a Bucky story, chat, that we're not gonna get to today. That kind of sucks. I'm looking for anything else. Oh wait, is it right here? Yeah, this is the original. So this is the original stream. We'll see if it's still up. I know that Noah has put up a standalone version of the debate, and I think maybe Bad Empanada. Nope, Getting Sued Saturday is the title. We're looking for a URL, not a title. But I've got more than this to show you, because again, it's some of you, especially you Bad Empanada fans out there, you probably know that this did not start with the Noah Samson. What? Oh no. What the fuck happened? Oh, I did the wrong thing. Wait, what? How do these fucking links work? I'm sorry, I'm trying to copy the link from the right place. I somehow managed to copy. There we go. Okay, this might work.
All right, there you go. There you go. Sweet.
Okay, so look, this is the very beginning of the Noah Samson FD Signifier conversation. I'm going to start right here. I'm also going to maybe open up, I've got a playlist. And hopefully that playlist has the other video that I really want to dig into and wait, that's watch history. Let's start a playlist. There we go. There's Jillian Michaels, and that's what's winning right now. This is Matan, and Jillian Michaels, I guess, is going to be sitting in the other desk. All right, we got the. Oh my God! Please tell me I didn't like. Did I really not? I'm looking for FD Signifier deculturation. The biggest thing I want you to do is to stop witch hunting for Zionists amongst people that aren't Zionist, right? FD is not a political streamer. He is not, there's a clip around of him talking to Noah Samson, you know, very humbly stating that he's not, you know, and he doesn't know about as much about Noah Samson, about the, you know, the day-to-day situation in Palestine, and people have taken that to like, oh, he doesn't care about Palestine at all. That's not what he said. That's not what he said, right? We will lose, all right? The Coalition for Palestinian Liberation will lose if we turn on each other, chat. That's how the French Revolution became Napoleon. Like, I'm sorry, I'm truncating, or I'm summarizing the fuck out of history here, right? But this is a classic thing that the left gets into, and it's never good. FD Signifier deculturation. What else is the I had this shit. Oh my God, there's the deculturation side of the debate. Yeah, there we go. I mix what I like. So I'm gonna bring this out too. I just gotta
mix what I like.
Okay. Who's FD? FD Signifier is a video essayist who has a political perspective, a leftist political perspective, and makes videos about pop culture and you know, sometimes works in politics, right? Because everything's kind of political. But here we go. What are we doing? We're trying to get back to here, getting sued Saturdays. All right, so I'm gonna leave you. Oh my God, let's switch into the right gear here. There we are, gear 5th, and I've got to go like blow my nose for like 5 minutes to get rid of this fucking cursed little giblet of fruit that worked its way into my respiratory system. Chat. That's rough. That's rough. If you want to give me more time, you know how to do it. I'm going to start you off watching the beginning of the FD video, and then we're gonna switch to the video that started this all, and try to I think, what is that? Okay, no, as long as it's not a mosquito. I'm sorry, chat. I had like something on my skin that I thought was a bug. But it turns out to be a small piece of fabric. FD Signifier is the streamer. Bad Empanada is also a streamer. FD Signifier is a streamer, mostly a video essayist. But yeah, it also does live stream. It's getting into more live stream. Last week, fucked around and got a triple double. Oh, that's lyrics, bars. Anyway, I'm gonna put this on. I'm gonna try to take care of my business, and then I'll be back as quickly as I can, and we'll go from there. That is wrong. That is incorrect. There we go. Let's try hitting the button. That would help.
Cool.
I think YouTube might have just went live.
Cool. So I completely forgot that I was supposed to do a tier list.
Oh no worries.
Shit. I started looking up propaganda movies. I mean, sometimes it's fun to make it with the audience anyway. So let's see. Maybe I'll just start one.
Yeah, I'm completely inexperienced in the art of the tier list, but I know that's the go-to strategy for the.
It is.
Stuff.
I love a tier list. And let's see. How come I can't change the name? Create a single-use tier list. Choose 5 locations. Let's see. RoboCop.
There also may be a certain amount that I haven't seen.
Oh, there's a bunch I haven't seen either, which is fine because that gives
the vibes.
It just gives excuse to talk about movies and shit.
Yeah.
What any come to mind for you though?
I put Heat down in there because it's kind of a propaganda.
Yeah, Heat is probably be high on the list. It's not as bad as the usual stuff. What's the movie that just came out with what's the dude that plays Thor?
Oh, Chris Hemsworth.
Is
that a cop movie?
He just had a cop. It was kind of like trying to be Heat too, but it just not as good. It was cool. It did some interesting Crime 101. That's what it was. It tried to do some interesting propaganda stuff. So I halfway thought about talking about it in the video. Let's see. Also, we got to do Black and Blue because that shit is awful. So I'm just down.
What's that one where there's somebody's like an alien randomly and he's a cop, or he's like blue?
Alien? There's an alien cop.
I don't know
movie?
if he's alien, but he's blue.
Oh, you're talking about with Will Smith.
Yeah.
He wasn't an alien. He was an orc. Bright, which I love.
You like that movie?
Yeah, but it's awful.
It's like
I love trash.
What's the redeeming quality?
It's the best type of cringe.
Yeah.
Is basically what I'll say. Like I love cringe a lot. And so like, but only type of good cringe to me is when it's like somebody was sincerely trying something that was destined to fail, but they gave their heart to it. And so like there's just so much sincerity. I think just in a world right now that is just irony poisoned and everybody's too aloof and too cool to care. to make something bad with everything in your heart. For me, that's just, I just love that. I love that. I need as much of it in the world as possible. So
It definitely beats
Bright
the
is
trend of like forced irony quips just pumped into every movie now. I don't know if you saw what was that movie? Project Hail Mary. It's pretty.
No, I didn't. Was that a bunch of irony, like I'm a man talking to a rock on the alien ship? Like, did they do that joke?
Sort of. It was like the first half is like, I'm a quirky science professor, Ryan Gosling. I'm quirky and weird, but I'm also really sexy and gonna do one-liners and I don't know, gonna act awkward. And there were so many just long, drawn-out scenes where it's clearly like they're like, okay, you're supposed to be doing science experiments here, so go just act silly and break stuff and pretend you're like, just do improv. And it got very grating after a certain amount of time, but it did feel like that kind of classic forced irony.
Yeah, that kind of focus tested 4-quadrant. I come from an era. Well, but let's before are we live yet? I don't know.
We are. I think we are live. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I should know that.
I didn't want to go into diatribes and stuff before. I wanted to save the goods for the audience. Shout out to whoever's already here. But yeah, like I hate the like focus testing 4-quadrant. Do we have insert amount of things here to reach every audience, but nothing meaningful? Type movies like that, where it's just like it's made for everyone, so it's actually made for nobody. And that's so I'm also putting the Avengers here. As much as I like the Avengers, like Marvel kind of like, I won't say they created that because that has always existed, but they refined it to such a formula that it's become impossible to escape. All right,
And they science experiment to get the record for the box office.
Right.
Tune
The
all
algorithm.
the variables.
Chat, we are looking for propaganda movies to make a propaganda tier list. So let's throw some of those in the chat. Is the chat not working on my end? Because it's not moving. Oh, there we go. And the first comment I see is about who.
Yeah, I mean, when you popped in the chat the other day or yesterday, that's pretty much all I saw for quite a while.
Yeah, it is what it is. It is what it is. I guess we'll address it at some point, probably, maybe before we really get into things. The thing is, we'll address it in chat. If you could just repeat the thing as each new person comes in and asks the same questions. That way, Beverly Hills Cop is another one. But first, let's get the tier list. Let me just get things started. So we need cop movies. So far, can I share my screen with you? How do I do that?
Yeah, you should be able to. I can. Oh, this is actually perfect because I can put both of us out.
Actually, I just did something. Is that what it looks like on the screen live right now? Okay, cool. All right, so and let me actually put this over here so I can actually see everything. Otherwise, we're going to get really discombobulated. Hold on for 1 second. All right, so we're going to so this is what we got so far, chat. Of course, half the movies I picked are black cop movies because that's what I just finished talking about a ton of. So we're looking for propaganda films. So far I have Bad Boys, Crime 101, Heat, Avengers, Beverly Hills Cop, RoboCop, and Bright. So Alien Nation, Hot Fuzz, those are two good ones. Is Alien Nation a movie? I mean, I don't know if any. I know I haven't seen that, and I know that's from my childhood. So like, I'll put it up there, but somebody in the chat is gonna have to hold down Alien Nation's breakdown because I do not remember anything about that. Because I remember that was what I was thinking about at first, because that was like what if an alien came to Earth and became a cop or something like that? Which is just quintessential 80s and 90s. Like, again, horrible ideas, cringe content. I'm all for that. Let me go back to the chat. What else we
Is
got,
Men
chat?
in Black propaganda?
So Men in Black is like is like maybe one of the earliest forms of what I call neo-propaganda, where they get to be cops, but because they're not policing humans, aka black people, you're the same things don't, the same like synapses don't activate in your head to like be critical of what it actually is. So let's say, let me get back to the screen I want to be on. Spy Kids. Y'all, so listen, y'all gonna have to let me know Spy Kids, because I have never seen a single one of these. I was not a kid when Spy Kids happened. R.I.P.D. What are these movies? Definitely Demolition Man. Now we're back to my era. And it's actually interesting because Zootopia, because Demolition Man, because there was like a clear, I feel like there's been 3 distinct propaganda eras. Blade Runner. Is Blade Runner? I don't know. I mean, you know, we'll talk it out. I feel like that's one you've seen, right, Noah? Blade Runner?
Yeah.
At least the new one. The new one or the old one. We'll just say the series. Okay, good. Definitely Dread.
I just watched Breaking Bad. It's kind of propaganda, but it's also a show.
Well, we'll put it on there. We'll put it on there. You know, we'll have a couple of shows, which means, of course, we have to have The Wire and all of the Law and Order, which is like quintessential propaganda.
I just watched the Hurt Locker. I don't know if you remember.
I've never seen that one. That's like Catherine Bigelow?
It's
All right.
It's a war movie. It's
Oh, what are they doing? A propaganda tier list? Okay, so this isn't the part that's interesting to us. Hopefully I have timestamps for this. Well, I did. I don't remember Okay, that's the Zorhan video. We got lots of timestamps. Sorry, I'm just like looking for this. Please, audio video is crazy low. Good. Not good. Sorry. Good that you told me. That's what I mean. All right, so there's different ways we could go about this. I think I might have some timestamps somewhere here. Show transcript, though. That's what I'm going to go with, right? Because I know what you all are interested in here, right? You're not interested in a propaganda, tier list. You're not, and apologies for that, chat. Apologies for leaving you with low volume. I just had to take care of the piece of fruit that I had aspirated. But thank you for staying. Here we go. Bad. Wait a minute. Okay, here we go. Okay, so the first mention of Bad Empanada is right here. So I'm going to show you how this happened, right? Because again, just to start us off, and yeah, I'm back, chat. We're ready to party. We got 1 minute and 30 1 minute, I can't talk. 1 hour and 30 minutes to make this happen. And of course, more if you choose to throw some money at me, right? The time will expand and hopefully not contract. Thank you for not dying on. Yeah, I'm trying not to. Yeah, apologies too. It sucks when I like leave and I've got something really wrong with the audio. Thanks for notice. Well, I think Rave, Rave, it was the one I saw that was saying it, but I'm sure a lot of you were noticing it as well. But yeah, thanks for letting me know. God. Yeah, I think I'm better. So anyway, Noah is having a fundraiser because he got sued by Ethan Klein. He made a video called "The Content Creators That Are Backing a Genocide," right? Very kind of vague term. What is backing a genocide? Could mean a lot of things, in other words, right? It's an expansive term, backing a genocide, right? And Ethan Klein sued him because he said, "No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm not backing a genocide. I never said I was backing a genocide." Now, that's not how slander and defamation works, at least not in the United States, right? You gotta prove that the person said something that was untrue, that when they were saying backed a genocide, that their definition matches, like, right, there's a very narrow line, in other words, that you gotta walk, right? If somebody called, there's the standard is very high, right? You gotta prove that it's not true. You've got to prove that the person knew it wasn't true, and then there's like a malice clause as well. You got to prove that they did it, out of malice. You need a field plea to Thailand before the AFD takes over. Yeah, it's getting scary over there. There's a super high standard of proof. So in terms of actually winning a case, on an equal footing, right? One side with infinite lawyer funds, the other side with infinite lawyer funds, right? As far as winning that case on equal terms, it's very difficult to do. But because Noah does not have the kind of income, does not have that sort of lawyer, I won't say lawyerly income. Well, yeah, I guess, that PMC and above income, like, there's not a way for, him to really fight it normally, right? Except now Noah is, because everybody saw this happen. Noah's going to stream, trying to do a fundraiser, trying to grind, I think, like $200,000 to be able to, hire himself legal representation and to be able to fight this thing off. So that's what this is about. You wouldn't think that drama would happen at a place like this. I mean, I guess people like drama. People are interested in drama. It could get your numbers up. But as far as like getting, people in here that are serious about, funding your case, I don't think drama is what the doctor ordered. However, right, they're talking to chat, and I'm about to show you a beef that started between FD Signifier and Bad Empanada, a beef that I've looked at a little bit, and yeah, I feel like there was, some, I can't remember exactly what, but I feel like like I'm not gonna like agree with FD on everything here, but it's and I think, well, you're gonna see in a second why I think it was like of all of the streams to go on, right? Not the best. That being said, I think that a lot of the stuff that's getting said about FD is getting exaggerated, and he gives an example that we're going to see in a second. It is a clip. It is a clip of the deculturation debate. I guess that's what everybody's calling it. It is with yeah, oh my god, Dr. Jared Ball and Little Bill debating. I think the other side is FD and deculturation, right? So Bad Empanada took took a clip from this, turned it into a short. The short apparently did numbers, right? Maybe not FD numbers, but very good numbers for Bad Empanada. And FD's pretty pissed about it because he feels like it's taken out of context and it's mischaracterizing what he had to say in this debate. But yeah, let's see. This is the first mention of Bad Empanada. I will try to look and see if I can find those timestamps.
I have become the newest large creator for Bad Empanada to take out of context shots at. I made the mistake of publicly learning about a thing.
So I'm told from people that have watched this whole thing that, oh my God, it's not showing me anything but Bad Empanada. Like, what? Maybe just like go a few seconds earlier, right? Because I'm told that this all started from FD responding to comments, right? He is in a controversy with Bad Empanada. They're, part of Noah's audience really likes Bad Empanada. I think part of it, like his audience likes FD, and I think there were maybe some there was maybe a lot of Bad Empanada fans in the stream from the get-go, right? I guess just because this is an opportunity to say things to FD Signifier and have him respond, and he is a controversial figure in the Bad Empanada community, as you're about to see.
And hopefully leave it at here because I don't really plan on engaging around this any further for reasons I think I've made clear elsewhere, but it is what it is. I have become the newest large creator for Bad Empanada to
Wait, what?
take out of context what it is. Really,
I'm just trying to figure out what when he sees, like, he reads a chat,
all
right?
We got something.
We got something. Okay.
Okay. So before we get started, because I would rather not derail any longer with the random Empanada likes.
Oh, here we go.
Chat.
We got the
Let me address
timestamps.
the elephant in the room, and hopefully
And again, everybody thank Direful for the timestamps and the playlist today.
leave it at here because I don't really plan on engaging around this any further.
Oh wait, it actually wait. It starts before this. What the fuck? I'm sorry. Thank you. I'm glad I got those timestamps. Here we go.
Right.
So yeah, I guess they had been playing around with the propaganda playlist or the propaganda tier list and stretch.
All right, we got something.
Oh wait, that's what? I keep on thinking. Okay, wait, does he say Bad Empanada-ites? That's what I'm concerned, or random begins to address the random Bad Empanada. I don't know. At some point he says random Empanada-ites are in the chat. Anyway,
Okay. So before we get started, because I would rather not derail any longer with the random
oh, here we go.
Empanada likes.
Oh,
in
okay.
the chat.
There we go.
Let me address the elephant in the room, and hopefully leave it at here because I don't really plan on engaging around this any further for reasons I think I've made clear elsewhere, but
narrator's voice. He would not leave it here. Like, it would not get left here.
It is what it is. I have become the newest large creator for Bad Empanada to take out of context shots at. I made the mistake of publicly learning about a thing that I didn't know about, and people that like to make content and drama content took advantage of that. By people, I mean Bad Empanada. And so he's made like 5 videos with my face on it in the last month, and they get increasingly more detached from reality.
Looks like you really said Empanada likes or Empanada lights or something, but yeah, we get the point. The children of Jeff. Let's just can we just call them Jeff's kids? Can we all resolve chat? Do we all know that reference? Why I'm saying Jeff?
it kind of is what it is. But to clarify, actually, a perfect example. Can we just switch pages real quick? Let me see. How do you go? How do I? Because I saw this. This is the first thing I saw, and I was like, "Oh, we're just doing this now." So hold up.
Beta Empanada likes. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, we get the. I'm not sure where he's going for, but we get the point. We know what he's saying.
So I knew something was wrong when people were popping up on my channel, like random things. And how do I? It won't play sound, or it is not going to play sound when I'm not on the right page.
It looks like it should share sound. If you switch the, well.
It's a lot of sounds. Yeah, it's a very veritable sound smorgasbord.
All right, so
hold on one sec. Let me get it on the screen.
Sorry, chat. I'm like,
just so it can be clipped.
Every little itch in my nose, I'm like, is that the Rambutan? Do I have Rambutan coming out of my nose, chat?
Right. Just so it can be clipped. So I want
no point in giving BE any oxygen because he is not an honest actor. Beaver, where did your wrench go? Let me put that back. I did demod a few not active people, but you are not inactive, so I've seen you around recently. Let's get that wrench back. Because we need the mods, and also, yeah. Wait, how did add as moderator? There we go. There we go. There we go. Yeah, it's terrible because if I click the wrong one, I ban somebody. Chat, this is like my incompetence. This is my incompetence. I'm in a hurry. I'm trying to do something, and I
want y'all to look at this. It says in quotes as the title, Zionist is a dog whistle. It says it in quotes. Now, usually when you put something...
the wrench you don't want to dodge? Well, Rave, if I was, working in the Waffle House still, I would just parry that wrench coming at me. You know what I'm saying? Like Waffle House style, right? I'm American, remember?
In quotes, it either means...
I have Bucky's beaver nuggets running through my bloodstream.
That's not real, or that's exactly what was said. Like,
oh, okay. So this is so this is the clip I was talking about, right? Zionist is a dog whistle, right? Is what that video is titled in. Well, no, that's regular YouTube Shorts style, not TikTok style.
That I don't think.
Is there a bad empanada TikTok? Does anybody know?
The thing being said is that
somehow bad empanada on TikTok sounds like a funny joke.
Or if you're trying to quote somebody else, you put it in quotation marks. And the name of this video is FD Signifier calls Zionists a Nazi dog whistle, which on its face, that doesn't make sense. Like on its face, a Zionist would not call Zionism a Nazi dog whistle, right? So let's see what I actually said here in this however long clip. As they've materialized.
Wait. Actually, I don't know. That didn't make sense. Wait, did that make sense? I don't know if that makes sense. Let's roll that back. Right, a Zionist wouldn't say that Zionism is a dog whistle. Wait, is that what he said? That's not true.
Zionism a Nazi dog whistle, right? That doesn't make sense. The name of this video is FD Signifier calls Zionists a Nazi dog whistle, which on its face, that doesn't make sense. Like on its face, a Zionist would not call Zionism a Nazi dog whistle, right?
Well, they wouldn't say that, like, if somebody's like, hey, fellow, like, I don't know, like, Nazis aren't calling them, like, not Nazis have a negative. No, wait. I mean, yeah, no. Look, I don't know if it's late and he means something else, but no, a Zionist like Ethan Klein absolutely does call Zionism a dog whistle. Twitch calls it a dog whistle. If I were to call someone a Zionist and then use a negative, word, right? To describe them, right? That's the the theory is that anti-Semites are just switching from a dog whistle or a known dog whistle to calling them Zionist and trying to hide behind the patina of the pro-Palestinian movement, right? And the movement is not recognizing them. They are moving amongst us, chat, and we are not calling them out. And look, that is sometimes true. That is sometimes true, but so I mean, it's possible that somebody could do that, but I'm gonna try to make a case that Zionists, or sorry, that far right people, people that are motivated by anti-Semitism, that are trying to kind of infiltrate the pro-Palestinian movement, they're not gonna leave it alone, right? Because we, pro-Palestinian advocates already have a negative association of Zionism, or against Zionism, right? Mostly, for the most part, see it as a unrehabilitatable negative form of settler colonialism, right? But I'm gonna say that if a Groyper is in our midst, they're gonna say more than Zionist, right? They're gonna say something like Zog. You know why they're gonna say something like Zog, chat? Because a percentage of you are gonna be like, well, when I think about it, that's descriptively right. Our government is occupied by Zionists, right? Joe Biden is a Zionist, and the powerful lobbying organizations are pushing Zionism. The majority of the American government is pushing Zionism, right? And that is fucking naive, because if I even just look at Wikipedia, right? If I even just go to the Wikipedia, I know, chat, Wikipedia, Wikipedia, Zionist. Oh my God, this is gonna like ruin my search. Occupation government, is that what it is? Okay. All right, so now look, Wikipedia is not the be all end all, but this is gonna tell you where the origin of this phrase is. And chat, it's not from us on the left, all right? The people that came up with this are not just selling a, there's two, they're like, Joe Biden is a Zionist, Donald Trump is a Zionist, right? The political parties are funded by pro-Zionist organizations. It's not going to be that. It's going to be some idea that essentially Jewish people control the world, right? The United States is a very powerful country, right? So, coined in 1976 article by the neo-Nazi activist Eric Thompson. And put a pin in this too, because we're gonna get this is gonna come up. This is gonna come up, right? And it's something that I would think that people would be immune to, but they're not. And too many people are just doing like a conventional wisdom check. Oh well, yeah, they're Zionist and they're occupying, the government. Like, why not say Zog? This thing that we just found here seems to be I don't know what is it's like finding a. You're finding something that was planted there for you to pick up, and it's there to make it easier for Nazis to move amongst us, right? Because this is their word. The concept was further developed and spread in the 1970s by American white supremacists, particularly Christian identity adherents, highly publicized criminal actions of the neo-Nazi group, The Order, far right, like a organized crime group. I believe from the 80s, who used the term, resulted in the rise of popularity among white supremacists. The expression is used amongst various white supremacist far-right groups and individuals in the US and Europe, particularly in Scandinavia. so yeah, no, I know people are gonna say like Wikipedia, right? And granted, yeah, there are, you know, there are articles that get camped, right? And you know, something that is controversial gets the controversy section removed from it. You know, something that is non-controversial gets a conspiracy theory inserted into its controversy section, right? This does happen on Wikipedia, but I'm just talking about the basic facts, where it came from, where it started, where it originated. It is not a pro-Palestinian thing. It is a anti-Semitic thing from fucking Nazis. So that's what I mean. I don't think you know, an anti-Semite like FD is trying to say here is gonna, like, I think he's confused or something. I honestly can't explain what he is trying to say here, right? I don't know. It's not making sense. Because yeah, Zionist will say that Zionism is a dog whistle, and I think you know, for the most part it's not, because if like we're getting infiltrated by the Jackson Hinkeldinks and the fucking Infrared Haases of the world, well, I don't even know if they use it, right? They might even be, you know, the ACP. I haven't checked on if ACP says shit like that. But if you know, somebody that is motivated by anti-Semitism rather than Palestinian liberation, you know, they're not in there for nothing. They want to change the nature of the movement. They want to hijack the movement. They want to confuse the immune system of the movement, which one of our prime directives, chat, is get the fucking Nazis out. Any kind of protest movement that you're in, right? Get the Nazis out. You cannot fucking have, you know, Nazis among you, right? That's very basic leftism.
Right. So let's see what I actually said here in this however long clip. As they've materialized for content and for clout, that has been alarming, and it's been something I personally stayed away from, in part because as Bill saw, like, there's so many people waiting in the weeds to, like, you know, label you a Zionist and a Jewish supremacist and a insert Nazi dog whistle here.
So I really want to hear more about what he was talking about there, because it does, like, I don't know, it perks my ears, right? I'm not check the sources. Well, look, the origin of the term is not, you know, a matter of controversy. Let me just give you the spoiler there, right? We know where the term came from. We know when it was. And if we start getting like all, you know, oh, but maybe they want us to think that it came from 1976 and it was Larry the leftist that came up with the term, but they've suppressed it all. Like, what, you know, you see where that leads. And that's what I'm going to argue with you here. Bad Empanada is a motherfucking Pied Piper, and he's taking you down a bad road. All right. FD, like what he said didn't make sense, right? I'm going to hold his feet to the fire too. And, you know, from what I saw from the debate, I didn't like everything that I heard from FD. But, you know, we'll get to it, chat. If we have time, we have 1 hour and 8 minutes left. Remember, the time increases every time somebody super chats, super stickers. If you get yourself a membership, if you gift memberships, if you support me on Throne or Patreon, or if you support me on Twitch, all of that will literally add time back to the clock, because that's what that clock does. That's what it's there for, chat. And hopefully we got time to cover this, because this is a deep dive, and it's really important. And I haven't seen anybody get this right yet. Like, to be fair, I haven't watched a lot of other people's content on this, but like there's been a severe lack of analysis, including in this debate, right? There's a severe lack of analysis on FD Signifier's part, and that's something that, you know, FD Signifier fans, you know, agree with, or some. I don't want to speak for all FD Signifier fans, right? But that's something that FD Signifier fans have also pointed out. So yeah, this is just understand, this was a term before this is a term that existed before, people were identifying Zionism as the problem. Even a lot of pro-Palestinian people, like from at least my, reading of the 80s and 90s, were like, they were advocating for a two-state solution, and we all know the problem with that. And that's it's really clear that is a dead end road by now. But it predates anything from the left, right?
For just being like, this sounds weird. Y'all are sounding a little weird. But that also doesn't mean that there's not a better version of the analysis that I could be operating.
Yeah. So great point. All glitched out. It's not about feelings. It's not about anybody's feelings. All right. I know where you're going there. It's Jewish feelings. I don't care. We're just gonna fucking appropriate like black liberatory language and like try to make a parallel, I guess, with white tears. That's where that comes from. That's where that's snatched from. And try to use that as not really an argument. You said you haven't heard an argument. That's not an argument. That's a deflection. That's a deflection. And I want to get past that. And I want to like look at what's real here. It's not about feelings. It's about tactics. It's about strategy. It's about the movement. It's about, like I said, the immune system of the movement that protects it from infiltration. And you know what comes after infiltration? It's subversion, right? And subversion means that we are not acting anymore on the interest, it's no longer a liberatory struggle for the Palestinian people. It has been subverted. And it is being controlled by people with very different intentions who don't give a fuck about Palestine. It is not about feelings. It is not about, anyone's feelings, okay? So I just want to put that to rest because that gets brought up as well, right?
That could be put out in the forefront, which is, I think, what I'm most hopeful to get at. That is the most rambling, nonsensical clip you could have taken. Out of context, it means absolutely nothing. But nowhere in there.
So yeah, like that might sound weird. Out of context, it means nothing. I guess technically I agree with him. Look, I'll say also out of context, optically it sounds bad, right? Right. It sounds like something I disagree with, but I'm granting what he's saying, I think here, which is that the meaning of that he intended is not discernible for the clip. That's simply what FD Signifier is saying, right? So let's go further. Actually, I don't know. We could let's let this play a little bit longer, and then I'm going to move to the Look, if you want to play team sports, there's nothing I can do to stop you. All right, I'll tell you that bad Empanada is a Pied Piper. I'll tell you that where he's taken to you is some place you probably don't want to go. But you can either listen to me now, or you can remember my words later. I'd rather you do the former rather than the latter. I'm not emotional. I'm not paranoid. I am very fucking practical here. And the blasé attitude, towards adopting literal fucking Nazi language. Look, if I was fucking Mossad, okay, chat, I would be so thrilled to see the pro-Palestinian movement pick up that term. I'd be really fucking thrilled. That'd be the first good news I got in a long time, right? That doesn't make us stronger. It makes us weaker. Having Nazis in our movement also makes us weaker, right? You've got to have solidarity for anything like this to have an effect. And even then, sometimes it doesn't, right? I would have liked the George Floyd uprisings, right? It would have been awesome if that had more of an effect, more of a lasting long-term effect, right? Despite the amount of solidarity that was there, despite the spontaneous nature of that event, a lot was left unaccomplished, all right? and the narrative was definitely, you know, subverted there. I'm sorry, I'm not talking about subversion in the sense of a movement being subverted by being infiltrated. But yeah, it's important that you know on Twitter, like, you know, who is a fucking comrade and who is, you know, who's trying to build, you know, who's trying to build fascism. It's important. It's important. Even on a place like Twitter, throw away sentiments, just, you know, liking, retweeting, commenting. You know, most comments don't even get read, right? You know, you got to be somebody with like clout to even get anybody to pay attention to on Twitter. Most people post into a fucking void, even if they're in a large thread. But yeah, even in the comments thread, it's important to get used to recognizing that.
Nowhere in there do I say the words Zionism is a Nazi dog whistle.
Okay.
I used the phrase,
Here, let me rewind it again.
but I wasn't referring to could have taken, put out in the forefront, which is, I think, what I'm most hopeful to get at. That is the most rambling, nonsensical clip you could have taken. Out of context, it means absolutely nothing.
I low-key hate Noah's stream alerts. No offense, Noah. I hope you get your money. I hope you defeat Ethan Klein, right?
But nowhere in there.
So do we see now? Because before I was kind of like, Noah, what the fuck are you doing? Why would you have a fucking drama fest on your stream, right? And I don't think he was trying to. He was trying to have FD on. But right now, this controversy is following FD, and we'll look into it, chat. And I am not like, you know, I have not got my mind made up. You know, I have seen some things that, you know, FD has said and done that I don't particularly like, right? So I'm calling out, you know, yeah, again, like everybody's gonna be pissed off at me after this, right? You know, if you're playing team sports, if you're on one side or the other, you're gonna fucking hate me. You're gonna hate me for one reason or another, and I've already resolved myself to that. But I gotta be real, I gotta be honest, and I gotta cover the important issues, especially when I feel like I'm worried they're not getting covered in the right way. I'm worried that there's stuff in here that's not getting, you know, unpacked.
Nowhere in there do I say the words Zionism is a Nazi dog whistle. I used the phrase Nazi dog whistle, but I wasn't referring to Zionism when I said that. But you know, 70,000 views, that's meaningful, that's useful. You go to this channel, and the videos with my face on it, they have a lot of views. And that's just kind of the nature of the beast. You know, as you get larger, is that you need to misapply things to people to make it, you know, to get things shaken. But, you know, to clarify, I don't think Zionism is a Nazi dog whistle. I do think Jewish supremacy is a real thing. I don't think that, you know, that you need to censor protection against anti-Semitism when you are talking about pro-Palestinian movements, so on and so forth. But, you know, it is what it is. Do we have any actual specific questions from the chat that materially need to clarify where I stand on things? Oh, I also don't support John Fetterman.
Were they saying you supported John Fetterman?
He has another video. He said, me and John Fetterman are best friends. And the video, I don't think he actually shows any real discussion of the video. It's
You mean
more so
Graham Plattner?
I'm sorry, John Fetterman. There you go. That kind of shows you
I'm sorry.
My actual opinion towards the figure.
I'm sorry. Like, okay. Did he just mix up Fetterman and well, I mean, okay, people do like kind of make that connection, but yeah, right now the way it stands, Plattner's kind of the anti Fetterman. Let's hope it stays that way.
Saying you supported John Fetterman?
He has another video. He said, me and John Fetterman are best friends. And the video.
Wait, was it Fetterman so Noah's the one that brought in Fetterman? Does anybody like pay attention here, or if anybody did, like, let me know I'm trying to figure this out. It feels like FD's
I
tired.
think he actually shows any real discussion of the video. It's
You mean
more so
Graham Plattner?
I'm sorry, John Fetterman. There you go. That kind of shows you the actual my actual.
I'm so confused. Did Bad Empanada accuse anybody know? Did Bad Empanada accuse FD of supporting John Fetterman or Graham Plattner?
In towards the figure, that I get them mixed up. But yeah. So
look, I mean, I know that there's some team players in here, on Bad Empanada, and I have a lot. I've responded positively to a lot of Bad Empanada's output. His historical videos are great. Even a lot of his drama stuff is, believe it or not, productive. Right, Bad Empanada, I owe a small debt of gratitude to, because when a Zionist content creator was lying on my name, Bad Empanada actually set the record straight in one of his videos. So again, I've had mostly, I won't say positive interact. I mean, you know how he is, right? I mean, he's exactly like in person. He's exactly like he is on stream. Like he's, standoffish and, doesn't want anybody to like him. But there's something about him that, or at least there was, or there has been, that you've got to respect. There's a certain straightforwardness to him that I think people, appreciate. And that's why, seeing this debate, it just kind of like blew my mind, because, he's, defended me before, to an audience much bigger than I could have possibly reached. And I have defended him when, like, for instance, Shark 300, I mentioned it earlier, just straight up lied about him in a really gross way, right? There's a gross lie that people tell that Bad Empanada is like a sex criminal running from Australia or something. And there's no truth to that from what I've seen. I have not seen any fucking evidence of that. There's a lot of people lying on this guy's name. And yeah, a lot of his ops are total pieces of shit. He doesn't really have a lot of friends. That's just, how he is. I remember one day he was like raiding, he was playing a video game on Twitch, I think Path of Exile or something. And again, his, video gaming streams don't get watched as much as his other streams. I was ending stream, so I raided into him, and he got mad at me. He got mad at me for raiding him, for sending, I thought my viewers might like to watch Bad Empanada play Path of Exile. So just understand where I'm coming from. I'm not a fucking op. I'm not an enemy. I'm not somebody that calls him like an ultra. I believe that's like a Hasan phrase, although now he's sort of switched to, talking about the schizo left is, I'm not sure. And again, there's problems with each of those, right? Saying somebody's an ultra is like saying that they are to the left of you, and maybe doesn't apply for everybody that Hasan calls that. But again, it does sound like, and I get why people get from that. Oh, it's like step move from tanky, right? I don't think Hasan is calling you tankies, though. Can I say that to whoever was worried about the word ultra earlier? I don't think Hasan is calling you tankies, right? I think that he is calling you he's calling you a bunch of different things with ultra, but mostly unproductive. I think is what he's trying to say.
It is what it is. Am I anti-Zionist?
I don't know,
Yes.
it's like whatever like good faith criticism he would want to make about something that you said is just immediately completely lost in the way the information is presented. Like,
okay, so if they're gonna leave there, I'm gonna show you more of the context. So just once more, chat, just once more, so that we got it in. I'm gonna roll it back to the clip if I can find. Okay, there's the clip. There's the clip. Move, FD. See, we gotta. I'm looking for movement. Yeah, on the screen behind. All right, here we go. Let's just watch.
As they materialize,
all right,
Zionism, a Nazi dog.
So this is the clip that Bad Empanada made.
Let's see what I actually said.
FD is saying this is taking me out of context. This is really deceptive. Right. This is
in this powerful clip. As they've materialized for content and for clout. That has been alarming, and it's been something I personally stayed away from, in part because as Bill saw, like there's so many people waiting in the weeds to like, you know, label you a Zionist and a Jewish supremacist and a insert Nazi dog whistle here, for just being like, this sounds weird. Y'all are sounding a little weird. But that also doesn't mean that there's not a better version of the analysis that I could be operating with, or that could be put out in the forefront, which is, I think, what I'm most hopeful to get at. That is the most rambling, nonsensical clip you could have taken. Out of context, it means absolutely nothing.
Yeah, its meaning isn't clear. I agree with that much. But yeah, anyway, let me bring up what I've been promising you, chat, and hopefully we have enough time. Again, the fate of the stream is not secure, chat. It is not, it is not. We have very little time. I don't know how I'm going to get all through this, and it all depends on you. If there's people out there that can support the channel, you can do that through a super chat, a super sticker. You can get yourself a membership. You can gift a membership. You can support me on Throne or on Patreon or on Twitch. Any of those things give me more time to work with and probably make for a better stream. And look, I'm just starting cooking, all right? Even you bad empanada ultras. I'm kidding. I'm not really calling you ultras. But even you bad empanada, you Jeff's kids out there, right? Children of Jeff, like, stick around, because I'm cooking something now. So I said to you that I immediately, like, disliked the optics of what, maybe more than just the optics of where FD finds himself. I don't completely understand, right? But it looks like, am I going too far? Yeah, these are faces of hostages, Israeli hostages, and Israeli flags. I'm gonna say we're on a Zionist channel here, right? But it's not FD's channel. It's Jared Ball's channel. It's Dr. Jared Ball here, aka Hebrew propagandist. Okay. Let's see what he has to say.
So I'll go ahead.
I gotta get the music off. Sorry. There we go.
Stop the music and let's just.
All right, let's turn this up.
We got Lil Bill, FD Signifier, Deculturation, gentlemen. Good afternoon. Good to see you all. Welcome. I know, and Bill.
So we see immediately what's wrong here, right? The host of this, event is, maybe I'm wrong. Am I wrong, chat? Could I be wrong? I'm pretty sure that guy, the Dr. Jared Bale here, is representing Zionism way fucking hard, right? Way fucking hard. And like I said, I'm holding FD's feet to the fire on this one too. I don't know, what, he's doing, debating number one, no politic here, fan of Israel, right? It doesn't make sense, right? And again, if it is certainly, like I said, presenting optics that are that are gonna support Bad Empanada's claim here, right? So, but we got to figure out what the fuck this is, right? Are we doing a discussion? Are we doing a debate? Where does everybody stand? And we'll get to the FD clip. So yeah, again, this is the video that the clip that Bad Empanada propagated that FD's so mad about. This is the stream that it came from, and I'm going to look at it really closely, and I'll just give you my opinion, which I haven't totally made up yet, of whether I think that the clip that Bad Empanada has on his channel is like a massive distortion of FD's actual views on the matter. Like, Zionism as a dog whistle is something that I strongly disagree with, right? I think it is important to be able to, and somebody mentioned Theodore Herzl here, to mention the actual philosophy of Zionism, its, settler colonial nature, and and just look at the fucking history of Israel. Anybody that wants to say, well, they just want a little bit of, this is like territory that they have some connection to, and they're just like taking a little piece, and maybe the Palestinians, they can go chill over here, right? This is logic that got, this is like fucking U.S. manifest destiny genocide logic, right? That's going on, right? This is, genocidal logic, and you could say that that's implicit in the philosophy, and that even if its first formation is appears in the form of something that looks far to the left of the current Likudnik power structure, right? You can make an argument that the seeds of that were always there, right? And that it was kind of destined to go to that, and that the initial dispossession of the Palestinian people in and of itself is a huge crime against humanity. So here we go. Dr. Jared Ball, deculturation, Dr. Jared Ball to his right, Billiam, that's Little Bill, I believe. Down left bottom is deculturation, and right bottom is FD Signifier. So here we go.
I know you said you're going to stay off camera. I think for now you said got something going on, whatever, but welcome everybody. Peace, peace, peace.
Yo, peace. Y'all hear me?
Yep.
We lost Bill that quick.
Yep.
I don't know why I got like this wide panorama going on. It's ruining the illusion. Why is this so big?
I don't know. But
because he's streaming from webcam instead of a OBS virtual camera, chat. If you're a streamer and you want to get your image from your stream on somebody else's stream, you can hit start virtual camera, and then when you go to Zoom or Zoom or Patreon, Zoom or Discord or whatever you're using, then you can find your virtual camera, select that, and you will get the exact same image that you've got in OBS.
So I don't know what happened to Bill. And 5-ish. Okay, there he is. All right,
that's me. The 5-ish.
Wait, 5-ish?
Yeah. Okay.
I'm sorry, what?
That's fine. I think 5. We should be.
Oh, 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock. Jesus Christ. I'm sorry, chat. You can't say 5-ish around me anymore. Okay, I will never recognize that as around 5. I will never recognize that as forever, chat. 5-ish is ruined for me.
Wrap by then, and I think Bill said you had to leave in an hour.
Yeah,
so,
I got to step out in like a half hour, but I'm still be on. I'm just gonna have my camera off.
Okay.
Cool.
Well,
so I can still hear everything that's going on.
All right. Well,
is that not gonna work?
Yeah, I mean it's fine for me. I mean we'll do what we can do. I guess I don't know. So all I really wanted to say,
Lannister, are you telling me to calm down about 5-ish? I can't. 5-ish fucking haunts my nightmares. 5-ish ruined me. I never should have watched that Cars for Kids story and found out about the adventures of 5-ish. God damn.
Beginning of all of this.
5-ish is the stuff of nightmares, chat.
Is that I've watched everybody's videos. I think I've seen everything, and I'm looking forward to the conversation, and I'm grateful that everyone is willing to do.
Anybody know
more of this needs to be
sorry
to happen.
I don't know about that. I think I disagree. Like, does somebody want to make a oh my god, make a star. Don't forget to hug your $5 bills today. Oh my god. That was just the break that we needed. Although I do think that I think I gotta do something to the stream alerts are out of control over on Twitch, but I love it. What time are we starting tomorrow, Irene? Is it 5-ish? Is it 5-ish in any place? Like, is my normal start time? You know what? It would be if I almost started really early. I don't know, chat. I should have started really early, but I wouldn't have been as prepared. That's the drawback.
As we work our way through this and figure things out.
And seriously, I did some preparation for this because I care about this, and I care about you, and I care about people learning the right lesson from this. And you know, and I don't think that like FD was like making the case. Like I said, I'm disappointed. I don't want to sound like FD's dad or something. I'm disappointed in you, right? Or but there's like a thing your dad says to you, right? But like it's Damn it, 5-ish. We'll start 5-ish. We'll start at around 5-ish. This is about 5. It was about 5-ish. Holy shit for you. Oh, okay.
So, how we go from there, I'm not sure. Do we want to do Bill? I know you got the time issue. Should we let Bill lay out the argument, or Carlos, you respond? FD, I'm not really, and or vice versa.
I'm opposite of you. I've watched nobody's videos. I'm here more because I enjoy. I'm really looking forward to like clarification and looking at the different angles of this conversation as I've had it privately with people, and as I've been observing it in online spaces. So engaging with learn.
Wait, President Sundial Prime. Wait, what is this? Okay, I actually don't know about that.
Folks, is
like it's an Optimus Prime reference, right?
Always an opportunity that I'm gonna take. So,
all right,
5-ish is a mensch.
Fair enough.
I don't know about that.
Why don't you lay out where what started this? Your if you could just briefly summarize, and again, the full videos in the show description.
I'm sorry, Burple. How did that poop get so pale?
Culturations, responses in the show description.
Is that somebody that's eaten nothing but I don't know, blue raspberry bubble gum for the last 5 years, and then they start to poop like that? Oh.
So folks are welcome to check it all out. Bill, why don't you start by just summarizing what your point was in raising this question about Zionism and Jewish supremacy?
So let me first off and say,
okay. So wait, the word that is Jewish supremacy, right? Now, this is a top I don't know. This is a word that a lot of people have a lot of reactions to. Understand that there's like understand that there's two understandings, right? The Jewish supremacy FD is going to refer to, I think, is Israeli Jewish supremacy, right? There's some people that hear Jewish supremacy and that they think that you're theorizing or proposing a hierarchy that is like somehow over like white supremacy, and you're going to hear something like that from Bad Empanada. Unfortunately, today, it's well, maybe, I don't know, Chad. I gotta hurry up. Look at that. We got like less than an hour left.
That just hold on. Let me go somewhere where these kids is not screaming at. Let me just say, and this isn't directed at anybody in particular on or off this panel, but I will say that the nature by which this discourse has even arose is the thing that irks me and was the reason why I made the video to begin with. Because what I find a lot of times,
so unfortunately, I don't think I'll have time to go into their videos. Jared Ball, referred to. I've watched everybody's videos. I don't know if they made videos back and forth at each other. I don't know if they made videos on the same thing, or what exactly has the videos that were. And unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to. That's one layer too deep, Chad. I'm giving you though the origins of this beef between Bad Empanada and FD Signifier. So hopefully that'll shed some light on this. And like I said, let's look at the tape. Let's look at the piece of content that Bad Empanada was referring to and see what FD is here for. First of all, which I question. I was like, why would you? This is like this guy is like Israel's like #1 fan or something, right? Like why are you going on this stream? I don't know. Is it to reach out and change minds? I don't know, chat. Maybe FD will get into that and give some explanation. Again, the optics are terrible. And look, so just so you understand, this piece of content exists here on Jared Ball's channel, right? With the Israeli flags in the background. I believe also in Deculturation's channel. Maybe we would hope without the any Israeli paraphernalia in the background, or you know what I mean? Because I think that this is a debate this is breaking down to like, well, if I remember correctly, it's between Jared Ball and Little Bill versus FD and deculturation, right? So there might be an argument that, you know, FD didn't make the right arguments, didn't know enough about the like, right? I've heard various takes on what was wrong with this engagement, but right away, you know, as far as it leading to what it did, yeah, the fact that like, I don't know, half of the people that watch this with a Israeli flag in the background, right? The optics are not great for FD, and I would have really, you know, kind of questioned, you know, this decision. So yeah, remember, I'm not letting anybody off the hook here. Everybody's getting their toesies held to the fire, whether they like it or not. Might be a little bit warm. You'll have to deal with it. We got to hold your feet to the fire to see what they look like inside.
In these online leftist spaces, right, is that we have a bad habit a lot of times.
Does that work with a fire chat, the way you can hold a flashlight up to your hand and you can sometimes see like the light will like shine through your hand and it'll be like all red? Does that work? Can you do, I don't know if you could do that with it. Anyway, chat. Anyway, too many metaphors.
Of using our personal politics as a barometer for morality for that and those of the people around us. And in the process, what winds up happening is that we wind up flattening these discussions, right? Because one of the functions of religion is what? Is to give simple answers to complex topics, right? And so what we wind up doing is we wind up getting into this game of, you know, trying. I say this all the time, that one of my big issues with us, again, I'm not saying, you know, us specifically on this panel, but with us on the left side of the spectrum, is that we get so caught up on proving that we're right at the cost of being productive, right? And so my thing is what, so this ultimately brings me to this point. And the two
Thunder in the distance, chat. This could either be like a really apocalyptic, crazy long stream with me crashing out on multiple chatters and freaking out on both Bad Empanada and FD Signifier, or well, I don't know, we would have to finish it tomorrow, I guess, if we don't. Anyway, I'm gonna try. Let's make it go fast. Ooh, okay. I want to make it faster, chat, but it's gonna. You won't be able to hear it if we do.
Importantly, what function does the phrasing actually serve, right? What function does the phrase...
Okay, so in my mind, can I answer that question really quickly? I guess nobody objects because I've got them paused. It's nice to be the React streamer. Where I would think that language applies is when we're talking about the power structure in Israel, right? It is, in my mind, and unambiguously... Jewish supremacist power structure, right? Now that doesn't make sense in a country like the United States, although Bad Empanada is going to apparently try to argue different here in a second. But it absolutely describes Israel, and it especially describes the far right freak shows that are in charge of the government right now. Right, I think that terminology, fits, right, and it's not like it is, I guess, derivative of like white supremacy, which we talk about the white supremacist power structure in the United States. I think that language is appropriate. I don't hate white people. I actually am one. And I think that if we talk about the power structure in Israel, especially considering who's in charge now, or even just the nature of the government, right? Israel is constituted as a Jewish state, a specifically ethno-religious state, so that you have less rights if you are not Jewish in Israel, right? I think that absolutely applies. In fact, even something like the word goy, chat, which is going to come up here. What is Bad Empanada's current Twitter handle? I believe is Goy Empanada, and like even something like, well, okay, so first of all, let me just explain, is goy a dog whistle? Is goy a slur? No, it's not. And in saying it's not a slur, I'm disagreeing with it's a word that means not Jewish, right? That's all. Okay. In the Jewish culture, that's what goy is. It's an old-fashioned word that doesn't get used a lot more because there's not like really like most Jews are not like in the shtetl. The distinction has maybe lost some of its importance, and in places like the United States, it's not used that much. Now, I'm going to make one exception to that, and that exception is for far-right Israelis. I think from what I've seen, they do use that word derisively, and they do, the claim is by the anti-Semites is always that the word means like is like implying like cattle or people that have no philosophical value, right? That is not a common Jewish belief. I don't think Jewish supremacy is a commonly held Jewish belief around the world, but it is a belief that is upheld, in Israel and especially the far right, and they do use those words that way. So I got to be real clear when I speak about like what is and isn't a slur. Now, like I said, it means not Jewish person. Now, can it be used in a anti-Semitic way? Which I think what people are really asking, right? It's not a slur because it's not naturally like a pejorative word, and it's and it's not even a word that's that commonly used anymore. But if I were to go up to a bunch of Jewish people and say, "Oh, I guess you wouldn't think that a goy like me would be aware of the secret plans of the elders of Zion," or you know what I mean? If I said some shit like that, then I'm baiting anti-Semitism there, right? Or even just like if I go up to like a bunch of Jewish people with like a chip on my shoulder, you probably think I'm just a goy. You probably think I'm not very smart, and I just like, right? You probably think that I like eating this goy slop, right? If you say that kind of shit, you're fucking baiting racism. You're implying that these random fucking Jewish people have it out for you because you're not Jewish. That's fucked up. Just as much as it would be fucked up if I went up to a bunch of black people and I said, you probably think that this cracker is not well versed on the art of rap, but I actually have bars, and let me lay those bars on you. Let me, like, right, you know what I mean? If I go up, like, right, it's that's a silly one. That's one where I'm just kind of making a fool of myself. But you get what I'm saying, right? If I go to cracker is a word that does describe white people in a somewhat derisive way, but because it's not backed up by something like white supremacy or Israeli Jewish supremacy, it doesn't have the power that an actual slur would, right? But if I were to act like this is how black people think of me and shit like that, then it's a weird kind of racism. And I think the obsessive goy posting is a weird kind of racism. You know why I think that, chat? Because Nazis do this shit all the time. This is like this is the national Nazi pastime, right? To talk about goys and just like, and why do they do it? Because they signal to each other, right? Whenever they see that word, they're like, a fellow, they can almost count on that the person saying goy is not a Jewish person, it's a Nazi, right? And so that's why maybe you should be careful. I'm not saying don't say it. I just said it a bunch. I don't think it's a slur. But if you're saying it in the sense of like goy slop, like the idea that like, non-Jews are either like the food that we, I don't know, are Jewish people eating special food that's like better and we're getting the goy slop, or I don't know, I guess that word gets used in a lot of different ways, right? But do you see the difference, right? So it's a little bit, it's a little bit nuanced. It's a little bit persnickety, but I hope that helps, right? because I'm just trying to tell you, where these words come from and what people are using them for. And yeah, like, even though I don't think, like, I think there's probably if you're finding occasion to use, and I'm just realizing I've said the word goy more than I've probably ever said in my life, so I am finding an occasion to like use the fuck out of the word. But other than in a didactic, explanatory manner, right? If you're finding yourself, constantly using, the word or thinking that somehow you're owning the Zionists, is that the idea? We're going to own the Zionists? But this is like Vosh being like, I'm going to own the Nazis. You see, I'm going to go in there into the kill stream and I'm going to say the N-word before any of them and they will respect me then. I don't know. It's craziness. It's craziness, chat. But yeah, so I hope that explains that. Let's go on, chat. We're running out of time. 26 minutes left.
Specifically Jewish.
More if we're lucky.
That Zionism isn't already. You understand what I'm saying? And to piggyback off of that, and so it leads me now to this point is, all right, so what, and maybe this is cynical of me, but I feel like the function that it actually is serving, not theoretically, but what it's actually serving right now, it is serving as a means for, at best, posturing and at worst, profiteering. It's a means for people that, again, it's a means for people to use their personal politics as a barometer for morality. And it gives them the ability, like I said in the video, certain people to be able to say certain things to certain other folk that their politics does not give them the ability to say, to speak sideways, to...
Wait, which word did you catch? Do I need to rewind him? Were you talking about Zionist, right? Which word gives them the ability to speak sideways?
And it's a mean,
or is it Jewish supremacy that we're talking about here? And again, like I said, I feel like Jewish supremacy could be used in an anti-Semitic way, but if you're describing Israel, it's absolutely descriptive.
It's for people to use their personal politics as a barometer for morality.
And even though in the past, so as I've been looking at this video, learning more about it, talking with friends about it, right? I did not have a hard time using the word, Jewish supremacy, because like I said, I think it does describe the Israeli power structure and the nature of the state, the nature of the settler colonialist state. However, I did run into people, close friends of mine, that are like, that you can't be saying that. And we kind of reached a compromise, right, where they felt comfortable with me as long as I say Israeli Jewish supremacy and specify that. And the reason, like, and I wouldn't have really thought there was a reason for that until I saw kind of where BE is going for it with it. But yeah, I wouldn't. I don't think FD is having a problem using this term. I don't. Like I said, I think it describes something real, but it doesn't describe the nature of the world. And if you think it does, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to fucking tell you. That's literally the fucking trope right there, right? And look, if you're already there, I don't know what I can do to help you. If you reach the emerald city of anti-Semitism, sucks to be you. But I do think that there is still time to change the path you're on, and I hope that anybody that's in this situation can look at this objectively without emotion and recognize that. Yeah, I mean, anyway, let's get to I'm stepping all over the point. The point is, Billiam doesn't like the term Jewish supremacy, and I think FD is going to respond to him here in a second.
It gives them the ability, like I said in the video, certain people to be able to say certain things to certain other folk that their politics does not give them the ability to say, to speak sideways to minorities in a manner that they would not.
Who did FD have on that was pro-Israeli? Well, it's not FD having this person on. This is Jared Bell's stream. This is Jared Bell's YouTube channel that he's conducting the live stream on. Deculturation is also live streaming, but I'm showing you the one that I think explains the issue, like, right, the optics of this. is FD's going on. Dr. Jared Bell, I'm assuming the calling himself a Hebrew propagandist, and with all the Israeli flags, I'm assuming this is a Zionist, right? And I kind of I'm not sure why why this debate partner, right? But anyway, Chad, we got 22 minutes left. Holy shit!
To otherwise, I understand what folk are going to say about making a delineation between Jewish supremacy and Zionism. That all right, we need stronger language is what I'll hear some folks say. Is we need strong.
Yeah, and the reason I think that you need stronger language is because somebody could be a Zionist, right, without being a Jewish supremacist in the sense of Smotrich and Ben Gvir and Netanyahu, and in the sense of the Israeli, I can't even say far right, chat, because there is farther right than that shit. There is further, those aren't the furthest right Israelis, unfortunately, anymore. And a lot of the coalition that Netanyahu is trying to hold together all the time is to his right. So very scary situation, very fucked up country with very fucked up politics. Let me rewind to just respond to exactly what he's saying here.
In a delineation between Jewish supremacy.
Yeah. So the delineation between Jewish supremacy and Zionism, right? Why do you need another word, right? Because you could have a Zionist who is that believes that because of what happened to Jewish people in the Holocaust and because of the Bible, events of the Bible, Israel, Judea, Samaria being in that region that is right and proper for Jewish people to take this land and make a state of it, right? That is like a reduction, I'm saying it, a summary of what Zionism is, but basically that's Zionism, right? You could imagine such a person that believes all that and then turns around and you ask them, well, do you think why do you think that Jewish people are better? And says, no, everyone's the same, everyone's exactly the same. I'm not a racist, but we deserve to colonize and settle this land, right? And that person's still a Zionist. It's still bad, but they're not a Jewish supremacist in the sense that sadly, a lot of Israelis are these days, right? Now, you could make an argument, I hear some of you out there percolating, that implicit in Zionism is, something like Jewish supremacy yeah, but those are implications that people are unconsciously ingesting rather than consciously ingesting and advocating a racial hierarchy, which is what we're saying with Israeli Jewish supremacism. So that's why you need a separate term, right? Zionist says one thing, Jewish supremacist describes a a far right racist ideology, nationalist, Israeli nationalist, and it also kind of it describes the structure of Israeli society and the codification of Israel as a Jewish state, right? So there you go. Right, that's why I think there needs to be a stronger word.
See in Zionism that all right, we need stronger.
But chat, do you see what I'm saying when I say I take it from both sides here? Right, there's people, friends of mine that didn't like hearing me say Jewish, that they're uncomfortable with that language. I feel like something needs to. You need a way to say what we're talking about, which is something that is beyond Zionism, right? Because this exists in Israel. This is real. This exists. There's people like this, right? You need a way to talk about that and to differentiate that from the just bog standard Zionism, I guess. This is I don't think you're going to find like a Jewish supremacist that's, well, I don't know, chat, that's not a Zionist. But do you see what I'm saying? Right? It's not a complete overlapping Venn diagram. That's the important part.
Language is what I'll hear some folks say is we need stronger language to describe this specific permutation of Zionism. Okay, I hear you on that. But does the use of that language, do the pros of the uses of that language outweigh the cons? Because the cons are quite obvious. The cons are that that phrase can be and has been, this is not theoretical, we see it happening right now, co-opted by the wrong people to promote their own specifically anti-Semitic agendas and to fall back on those old, anti-Semitic
So yeah, anti-Semites will take this phrase Jewish supremacy and assert it to be the order of the world, right? Like, which is I don't know what that is, but like protocols of the elders, right? That's straight up, that's the Platonic ideal, if you will, of anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, right? But that doesn't mean that the phrase does not describe Israel in a way that Zionism does not.
Harmful tropes that have brought that upon Jewish people. And I think ultimately my main issue is, and again, I could be wrong, because again, I really have not entertained this discourse all that much, but from what I have seen, this discourse is primarily being facilitated by non-Palestinian people. And I have an issue with that because Palestinians are the primary players in what's actually happening in real life.
But there, you got to admit also about Palestinians that their voices are severely limited, especially Palestinians in Gaza, but even in the West Bank, and that if we really want to force the abolition of the apartheid state, it's gonna have to be done the way that South Africa was done.
The most material impact of this discourse,
and it's gonna need more than Palestinians to boycott, divest, and sanction, right? So anyway, it's a weird thing to say. I don't think that Billiam means that like nobody should. Oh, he's saying like, I don't know. I'm taking too many. Drawing too many conclusions from what he's saying here, maybe.
This discourse of these discussions is going to be experienced by Palestinian people. So therefore, and this is why I, avoided making,
Yeah, I feel like if whatever, Palestinian people are using to, I will say also, if you're Palestinian and in the United States, right, you're under duress. Anything that we supposedly have free speech, right? Whether you're a green card holder, a visa holder, a naturalized citizen, right? You have the right to free speech, right? But that shit is under threat. And yeah, if you're a Palestinian and you say something like that, you're going to be the one that fucking there's all this anti-Semitism all over Twitter all the time. It's fucking running wild, and they're going to fucking pick you out and make an example of you because you're Palestinian. And we've seen this before with Mahmoud. Mahmoud Abbas. Sorry, I'm saying the wrong name. Fuck. This is you've seen what I'm talking about, chat, where Palestinians get singled out and they pay consequences that no one else in the country is paying. They're Khalil, sorry, my brain is like in a million different places right now, but we've seen this before, right?
Explicitly Palestinian content in the past.
Yeah, it's a bad person to confuse Khalil with, right? That's the that's the head of the Palestinian Authority in West Bank.
Again, shout out to Lost Futures is a creator that people should look at if they want to hear from the horse's mouth, because I, for one, this is just me speaking from a personal place. I find it ghoulish to turn genocide into content. I find it ghoulish to just turn it into a talking point.
I find that, unfortunately, turning it into content is the only way that people have been made aware of what's actually happening and what's been going on, at least in a, you know, a slower or smaller sense, you know, since before the Nakba, if we're being honest, right?
I find it ghoulish to, you know, sit up here and make a video speaking on behalf of people who are of a community that I am not a part of and saying, oh, well, I'm defending the rights of Palestinians. I'm, you know, speaking on behalf. So then let the Palestinians speak for themselves then. How about you platform them, give them the pedestal that you have created so that they can tell their own story instead of making a video and then putting ads on it and putting the money in your pocket. You understand what I'm saying? So I feel like that's where a lot of this discourse, that even if that's not the intent, that is what it is boiling down to. And that is what irks me about it, because from my perspective, I feel like it's doing more harm than actually creating an environment where we can actually learn something, where we can actually have a discourse, have a discussion in which, you know, we can examine, you know, the nuances of, you know, Jewish identity.
Yeah, it's a weird thing to say when, you know, when Palestinians are continuing to be killed in Gaza, when the, you know, settlements are expanding now with the help of the, you know, in the past there was some effort to like at least, you know, have the IOF control the settlers. Now they are assisting the settlers like in their illegal activities, right? There was an attempt to, like, I mean, not very hard, obviously, because the, you know, settlements have continued, but there was a, you know, it's flipped right now. They're just going as hard as they can on the settlements in the West Bank.
Within the framework, within the context of, you know, this current neocolonial.
Yeah, exactly. Atomically powered. I don't think anyone cares who it's coming from, as long as, well, I mean, put a caveat on there. I mean, we know that, like, you know, if Nick Fuentes says something about Palestine, it's probably not coming from the heart, right? But yeah, in terms of like limiting, I don't know, limiting it to Palestinians is kind of silly, and it reminds me of just a lot of like liberal brain rot of, like, you know, denying advocacy for a marginalized group because the person advocating is not of that group. It's another form of deflection, right? There's many ways to deflect. The West needs to know what's happening. If Western commentators don't cover the genocide, yeah, this is the whole thing. This is how the awareness has been, you know, spread. You know, prior to Ellison on TikTok, on YouTube, on Twitter. But honestly, remember, on Twitter, this is fucking Elon Musk's hell world, and that, I think, chat, is responsible for, you know, how we got like fascism in our peanut butter, and now we got to go dig it out. Right? That's gross. That's gross. You spilled fascism in my peanut butter. Whose fault is it? Probably Elon's, right? Probably Elon's. Twitter is just like a, you know, the perfect place for this kind of shit to metastasize to ideologies that it, like, just understand. Fascists don't just have it in for Jewish people. Fascists have it in for leftists. Okay? So maybe don't let them take over your movement. Because there is an attempt right now, and shit like Twitter is absolutely like a catalyst for that attempt.
Imperial, keep coming back to that. That's what this all comes down to. In this, go ahead.
So I just wanted, so if I understood you, because I think I understood this one point.
Look, atomically powered. I feel like you're like, I don't want to say like, I mean, this is a metaphor, right? So hopefully you'll understand where I'm going with this, but it's like you don't need to count, you don't need to watch the eggs. You don't need to, I was going to say like pocket watch, right? The liberatory movement, right? You're like acting like you're some kind of a receptor that is trying to figure out, all right, is there any help coming from here? Is there any help? Is what Tucker said, is that helpful? Is that like raise consciousness a little bit? It doesn't fucking matter. You know what Tucker's about. You know who he is, right? you fucking glazing him, which I don't think you're trying to do. But, you know, if you were, right, some people do, TYT, right, you know, it does not help. It's not like, oh, yeah, no, let's magnify his voice now. Yeah, no, Candace Owens, she's saying the right thing. Let me retweet her, right? Yeah, I don't think you're saying, you know, anything like that. But unfortunately, some people out there are. So I just gotta demarcate that.
That you were just summarizing that I thought I understood you.
Like you got to carry water, you got to chop wood, right? That's your goal, right? Do very practical things, keep the movement together, get out on the street, spread awareness, right? That's our job, right? Analyzing the effectiveness of Tucker Carlson is not there's nothing. That's just like a curiosity.
Making in the video that, and I think I agree with this point, that there is an attempt in certain spaces to use.
But do you understand how people are more desperate to boost Tucker than the people that have been on this issue from fucking day one? Do you understand the danger of that? Do you understand what I'm saying when I say don't let the movement get away from you? Right? I don't think that's what you're, you know, arguing for or anything. But yeah, like I said, there's no reason to fucking count the you know, amount of like you know, like the try to I just don't know what there's so much to do, right? There's so much to do, and analyzing or worrying about Tucker Carlson shit, it's not something that I don't think is productive.
Who's the claim of Jewish?
If TYT can, if Tucker can spread his message to, you know, some right wingers that wouldn't have heard it otherwise, great. I'm happy it happens. It doesn't make me trust him anymore, right? I'm going to support almost any candidate. God, that would be fuck, chat. Can you imagine if it was Tucker Carlson? I'm like, now I'm thinking of a scenario where, oh my God, just don't let it be Tucker versus Rahm Emanuel. Okay. Although Rahm Emanuel is acting like he wants to cut fucking money from Israeli aid too, right? Rahm Emanuel is going to try to be like, oh yeah, no, I was here day one, pro-Palestine. Yeah, free Palestine. Right? I don't know what the fuck. Like, he's trying to be president. That's what he's trying to do. Isn't that funny? Even Rahm Emanuel is putting more lip service into, you know, into you know, opposing Israel than Kamala was willing to. If you know Rahm Emanuel, you know why I'm saying this, right? It is dude's middle name is, yes, literally Israel. Correct.
Supremacy.
I don't trust Rahm Emanuel, and I don't trust Tucker Carlson. That's not what I don't mean to sound like I'm characterizing atomically powered that way. I'm talking more about, yeah, people like TYT.
Have folks to basically give them their Quentin Tarantino.
Oh my God, chat, 4 minutes left. Are we going to win down like this?
Exactly.
I you know, so I actually agree.
It's about 5 hours on stream.
Be clear that I understood this is what you were saying, but
that's exactly what I was saying.
Irrelevant. I just wanted to be clear on that. Go ahead, yep. Carlos. Go ahead.
It feels like half day Hossie to me. It feels like a short stream. I know it's not.
If you could summarize at least your problem with Bill's comments there.
Yeah, no, I mean, can y'all hear me good? Well, yeah, I'm good.
First of all, I just you're good on this end.
You know, thank you, because I've noticed.
I really at least want to get finished with this, like at the very least get finished with this segment. I don't know if I'll get a chance to or not.
Although, you know what, Carlos, real quick, I do think your mic is not picking up like normal.
Yeah. Okay. You picked up on it. You're on the same track as I am. Yeah. Atomic Powered says because of the suppression of criticism from the left, it has left the market. Oh, yeah. There's a lane for them. Essentially, and that's why, you know, that's why I don't think I'm being paranoid. Somebody said earlier, you know, like worrying about the movement being infiltrated and diverted and subverted is a paranoia of mine. I am so fucking calm, chat. So fucking calm. Not a molecule of cortisol in my entire body. Okay. And that is partially a function of, you know, how much emotion I feel coming from chat. That's not a criticism. You know, I'm not Ben Shapiro here, you know, saying that facts rock and feelings suck. But yeah, I'm not I'm even though this is a little bit of a dire situation here, this is a concerning situation, I am as calm as I can possibly be, because like I said, chat, I've been taking it from both sides, okay? And you know, I know that trying to put a clearer eye to this is not going to be an easy job, especially given how much the news just took over tonight's stream. I'm tempted to, I don't know, chat, I don't know what to do. I'll have a lot of extra time though. I'll be able to decide. I was thinking of like, we gotta separate these as a video, maybe like have a, you know, have this, maybe I could do that. Maybe I could get ready this video, which if you're watching it, right, I do these live every day at, okay, let me say this correctly, right, because I'm in Thailand. Most of the people I stream to are in the United States. Yeah, every night at 10 p.m. Pacific time, 1 a.m. Eastern time, chat. I'll try to be earlier than that, okay? But it's a late night stream. I'm not going to lie to you about it. If you want to come watch it, it's on live late at night. And you can also help me out by liking the stream and subscribing if you want more content like this. I try to do deep dives on subjects that matter to me, and I try to offer a perspective that that is unique and helpful. And I hope I did that tonight, and I will be doing even more of that tomorrow night. Chat, we have 1 minute left. All right, I mean, this is the last chance. If anybody wanted to, I don't, this is fucked, right?
I do think I hear that.
Let's like ride this out at least. Try to
switched from anything you were just doing on your live or anything.
Again, chat, this is why I want to start earlier tomorrow, because nobody's fucking awake.
I mean, you're here
this late at night. But everybody's too tired to super chat, and your stream's about to go away from you because of it. But I'll try again tomorrow. I'll start early.
Carlos is testing out the mic situation.
Oh my God, we're just now to FD Signifier, and he's talking about mics. Fuck, we want to get to his response at least, chat. Oh my God, what am I gonna do? 50 seconds left. Holy shit.
To also give a little more background.
Oh.
And I'm gonna just bluntly break a rule and name a few names. And also because I had a brief text exchange with Josh from Laurel from Black Man Bill earlier. Lorick, I'm sorry, from Black Man Bill earlier, and I was explaining how one thing that I think
can we go into overtime? I mean,
makes translating where me and Bill.
There's a way to do. Oh my God!
Sometimes.
What the fuck was that? Yo.
Is that a lot of the times when you first?
Apparently we can. That was good timing. Sub ad time. I'm gonna fix that, right?
And often,
wait. Yeah. Sub ad time 24M.
Online leftists.
All right, here we go, chat.
The conversation.
The stream's getting a second life thanks to Omega Star. Everybody thank Omega Star.
There's a
Omega Star with the save, with the clutch. Who? Let me pause, catch my breath, and shout out the people that just got jellyfished over on Twitter. So yeah, you all can thank Omega as well, because you've all got subs now thanks to Omega. You can use the emotes, you can rewind the stream all you want while I'm live. And what is the other? If I ever do monetize streams again, you won't see ads. Hey, how about that? How about that, Chad? If I don't know, play some video games or something that will get advertised on, because politics does not on Twitch. Anyway, Lobos Hayes, you just got jellyfished. Ruggedly Handsome, you just got jellyfished. Bobby 6869, you just got jellyfish. A Shook One, you just got jellyfish. And Chemical Ali, you just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing. Let's let it rip, chat. We'll at least be able to get through this, have a good stopping point, if nothing else.
Then there's does that critique make sense if you look at it, if you're also a person who watches, I'm gonna say,
and that's a hype train.
I'm gonna say watches.
There we go. Okay, so that's where Bad Empanada, Cavernacle. Now, somebody mentioned Nebula, right, earlier, and mentioned FD Signifier being on Nebula, and I don't know if I don't want to mischaracterize the chatter. You chat things. I don't want to deduce too much from it, but it kind of sounded like, well, if not Zionist, then why Zionist shaped, right? And I get why you say that. Nebula kicked off Second Thought, in the right after October 7th, right? Something that Second Thought said about, I don't even remember what it was, about the at that time, chat, you would get called a freaking anti-Semite for saying that for worrying about Palestinians after October 7th. If you weren't like, our thoughts are with Israel, am Israel high, then you were looked at as like a terrorist sympathizer or something. And yeah, JD from Second Thought got kicked off of Nebula. Cavernacle talks about Nebula creators. ContraPoints is a Nebula creator. Philosophy Tube is a Nebula creator, right? So I get the association, but just understand, just like Chorus is not all all like centrist dem bots, although there are a lot of centrist dem, and also you got to leash Brian Tyler Cohen's kind of if Brian Tyler Cohen's outfit is supporting you economically, making you viably, that is leverage that the center left or the center of the Democratic Party has on you, right? So it's a little bit nuanced. I actually don't look at the Chorus creators as being the bad guys in this stuff. I look at the inception of it as a dark money group, as being the and also the kind of where the control is there, right? I see it as a mode of control, in other words. So I don't blame the people that took a very fancy, very expensive leash because it was fucking beautiful. Put on this beautiful necklace only to feel, and I don't think you feel the pull of the leash until later. I think that's what it's meant to do, get you comfortable. All right, we're supporting you, then it's like unconsciously you're like, okay, well, if they're supporting me, let me not embarrass them by saying the radical thing I was thinking of saying. I'll say something slightly less radical. Just the same may be true for Nebula, right? I'm a little bit agnostic about it. I have friends on Nebula that are definitely pro-Palestinian, but you can point to a lot of Nebula creators that are not. And I guess I've never really I've never been invited to Nebula. I don't know that much about it. All I can do is you kind of look at the list of who's on there, and yeah, it's I'm a Tennessean. I just want to apologize for the entire state. That's okay, Big Cat K. I know and love some Tennesseans out there, so and it's not easy to deal with the full-on assault on democracy that's going on in Tennessee right now. Also, shout out to the Tennessean. What is it? The Tennessee Holler? Is that the?
And these are two people that I've appreciated their content at times, but I've noticed specifically with Bad Empanada, I'm not gonna put this on Cavernacle too tough. That
that's wild.
Extremely careless and frivolous with the way they're engaging in the topics around genocide. The boy Bad Empanada is.
So he's not going to put it on Cavernacle. He is putting it on Bad Empanada. So again, okay. So yeah, I'm learning something, right? I thought this was FD having a conversation. I think a debate. Kind of against pushing back on what Billiam is saying here. But yeah, he did again bring up Bad Empanada. Now look, wait, does this go back further? Does this go back further? Are we seeing that FD took the shot first here? Is this like a Han shot first kind of situation?
Running around.
You've got 22 seconds left of that hype train. Look, hype trains are like this, chat. You can support me on Twitch anytime you want. It helps out. It gives us more time. It does all the good things, and it even gives you a chance to vote on some content. Which I'm so sorry we're not going to get the bonus content tonight. It's crazy how much time I had to spend on the news because I hadn't done news in a while. But yeah, there it goes. But yeah, it just basically if you need to resub or you got a Prime burning a hole in your pocket or something like that, right? It's you get something extra for doing it while there's a hype train. You also make the hype train go longer, which is kind of a fun little game that people play in Twitch. And sometimes they even get Sam to say poggers. And yes, chat, I will say poggers too when there's a hype train. Anyway, let's. Oh my God, chat, it's looking apocalyptic outside. It's like almost 6 o'clock though, so it should be dark anyway. But there's thunder, and I think it's gonna storm. So if I disappear, that'll be why. But yeah, at least let's like
Nazi terminology.
get this. Oh God, rewind that. Rewind that.
If you look into how Empanada is running around using legit careless and frivolous with the way they're engaging in the topics around genocide, the boy band Empanada is running around using legit Nazi terminology to insult Black people on Twitter. If you look into I'm not saying they've nurtured this, but like I have screenshots of neo-Nazis in Cavernacle's Twitter feeds because they're
It's fucking hard to keep neo-Nazi. Have you been on Twitter lately? Speaking of been on Twitter lately, chat, I totally fucking forgot this. I've got a tweet. Usually what we do is we blast off at the beginning of the stream, like before the freaking, yeah, I gotta like write a checklist or some shit like that. Right, chat, this is the tweet. This is the, it's a little late, but if you want to boost this, you still can. There's still time. I mean, maybe it'll help people be able to find the VOD, if nothing else. There we go. And put it there. And then I'm gonna add it here. Oh, look, Destiny's orbit implodes. The Destiny counterpoints content is ahead now. 32% to 27% for Hasan, Sapina, and the Ashley St. Clair. We got Jillian Michaels being trolled by Matan in third place, and majority report Mom Donnie, which I'm guessing many of you have already seen. Only 41 votes, chat. So I don't know if this was a good, this was a good run of the new format. Like I'm trying to make it more exciting for you at the beginning. I'm trying to go into something that is both like not just like, because usually what we do is we start off, we kind of talk some bullshit. I talk to chat, and then I introduce the bonus topic, and that's like when people are running into that when they first come on, it's like, okay, well, I came here for the FD video again. Instead, now I put a big old gauntlet in front of that. But yeah, I think I have it put all mine on Vox. Okay, Vox is gonna keep the poll clean, keep the poll. And chat, I'm gonna try to do something with this, because again, I don't know if we'll get to the other topics. I guess we'll maybe have the same ones for next time, unless people oh, somebody's engaging with the very beginning of the stream. Ultra is what MLs call any decentralized non-state form of communist include. Okay, what that's way back. That's way back. Chat, I got the if you're on YouTube, I got you the very ultra low. Yeah, speaking of ultra, we got ultra low latency today, right? There's a button. It should just be marked good, right? Press the good button, and the good button should be on default. The button is actually marked ultra low latency, and if you remember to hit it, then I'll be able to see your, like, if I remember to hit it, I'll be able to see your chats like immediately, right? There's very low delay. And if I forget to see it, well, it's crazy. It's crazy. It takes like 15 seconds. 15 seconds maybe after I say something for you to be able to react to a chat. So I got it. I made it good today, but again, we started late, and it's a totally new format. I probably need to do a shorter gauntlet in the future. Chat. Sometimes the gauntlet will be Twitter clips on commentary streamers. What Sleepy's saying, what J-Stalk is saying, what Queeman is saying. The bullshit that Destiny's saying, of course, Hasan clips, shit like that, right? Today it was news, because it's Newsday Tuesday, so we had to do some news. Otherwise, it wouldn't really be Newsday Tuesday. But right, this is the main content. But yeah, if you want to go over here, help my tweet out. They basically put your tweet in jail, right? When you tweet, in order to get somebody, get people, when you tweet out a link, which I'm doing here, right? That's a link, right? YouTube or Twitter suppresses it, right? The only way it gets unsuppressed is if enough people like it, retweet it, make comments till Twitter gets convinced, okay, this is like people are interested in this. So if you're interested in it, go over there, click on the pinned right now, and you can help me out. I should have started a lot earlier. It would have it would have increased the size of the stream.
There's a congealment of this.
You're only like an hour behind? No way. I talked about that like 3 hours ago.
This energy, And when people
Whoa. Okay, let's get back on to where we're at and try to at least, like, again, chat. I think we'll get to a good stopping place here, if nothing else. It's better than like running out of time in the middle of the. Let's rewind it. Okay, so just yeah.
That they've gotten extremely careless and frivolous with the way they're engaging in the topics around genocide. The boy band Empanada is running around using legit Nazi terminology to insult Black people on Twitter. If you look into how, if you look into, I'm not saying they.
So we'll get to this today or tomorrow, like from like when Bad Empanada confronts FD Signifier, but FD's talking about a Black Red Guard, a Twitter account, not somebody I follow, not somebody I know a lot about, but Bad Empanada, I believe, called them was it a goy slave? Is that the terminology that he uses? So that's why he's saying racist, right? Racist, anti-Black racism. It's the slave part of that, right? Bad Empanada is gonna focus on the goy part and be like, I don't know, is goy really a slur? And I explained to you why it's not, but also that, you know, when you're using it to express a chip on your shoulder as a non-Jew, I don't know what to call that. Like, same way if I was like this cracker here, like if I was to self-apply the term cracker, right, which is a, you know, derisive term for white people, but not one with the force of, you know, society behind it, not anything compared, not anything, nothing like, you know, the way that white supremacy imbues a slur with power. Right. If I was to, you know, kind of have a chip on my shoulder and use, you know, the word, you know, cracker to express that, I think most people would be able to figure out. It's not very hard. What game am I playing? Yeah, that's right. Anti-Black racism. And so, you know, when you do that shit with goy, like that, like, oh my gosh, I'm so oppressed for not being Jewish. I mean, what fucking world are you if you're in Israel? Yes. I mean, I guess I don't know. And like, I wouldn't. So in other words, chat, if a Palestinian, you know, hearing Israeli ultranationalist use that terminology about them, and that wouldn't be them having a chip on their shoulder, right? In other words, right? I'm not gonna, you know, language police somebody that is, you know, actually under Israeli Jewish supremacy. But yeah, saying that shit in the United States, in Europe, in you know, most if not all countries is pretty fucking silly, right? But that's what's being implied, you know, with the use of the word goy. And so yeah, like anyway, Empanada says something racist. I'll see if I can find it. Black Red Guard. Bad Empanada probably can find it just as easy as Black Red Guard. Bad. Oh no, it's gonna be Goy Empanada, isn't it? That's his new one. I'm assuming it's this one that is the offending account. Goy Empanada. One word, I think. See, this is this guy's whole brand now. There's deculturation talking about it. Hmm? How is it all how is it all anime? Wait, is this one Bad Empanada? Okay. Fuck. I'm trying to find the original tweet, right? I don't know. Empanada did say that, like, at some point in the conversation with Noah, he does acknowledge that calling Black Red Guard a goy slave is not the best you know, choice of terminology, right? The only good white boy, Goy Empanada. Wow, and he's got a Santa hat too. Who knew, chat? Who knew Bad Empanada was bringing us presents for
nurtured this, but like I have screenshots of neo-Nazis.
Wait. Did I get it wrong? Okay, he said Zog slave. That bows down to his master. It's different. I don't know about better, though. Right? I don't think that, like, look, I don't think I'm being woke of the week by saying, like, don't that maybe you shouldn't call a black guy a slave, right? Am I being too woke, chat? Yeah, well, I don't know. Better or worse? It's hard to. Yeah, I guess so. It's an actual, like, I mean, like I said, the word Zog is like something the Nazis came up with, right? And unlike Pepe, I don't think you're gonna reclaim it. It's not something that, like, Pepe the Frog, like, people bring up that, right? This is a comic called, what is it, Boys Club or something like that? I can't remember what the original one's called. Pepe's a character on there, famously pees with his pants down, and says, and when asked why you got your pants down to pee, you know, you don't need to pull your, you know, you don't need to drop your trousers to your ankles, your underwear to your ankles. He says it's because it feels good, man. But the, you know, they you know, it's on 4chan. 4chan blew up with, was basically taken over by Stormfront at one point. And then, yeah, the alt-right adopts Pepe as their symbol. Richard Spencer famously talking about Pepe the Frog as he gets punched in the motherfucking face. And because this didn't, the creator's not a alt-right weirdo, or, and the character was not meant like that. Yeah, people have reclaimed it. I think Pepe gets posted by all kinds of people now, although it's weird because I can still tell, like, certain Pepes, like somebody posted a Groiper, right? You know, you kind of know that. Yeah, I guess the Groiper is like the right wing. No, there's other ones. There's like, oh my God, what is the, oh my chat, what's the, oh my God, chat, I'm talking about Pepe the fucking Frog. Yeah, we got Pepe back. That's right. Well, at least on Twitch, you got Pepe back in Pog form, in Poggers form.
Those Twitter feeds, because there's like there's a congealment of this energy, and when people kind of call that out, it becomes, oh, this is liberal Zionism. This is, you know, you don't understand Jewish supremacy. And whenever I hear white people say anything supremacy, my radar's alarms immediately.
J-Rock, they were both bad, and BE knew exactly what he was doing, because in this debate he tries to deflect by saying, "Oh, okay, maybe I got psyoped by BE too." I don't know where it started in Twitch culture. It's just endemic. I think it was just so pervasive on the internet at the time that was like anyway. There's a big difference between a cartoon frog. It's yeah, exactly. Atomically powered, straight up racist in its original intent. And chat, I said, like, some people make the argument that, well, you know, you've got, you know, like I said, Joe Biden's a Zionist. Donald Trump is a Zionist. I mean, or functionally a Zionist. You know, his you know, biggest donors are Zionists. Right, so people will use that to be like, okay, well, if you're going to say that Jewish supremacy is descriptive in Israel, I'm going to say that Zog is descriptive in, you know, is it descriptive? You know, I mean, talking about the American government, right? And the difference is that Zog is a narrative. It's got canon, chat. It's like I'm gonna call. Okay, here's an example, right? I really like Sonic and Pikachu. I can't speak. I really like Sonic and Pikachu, so I'm gonna draw a comic about Sonic and Pikachu. It's gonna be the adventures of Sonic and or Sonic, or like, right? I'm gonna draw a Sonic comic. Well, Sega might have a problem with that, right? Okay, I'm going to draw a comic about Pikachu. Well, Nintendo might have a problem with that. Okay, so what do? Oh, I know. I'll combine them into Sonichu, and then I cannot be sued. And you know, I'm sure, yeah, it's a famous last words there. But where the fuck was I going with this? The Sonichu description?
If I hear a white person trying to explain how somebody else's version of white supremacy is the same as theirs, you know, when I hear black supremacy, I hear alarms go off. When people try to say, oh, you know, Farrakhan and even Umar, as many critiques as I've had.
I'm trying to say that you couldn't ever draw a character named Sonic who's a blue hedgehog without taking on the assumption that you're talking about Sonic the Hedgehog. Even if your hedgehog's totally different, your hedgehog doesn't like chili dogs, right? It's a very important thing for you. You're like, no, my hedgehog does not like chili dogs, right? So it's different. Look, everybody's gonna think it's Sonic. I'm sorry, blue hedgehog with like peach colored arms. Like people are gonna think it's people are gonna apply the Sonic lore just like anyway. Sorry, I'm not doing a good job with it.
These are black supremacists. I'm like, oh, break down the frameworks there for me. And it's interesting, and I'm looking to hear from Carlos going forward. My initial response, I actually developed in part in a conversation from Carlos, because when I've heard him talk about Zionism, he talks about it as a white supremacist.
7409 super chatted $5. Good morning, Sunrise.
Look, I know you super chatted just as I was eating a rambutan, but that was nonetheless a very well timed super chat. And good morning, sunshine to you as well. Wait, good morning, starshine. That's the song from Hair, right? That like, good morning, starshine. The earth says hello. My love and me are singing song. I don't know the rest of the song. That's all I know, chat. It's a funny song.
Framework. And to me, that's cool.
It's really funny to make a musical about a bunch of people that are like zonked out on acid like the whole time.
And so when I see, and this is not to denigrate the validity behind the concept of Jewish supremacy, which I have learned more about since I've been having these discussions behind the scenes. But as they've been,
oh shit! Will says I worked the election yesterday here in Texas. Oh, the primary. Well, I mean, wait. I guess you would be for the election. When you're an election worker, you don't get to choose. Like, no, I'm only doing this for the Senate race. Okay, I'm only doing it for the Democratic primary. Okay, like you're just kind of there, right?
They've materialized for content and for clout. That has been alarming, and it's been something
Wait, it was a fucking disaster? Oh, wait. So I know we covered this earlier on the Republican side, Ken Paxton won like almost 2/3 to 1/3.
Personally stayed away from, in part because as Bill saw, like there's so many people waiting in the weeds to like, you know, label you a Zionist and a Jewish supremacist and
there it is. All right, so let's rewind it again.
Being like, this sounds weird. Y'all are sounding a little weird. You know, label you. I think I personally stayed away from, in part because as they've materialized for content and for clout.
Oh my God. The one bad thing about Rambutan, and this is not me bitching, although the Corporation for Public Bitching is brought to you by viewers like you, and we're able to go for longer with your donations. We're able to cover more and in more depth, and I do appreciate that. But yeah, I'm not to bitch, but the one drawback to Rambutan is it's so hard to eat them without getting it, like they just wedge up in your teeth, and it's easy to inhale. Like I inhaled a piece of Rambutan earlier, and it like I was like, was I gone for like 5 minutes, 7 minutes, chat? It was ridiculous. Yeah,
that has been alarming, and it's been something I personally stayed away from, in part because as Bill saw, like there's so many people waiting in the weeds to like, you know, label you a Zionist and a Jewish supremacist and a insert Nazi dog whistle here, for just being like, this sounds weird. Y'all are sounding a little weird. But that also doesn't mean that there's not a better version of the analysis that I could be operating with, or that could be put out in the forefront, which is, I think, what I'm most hopeful to get at.
And if I could just interject real quick, so what FD just did is basically he just gave the layman's definition of exactly what I was talking about.
Fuck. Let's try it. Like, I'm sorry, let me lock in. Right, so this is the clip. I want more. I want the full statement, right? I want the full statement. I want to really look into it and examine it.
Lord. And also because I had a brief text.
So yeah, he did bring up Bad Empanada in this. I don't know if that's like the first shot fired. I said before, like, you know, Han shot, this is like a Han shot first moment. I'm not sure, chat. Maybe it goes, somebody was telling me yesterday that it does, like, there's been a beef between FD and Bad Empanada, like going back even further than that. Does it have to do with West Side Tyler? Is that, chat, is that where it started? Did it start with Tyler? Because that's pretty wild. Yeah. I don't know. FD's got like a list of, what does he call them? Like edgy white boys that are like a guilty pleasure for him. They're like edgy white boys that he enjoys their content. Tyler is on this list, and well, I don't know. I don't even know where to start, right? I liked Tyler's debate against Lonerbox. And I've seen some just lib shit in other takes from Tyler, and also, I don't know, like, look, I don't have anything against veterans that recognize what the military industrial complex is and share that with others who want to take part in movements rather than using their veteran status to try to take over movements or somehow like assert that like they have the command. They learned leadership in the army and they're going to apply that to like our movement. Yeah, no thank you, right? But yeah, I don't know, the shit that maybe I haven't heard the right shit, you know, maybe Tyler goes over it at some point, but I don't know. Yeah, it's like the same problem with Plattner, right? Which is to say, chat, that this is a guy that if I was in Maine, I would probably end up voting for, because, you know, the option was Janet Mills. He's better than Janet Mills, and the general election is going to be Susan Collins, right? I would vote for Graham Plattner, but I would love to hear more. And no, actually, I won't even put that on Graham Plattner. It's kind of worse. Anyway, from what I've heard. Anyway, what I'm saying, chat, is that there's people that have problems with FD supporting Tyler, and I low-key understand that. I don't talk about the guy anymore, although I guess I am right now. I don't talk to the guy, and it's just because what I saw there was unstable and scary, and yeah, generally like a lot, like making fun of Jamal Bowman for losing his and I'd say, yeah, there's some, like, I won't call it Zionism, right? But if you don't recognize what those elections are, what AIPAC does when they put their fucking, their pedal to the metal, I don't know what to tell you, right? So anyway, that's just me going on a ledge, hypothesizing, probably not the reason, but possibly a reason. I know that Bad Empanada hates Tyler's guts, and FD Signifier considers him somewhat of a guilty pleasure, so maybe it could go back to that. Other than that, chat, I got no guesses. Anyway, let's go.
Exchange with Josh from Laurel from Black Man Bill. Lorick, I'm sorry, from Black Man Bill earlier. And
Tyler hates Hasan and Taylor Lorenz too.
Explaining how one thing that I think makes translating where me and Bill,
I don't know if it got clip shit, but Hasan was glazing Plattner recently. Hasan had the same kind of misgivings with Plattner that I did, but then was like, oh, okay, I guess Maine doesn't care. I guess it doesn't matter. And it's just kind of like, yeah, happy to have somebody in there that's I don't know. I mean,
are difficult sometimes.
My big contention, I guess, with Plattner was that I was worried. Like it seemed like he was fudging the truth when it came to his knowledge of what that tattoo was. I don't think that he necessarily knew what it was when he got it. I think he knew what it was at some point, and it's earlier than he says. Like, right? There's no way that he had that tattoo on his chest for like over 10 years, and like nobody said anything. And I was worried that if there's one person that's like, oh yeah, I talked to Graham about that. Yeah, I talked to Graham about that back in 2021, and Graham knew exactly what that Nazi tattoo was. In fact, here's the text exchange. Here's the text, right? It would just bust his campaign wide open. That was my big fear. I just wish he had, just been. When you get caught with something like that, you just got to be straight up. And there was so much about his pushback on that just seemed like he wasn't. Parker lost a plumber. Wait, what? Oh, this is the local race. Yeah, it's a local race, but it's really important. A huge upset. Actually really excited about it. That's really cool. Like, I mean, there's a lot of that going. Oh my god, chat, 1 minute and 54 seconds left. I don't trust Plattner. Plattner has given no reason to trust him. Yeah, I mean, I'm not expecting that much from him. I'd be happy if he's not Fetterman. Like, right, I'll be happy if he does, like if he's a reliable vote in the Senate, right? That's but I do worry people, trying to make him like a leader and stuff, because I don't know. I was really hoping anti-Cheeto sentiment would overtake Paxton's campaign. Yeah, so there is some. Omega Star says Trump sentiment, right? Trump overall is underwater. More people disapprove than approve of Donald Trump in Texas. If anyone wants to make this stream last slightly longer, we did get to the clip. I'd like to get a little bit further. I'm still not entirely like I'm trying to like here. Let's at least make this. I don't think he's a reliable vote in the Senate. Okay, so if that happens, yeah, that's fucking disaster. That's fucking disaster. I haven't seen any sign of that though. From what I can see, he's more forward and radical than almost than almost any other senator, right? But you're right. People had high hopes for Fetterman, and there are some parallels. Anyway, let's like keep this going. I just want to. I need to get this. Like, I need to watch the entire. Whoa. Okay, somebody is watching out there and making sure that we have a little bit more time. Actually, maybe a decent, like a lot more time even. And that would be, that hero's name is Big Al Cake Mix, Big Al of the Cake Mix and the Cake Remix. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. And more yum says, Will, more yum indeed. I'm going to put, 20 minutes back on the clock here. We got enough time to work with. Yeah, I can make something out of this. Again, chat. Oh, wait, nope, that doesn't count. Okay, wait, what do we do? All right, I'm going to have to intervene. It didn't really hit 0. I just wasn't fast enough. Chat. But I can fix it, I think. All right. Wait, reset the timer? This will give it like...
At Will 7409 super chatted $5. More yum.
Okay, we're not doing 4 more hours. Don't get too excited, okay? But, let's see if we can put 20 minutes back on the clock. Yes, I think we can put exactly 20 minutes back on the clock and restart it here. There we go. So it didn't really hit 0, chat. That wasn't real. You didn't see that. It's not what happened. I think what Irene said about the Nazi tattoo knowledge could be the closest insight to what I could explain. Just get fucked up vibes from Plattner. Glad I'm yeah, I mean, look, I have misgivings about Plattner. I don't think he's like secretly as sexist as he was back in like the early 2010s. I don't think he's a Nazi. I've never said that, right? Just for the record, anybody that says that like I am I'm saying that Graham Plattner was like, yeah, I believe in the Third Reich. Let me get that totem cough in Croatia. I don't think that happened. I don't think it happened, right? I don't have any way to prove it, but I don't see any proof of it, right? I don't think, I think he just was like an edgy boy, right? And he might have even known. He might have known it was a, Nazi tattoo, but he is like a machine. Anyway, it's fucked up, right? If he knew. But I'm going to say, even if he knew, like there are guys that'll do shit like that. Especially just something that's like not a swastika or like a common, like a skull, right? Again, edgy, right? I mean, but I don't think he was ever a Nazi himself. There's some really awful shit that he said that's on Reddit. There's some really cool shit that he said that's on Reddit. He seems to have taken accountability for a lot of that stuff. Talked about that stuff and hopefully learned from that stuff. Anyway, I'm talking too much about Graham Plattner. Let's talk about this. Let's actually do the content that I'm wanting to do. At least put a cap on this to until again, we're gonna have to confront this tomorrow.
It's not picking up like normal. I do think I hear that difference.
Okay,
I don't know.
William's having mic trouble,
but it is a little bit.
So FD jumps in. That's where this clip gets made.
And also because I had a brief text exchange with Josh from Laurel from Black Man Bill earlier. Lorick, I'm sorry, from Black Man Bill earlier, and I was explaining how one thing that I think makes translating where me and Bill are difficult sometimes to our more radical audience is that a lot of the times when you first are hearing us talk, the people at the front of our mind that we're trying to address are very online leftists, and often
very terminally so.
Terminally white, blindly white online leftists.
So just to give you a sense of, oh my God, I'm going to lock in on what FD is saying, but just to give you a sense of Jared Ball's chat, let's read a little bit of it. The disease of Hasan weaponizing Palestinian identities just to make a point has spread too much in my communities, man. I want to just read one out of context. Oh my God. So a lot of people are talking about the audio. European progressives are holding the DNC accountable for supporting AIPAC while Black Democratic leaders are complicit. So that's not somebody that agrees with him. Although they, so he's saying that the rhetoric or tone of the rhetoric is wrong. You're not saying that we can't talk about the deeds of a particular ethnic group. Oh my God. Okay. What if we just listen to Finkelstein? I think he knows. Did you hear? Actually, I didn't hear chat. What does Norm Finkelstein say about? I think Norm Finkelstein is behind. Or sorry, is in favor of the usage of the term. And in the context that I talked about, but I can't remember. Yeah, I did see a clip, a recent Norm clip. I think saying that. Need to platform Palestinians, the one with the larger audience. So based on your anecdotes, anti-Semitism should be centered around Jewish people's okay, so there's definitely people pushing back. This is again Dr. Jared Ball, I'm assuming fan of the state of Israel from all the flags and stuff like that. And his name Hebrew propagandist. And his chat is very mixed. I guess, but yeah, there is some. The disease of Hasan. I guess I don't know how representative that chatter is saying that Hasan's spreading the weaponization of Palestinian identities just to make a point.
And the conversation, and it's almost like you need to listen to us at two different frequencies. There's a frequency where are we making a solid radical critique of a thing, which I know I failed at times and Bill's failed at, I'm sure. But then there's like, does that critique make sense if you look at it, if you're also a person who watches, I'm gonna say Bad Empanada, I'm gonna say watches Cavernacle. And these are two people that I've appreciated their content at times, but I've noticed specifically with Bad Empanada, I'm not gonna put this on Cavernacle too tough, that they've gotten extremely careless and frivolous with the way they're engaging in the topics around genocide. The boy Bad Empanada is running around using legit Nazi terminology to insult Black people on Twitter. If you look into I'm not saying they've nurtured this, but like I have screenshots of neo-Nazis in Cavernacle's Twitter feeds because there's like a,
and again, like, look, if I don't know, like I said, I think there's going to be Nazis if you're a content creator that gets a certain amount of engagement. It's Twitter. There's going to be Nazis. All right, so I got to shout out some recipients of these gift memberships from Big Al Cake Mix. Everybody thank Big Al Cake Mix if you got one of these memberships. Libre Vision Network, you just got weaseled. Sherry Lee, you just got weaseled. Art Vandalay Architecture, you just got weaseled. The Bridge Nation, nobody expects the Bridge Nation. The Bridge Nation attacked. You just got weaseled, and Miss Black Cat 64, you also just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. All right, so let's.
There's a congealment of this energy, and when people kind of call that out, it becomes, oh, this is liberal Zionism. This is, you don't understand Jewish supremacy. And whenever I hear white people say anything supremacy, my alarms immediately go off. If I hear a white person trying to explain how somebody else's version of white supremacy is the same as theirs, when I hear Black supremacy, I hear alarms go off. When people try to say, oh, Farrakhan and even Umar is as many critiques as I've had.
Yeah, if you thought that, like, that I don't know, Black nationalists, Black separatists, like who he's describing, like had the kind of motion, held the kind of sway, represented the same kind of power that white supremacy is able to, then yeah, that's at the very least that's a deflection, and it's distorting the nature, right? It's distorting the objective power relations, I think is one way to say it. Whereas, like, I think Jewish supremacy, it depends. If you were to say, like, you talk about the United States, as a Jewish supremacist nation, or the world as having a Jewish supremacist power structure or anything like that, yeah, that is just straight up anti-Semitism. But if you're applying it to Israel, and especially, I guess the phrase is Israeli Jewish nationalism as a way to demarcate it from any Nazi talking point.
These are Black supremacists. I'm like, oh, break down the frameworks there for me. And it's interesting, and I'm looking to hear from Carlos going forward. My initial response, I actually developed in part in a conversation from Carlos, because when I've heard him talk about Zionism, he talks about it as a white supremacist framework. And to me, that's cool. And so when I see, and this is not to denigrate the validity behind the concept of Jewish supremacy, which I have learned more about since I've been having these discussions behind the scenes, but as they've materialized for content and for clout, that has been alarming, and it's been something I personally stayed away from, in part because as Bill saw, like,
it's peanuts in the face of genocide. Yeah, Christopher, but you got to make sure that you're recognizing, like, I don't like I said, I think Jewish supremacism is descriptive of the dynamic in Israel. if you're using it elsewhere, right, it may be peanuts in the face of genocide in that, you know, there's nobody with guns, you know, turned on the marginal groups that fascists want to turn those guns on, which I would remind you is you and me and everybody in here that considers themselves a leftist. Remember, fascists want to kill leftists, all right? If they are ever in power, they will fucking come for you. They will come for you first, actually, as the poem says, right? And the bigger issue is, you know, keeping the message clear. So if you want to stop a genocide, or if you want to fight that genocide, you know, you got to fight for your movement, because right now it's at risk. Right now there's people trying to take it over and subvert it and turn it into something that it's not, right? The reason that I am part of this is not out of animosity to Jewish people. It's to, like you said, to stop the genocide that's going on, and to stop, put a stop ultimately to the apartheid state. And if we want to do that, we're going to be weaker without the kind of clarity. That being said, I do think there's some stuff that's being brought up, especially by Billiam, that, you know, I would say falls into that category of being, oh my God, chat, 7 minutes and 50 seconds.
Like, there's so many people waiting in the weeds to, like.
Okay, so here's the clip. Here's where the clip is starting. So I don't know, chat, do we think that FD was like, is it you know, this clip is not necessarily I don't know. He's saying that he doesn't think Zionism is a dog whistle, right? Like when he's talking to Noah, and he's claiming that Bad Empanada is misportraying him by showing a clip that selectively makes it sound like he does, right?
You know, label you a Zionist and a Jewish supremacist and a insert Nazi dog whistle here, for just being like, this sounds weird. Y'all are sounding a little weird.
And also, don't make your mind up too quickly, right? Because we got a whole ass debate between FD Signifier and Bad Empanada to watch, and if you haven't seen it yet, I would implore you to watch it with me tomorrow. I'm guessing that's when I'll get to the most of the debate, because again, Bad Empanada surprised me in this debate. I've pushed back on him being called anti-Semitic many a times. I pushed out back against other lies that, you know, people like Vosh or Aristocracy or Shark 300, you know, all kind of friends in that Vosh network, unfortunately, for those of you who like Shark. And Shark was a friend of mine back in the day too, right? Before he became a Vosh orbiter. He was I don't know though, like when I look back at it, I don't think that Shark and I were ever super politically compatible. But yeah, as somebody who's defended Bad Empanada against charges of anti-Semitism, I don't know what the fuck this guy's doing now, right? And it's not what FD's talking about. FD's talking about previous content. Remember, this came out like months, I think, before the debate, the Noah Samson thing, right, happened, and the debate with Bad Empanada.
But that also doesn't mean that there's not a better version of the analysis that I could be operating with, or that could be put out in the forefront, which is, I think, what I'm most hopeful to get at.
And if I could just interject real quick, so what FD just did is basically he just gave the layman's definition of exactly what I was talking about posturing at.
Anybody else having trouble understanding what FD's getting at, right? That's my issue. I mean, FD made a pretty convincing argument that Bad Empanada had taken him out of context and mischaracterized what he's saying, you know, with the way that he titled it, right? But yeah, they're I don't know. I don't know how much the.
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
I don't know how much this is making it better, right? At least on this one. but this is, I think, the latest round, at least, of videos that Bad Empanada has been making, were as a response to this debate. And, it didn't look good in Bad Empanada's video. I'm not seeing a lot sort of redeemed. The only thing I'll say is that, like, I don't know. Like, he's somehow saying, and again, like I said, Chad, I'm holding FD's feet to the fire here too. He did mention Bad Empanada, here, and not that that's a crime. You could criticize Bad Empanada, but you're probably going to expect a response video, and if the rest of this, if the rest of this interaction doesn't show you in a good light, that's probably going to be reflected in the video as well.
Radical critique of a thing. And
I am just trying to understand. Am I missing it, Chad? Am I not locking in enough? I really want to understand what FD is trying to say here. I really want to hear him out. But also, like I said, hold his feet to the, we're holding everybody's feet to the fire.
Very online leftist. And makes Black Man Bill earlier. Lorick, I'm sorry. For Black Man Bill earlier. And I was explaining how one thing that I think makes translating where me and Bill are difficult sometimes to our more radical audience is that a lot of the times when you first are hearing us talk, the people at the front of our mind that we're trying to address.
So I did have a problem with I disagree with what Bill says, and I'm getting like a lot of like FD is at least he's at least accentuating his agreement with Bill and being pretty agreeable. And again, right, in most spaces FD is going to go into that is probably the appropriate response. But again, you're being hosted by a Zionist here, from what I can tell. This is not I don't know. I would be more concerned with emphasizing maybe my disagreements with these people.
Are online, very online.
There is a thing though. There's a behavior, and I'm susceptible to it too, where you kind of like people please, and you hear somebody out. It's almost like you interact with them like a therapist, right? They say something, and you immediately go towards like well, I can understand this because of this, or like you're trying to you're trying to normalize what they're saying, and it works in a therapy context, I guess. It works in a maybe in an interpersonal context. I am not sure if it works in a context where ostensibly you're disagreeing with a lot of the people that you're on screen with, right? And again, this isn't something that FD's not a debate bro. He occasionally does debates, but it's not his main thing. He streams, but it's kind of coming from a place of the streaming being a platform for his thoughts, rather than streaming culture per se. Although he does talk to a lot of streamers these days,
and often
very terminally
white,
so,
terminally white, blindly white online leftists, and the
Yo. Thank you for resubscribing with a Prime Versatile Layer Books. Look, I appreciate Primes because you got one to give, and if you give it to me, that means something. That means a lot, actually. Thank you, Versatile Layer Books.
Conversation, and it's almost like you need to.
Oh shit! Wait, that didn't give you enough time. No. Sub ad time. Did that take away time? What the fuck did that do? Sub ad time 3 minutes. You at least got 3 minutes on the clock. Whoa. There we go. That was crazy. I still don't understand what the fuck FD is saying. Chat, is it just me? Am I like slow right now? Am I not locking in? Can anybody in chat help me out? Anybody got a summary for what FD is exactly saying? Because it just feels like, yeah, it's so he's so tiptoeing around people's feelings here that it's like it's just like it all feels like it goes back to nothing. It feels like it's a bunch of ones and negative ones, and they all resolve to like a zero. I'm trying to understand what he's saying.
There's two different frequencies. There's a frequency where are we making a solid radical critique of a thing, which I know I failed at times, and Bill's failed at, I'm sure. But then there's like, does that critique makes sense if you look at it. If you're also a person who watches, I'm gonna say bad Empanada.
Okay.
Watches.
Does the critique makes there's is the critique sufficiently radical, right? I guess that's the discourse about whether do you need something stronger than Zionism to identify far right Israeli ultranationalism, which does have a racist character and like to it in a hierarchy that does like the Israeli nation puts Jewish people on top, right? Or
Tabernacle. And these are two people that I've appreciated their content at times.
I'm so trying to understand what the fuck he's trying to say here.
Specifically bad, but now I'm not gonna put this on Tabernacle too tough. That they've gotten extremely careless and frivolous with the way they're engaging in the topics around genocide. The boy band Empanada is running around.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying he's not got nothing to say, Omega Star. I just mean that, like, I don't know.
Nazi terminology to insult black people on Twitter.
So I can't vouch for whether this is going on. Well, no, okay, I do have a problem with what he said on Twitter. Yeah.
If you look into how
FT is saying adopting Nazi dog whistles will invite them in to corrupt the. Well, I mean, you.
If you look into, I'm not saying they've nurtured this, but like I have screenshots of neo-Nazis in Tabernacle's Twitter feeds because there's a congealment of this energy, and when people kind of call that out, it becomes, oh, this is liberal Zionism. This is, you don't understand Jewish supremacy. And whenever I hear white people.
Well, look, I mean, like I said, I don't want to hear people on the left. I don't want to hear pro-Palestinian people, echoing, unironically talking about like, a Zog or a world government. Again, the Goy thing is kind of like, do you really need to have a chip on your shoulder? Like I said, if you're Palestinian, then yeah, that far right does use that language, does actually use Goy as a pejorative mainly towards Muslims, right? So I'm not, I got to make a differentiation there, but, if you got a chip on your shoulder as an American or a, especially like a white American or white European about like, you think that Jewish people like look down on you and see you as cattle. I don't know what to call that other than, just kind of what it is. Like I said, it's almost more like baiting. Again, Goy is not a slur. That's not what's being said, but it's just like kind of signifying of a chip on the shoulder. The same way that somebody that like talks about themselves as a cracker as a way of like putting that language into just black people's mouths who happen to be standing around, like, right, if you got that kind of chip on your shoulder, I know you think I'm a cracker and blah 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 blah, right? Yeah, people are gonna look at you funny. He's right about that. I'm just trying to lock in. Oh my god, chat, we're out of time. We're out of time.
My radars alarms immediately go off.
Okay, and so yeah, anything supremacy. I mean, in the United States, if you propose any kind of supremacy that is like over white supremacy or equal to white supremacy, or you got white supremacy, that's bad. But also, what about the black supremacy? Right? Yeah, that's bullshit. I agree with him on that. And again, even if you said like Jewish supremacy, like in the United States, again, there might, like I said, there is a strain of far right Israeli ultra nationalists. Some people from the United States or Europe might also share those views, but their prejudice doesn't have the power that something like white supremacy does in the United States and Europe. No, I'm thinking of Germany. I'm like, wait, is Germany another exception? Yeah, Germany's kind of and what the UK is doing to suppress the pro-Palestinian movement, but yeah, it applies in Israel, right? It applies in Israel.
If I hear a white person trying to explain how somebody else's version of white supremacy is the same as theirs, when I hear black supremacy, I hear alarms go off. When people try to say, oh, Farrakhan and even Umar, as many critiques as I've had of them, these are black supremacists. I'm like, oh,
Dr. Umar, if you don't remember, he's the guy, if you might know the show, oh my God, what's it called? Drewski's dating show, Chad. It's the Could Have Been Love. And Dr. Umar came on the show to try to encourage encourage Drewski to choose a black woman in his dating show. And to, you know, like, it was just like this weird, you know, funny moment where he comes in and he's like, you know, I don't know. But that's Dr. Umar, and what FT Signifier is saying here is like, I don't agree with this guy on a whole host of shit, but let's be real. Dr. Umar doesn't have the fucking power of like a Nick Fuentes, never could, doesn't have the power of like a, you know, that a white supremacist would.
Break down the frameworks there for me. It's interesting, and I'm looking to hear from Carlos going forward. My initial response, I actually developed in part in a conversation from Carlos, because when I've heard him talk about Zionism, he talks about it as a white supremacist framework. And to me, that's cool. And so when I see, and this is not to denigrate the validity behind the concept of Jewish supremacy, which I have learned more about since.
Okay, so there we go. I think that might be a little bit of a smoking gun. He's not going to unfold it as much as I'd like, you know, as to, you know, what. Here, let me rewind, just so you're catching this, right? He is not taking Billiam, Little Bill's. He's not agreeing with that, right?
To me, that's cool. And so when I see
Little Bill is like, you know, Jewish supremacy. Like, are you sure? Like, I don't think you should be saying that.
This is not to denigrate the validity behind the concept of Jewish supremacy, which I have learned more about since I've been having these discussions behind the scenes. But so
he's saying not to denigrate the concept, so he understands like some form of that concept. God damn, I wish he'd like kind of.
They've materialized for content and for clout. That has been alarming, and it's been something I personally stayed away from, in part because as Bill saw, like, there's so many people waiting in the weeds to, like, you know, label you a Zionist and a Jewish supremacist and a insert Nazi.
It's so hard to figure out what he's fucking saying here. Not to denigrate the concept, which, like I said, you know, is a concept that fits Israel. If you apply it to the world, that's literally like the fucking you know, Jews control the world theory. The United States, you know, it's you know, you're kind of zog posting there, right? But there is a, you know, context in which it works when you're describing Israeli Jewish supremacy. I'm not sure if that is the context in which he understands it in or doesn't want to denigrate it.
Dog whistle here.
This is what I mean about, like, I don't know, maybe you can be too nuanced sometimes.
Or just being like,
but I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to hear him out.
It sounds weird. Y'all are sounding a little weird. But that also doesn't mean that there's not a better version of the analysis that I could be operating with, or that could be put out in the forefront, which is, I think, what I'm most hopeful to get at.
I am so sorry. I don't know not to say that there's not a better form of the analysis, right? So what, like a better phrase, right? So yeah, somebody that, you know, had a issue with me, you know, using the phrase Jewish supremacy was more comfortable with me saying Israeli Jewish supremacy, just so I'm, you know, clear. Like, I mean, my initial thought was like, if I don't put a context to it, then, you know, and I'm always talking about it with Israel, you know, in regards to Israel, then, you know, that, I don't know.
Mean that there's not a better version of the analysis that I could be operating with, or that could be put out in the forefront, which is, I think, what I'm most hopeful to get at.
So he's saying that he feels like, yeah, the Jewish supremacy, you know, like as a concept is a little sus, but that maybe there's a better way to state it. So yeah, he kind of does seem to be agreeing with Little Bill here.
And if I could just interject real quick, that
Christian Blante, what is that? Tilde, caret equals period equals caret? Oh my gosh, that's a whole new. You just changed my world again. Noah was a boring ass moderator. Yeah, Noah's catching. Although I guess Bad Empanada did like kind of cut Noah loose from the criticism. Like he made a community post today and said, actually, you know, Noah's fine. It's FD that I have the problem with, even though Noah's pretty much arguing. I think through most of this FD site. Let's put a minute back on the clock. I mean, we kind of ran out of time, but I don't know, chat. I guess we don't have to fuck with clocks now. I just, oh god.
So
okay, so it goes back to Little Bill here. Now we saw the part that has the clip in it. Just go back to this one more time. So this was
Zion would not call.
This is the clip that FD says is out of context.
Zionism a Nazi dog whistle, right? So let's see what I actually said here in this however long clip. As they've materialized for content and for clout, that has been alarming, and it's been something I personally stayed away from, in part because as Bill saw, like there's so many people waiting in the weeds to like label you a Zionist and a Jewish.
Is he thinking that the reason that people use terminology like this is for content and for clout, that it does like better in the algorithm, that they're being like extra provocative? Is that what he's saying?
Supremacists and a insert Nazi dog whistle here for just being like, this sounds weird. Y'all are sounding a little weird. But
because I think we established, and I think even like Bill like paid a credence to the idea that there does need to be a word to describe a state beyond Zionism that includes like a racist, ultra nationalist Israeli mentality that does unironically call non-Jewish people the goyim. Mainly that's in reference to Muslims in Palestine and Israel, but like that exists in that context.
That also doesn't mean that there's not a better version of the analysis that I could be operating with, or that could be put out in the forefront, which is, I think, what I'm most hopeful to get at. That is the most rambling, nonsensical clip you could have taken.
I hope so, because I was having trouble. I was having trouble analyzing it. I really was. And again, I'm sure there's clips you could find of me that are rambling and incoherent, and that people could make any sort of claim of like, what is she actually saying here? I don't know, because my brain's not clear and I'm not speaking great. Yeah, Key. I think we're gonna maybe have to leave it at that, chat. What do you think? What do you think so far? Wait, isn't there a thing in this clip where he says the thing about like Zionist isn't that the offending thing? FD saying Zionism is a dog whistle?
Out of context.
Wait, what the fuck? What the fuck? Why is this so hard for me?
Been here in this however long clip. As they've materialized for content and for clout, that has been alarming, and it's been something I've.
So again, the clip says Zionist is a dog whistle, right?
On his face, a Zionist would not call Zionism a Nazi dog whistle, right?
And again, that part was incoherent to me.
So let's see what I actually said here in this.
Zionists would call Zionism a dog whistle. Ethan Klein does it all the time.
As they've materialized for content and for clout, that has been alarming, and it's been something I personally stayed away from, in part because as Bill saw, like there's so many people waiting in the weeds to label you a Zionist and a Jewish supremacist and a insert Nazi dog whistle here for just being like, this sounds weird. Y'all are sounding a little weird. But that also doesn't mean that there's not a better version of the analysis that I could be operating with, or that could be put out in the forefront, which is, I think, what I'm most hopeful to get at. That is the most rambling, nonsensical clip you could have.
He's not saying, does he say at any point that Zionism is a dog whistle? Because that's what the clip claims, right? The clip was taken out of context. Yeah, and he's not, like, here's the wild thing. There's not even a place where he even says, like, there's no language of, you know, there is maybe an uncomfortability with using the term Jewish supremacy, right? And there's more agreement with what Little Bill said that I disagree with than I would have liked to see in that clip. Been watching FD for years since COVID. He's clearly afraid of being anti-Zionist because people, so people are bringing up Nebula again. People helped him rise, like Abigail Thorne and Contra. I wasn't okay. So you're more aware of FD's career trajectory than I am. Do you think it comes down to Nebula? That's crazy, chat. Because then I'm gonna have to go. Cavernacle was right. If it's all like Nebula, you know. And again, I said this about Chorus, that, you know, the problem with Chorus is that you're, you know, not that you have to be a fucking Zionist to be part of Chorus, or they're gonna, you know, make you be a Zionist, but you're tied to people that have those leanings, and they are, you know, becoming important factors to your continued ability to make content, and that does, you know, seem to be leverage. The other aspect being the dark, you know, money nature of the Chorus. What is it called, chat? The Chorus something program, the one where the program where you get paid, the one that everybody's talking about, right? Which is not the only thing that Chorus does, and Taylor Lorenz made a point of that. It sounds like FD versus BE debate just opposed well-meaning white allies like Noah to a fraction of the crap. Yeah, I mean, I guess, well, from what I saw, the chat turned against Noah and FD, and that's a wild thing to happen on somebody's own fundraising stream, right? The chat was, from what I could see, mostly on the side of Bad Empanada. I do get a little bit of what FD and Bill are trying to say in terms of the, like, you know, sometimes when you are calling out a literal fucking Nazi that you know is a Nazi, you know, you will get like, well, you know, if he's criticizing, you know, Israel, or sometimes even if he's criticizing Jewish people, right? Then it's okay, right? We're gonna like, it was wild. I couldn't watch the whole thing. Yeah, it was tough to get through. I've watched a good part of it. To be honest, when this was live, chat, I'm trying to remember. I was asleep. I woke up. Did somebody send me the video, or did I just like somehow I came across the video? I start watching it, and I fall asleep right as BE gets into the chat and into the conversation. BE comes on. Spoiler, chat. B's gonna, you know, well, you knew that already, right? From the thumbnail, which we'll be using tomorrow again. Similar to the Ethan Hasan debate I made, it made me feel, wait, the Ethan Hasan, oh, I see. Made me feel really bad, couldn't watch. I was starting to scream at my TV. Yeah, well, this is why I'm doing this, right? This is psychic damage if you watch it alone. So I'm trying to maybe hope that watching it together helps us.
Taken out of context, it means absolutely nothing. But nowhere in there do I say the words Zionism is a Nazi dog whistle. I used the phrase Nazi dog whistle, but I wasn't referring to Zionism.
I think, yeah, was he going to say what he was talking? I'm guessing he's talking about like what Bad Empanada said. So it was actually Zog slave was what Bad Empanada called. Is that right, Chad? Do we have that confirmed? I thought it was Goy slave or something, but somebody else said it was Zog slave that Bad Empanada called Black Red Guard. And yeah, it's going to be things like
when I said that. But you know, 70,000 views, that's meaningful, that's useful. You go to this channel, and the videos with my face on it have a lot of views. And that's just kind of the nature of the beast, you know, as you get larger, is that you need to misapply things to people to make it, you know, to get things shaken. But, you know, to clarify, I don't think Zionism is a Nazi dog whistle. I do think Jewish supremacy is a real thing. I don't think.
Wait, I do think. Okay, so yeah, this is important. I don't think. Wait. Did he, yeah. So he's clarifying. He doesn't think Zionism is a dog whistle. He does think that Jewish supremacism is a real thing. He hasn't really, defined the, sort of the limits or like where that applies, like I did. But he's obviously kind of pressed here. Yeah, this all started when he answered a question, I think, from. He said a bad Empanada-ite. Some of Jeff's kids were in that chat. Unfortunately, not MK Train Girl. Unfortunately, not. Yeah, Bangkok would be a great place to. I'm just a little pressed for cash at the moment, so I can't travel. But yeah, Bangkok Pride is a pretty amazing thing, from what I've heard.
That you need to censor protection against anti-Semitism when you are talking about.
Wait, somebody tell me, when does it start? Like, how am I not knowing when Pride starts?
Pro-Palestinian movements, so on and so forth.
Is it like a month-long celebration there, or?
But it is what it is. Do we have any actual specific?
Parade is like on 3 days, but it's like a week-long thing. So kind of like Songkran. Like, does Bangkok celebrate Songkran for a week?
Questions from the chat. That material.
Or is that like just Pattaya?
Clarify where I stand on things. Oh, I also don't support John Fetterman.
Were they saying you supported John Fetterman?
He has another video. He said me and John Fetterman are best friends. In the video, I don't think he actually shows.
Sorry, does he later say it's Graham Plattner? Does it? He means to say Graham Plattner, right?
No discussion of the video. It's
you
more
mean
so
Graham Plattner.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
There you go. That kind of shows you the actual.
Chat. Can somebody tell me how long is FD? Like, how long does FD stream these days? Right? Because what I'm seeing here, like, I'm not saying it's an excuse for everything. Or that, I don't disagree with the stuff I already said I disagree with, but I'm kind of wondering, because he is having a lot of trouble, and this is as somebody that just like mixed up Mahmoud Khalil. I didn't really mix up Mahmoud Khalil with Mahmoud Abbas, the Palestinian Authority guy. But I was like, just like Mahmoud, and I'm like, my mind goes blank, and I'm like, Mahmoud, and I'm going through my mind of the Mahmouds I know, and the first one to come to mind is like Abbas, and it's like, but just like that, if somebody took that to be like, Irene doesn't give a fuck about what's happening to the suppression of free speech by Palestinians in America. She thinks she mixed up Mahmoud Khalil with there's a really bad faith way that you could kind of like interpret that, and maybe somebody will, right? I don't know. This is what we deal with as streamers. He streams 2 to 3 hours a day, but that does he do does he have like a day job or something? Is it like 2 to 3 hours after coming home from work? Or I think he does this for his living, right? Not every day, just when he does. Okay, so he's not like streaming excessive like Hasan hours or anything like that. It's not like that. It's more ad hoc. He does more gaming. Nice. Yeah, I mean, I used to watch a lot of his content. I haven't caught as much of it lately. I don't have a bad impression of him. I do sort of know his limits, and like he's gonna say, he's not a political. Well, I mean, his stuff like touches on politics, but politics is not, his main, topic, and that's going to become like an issue, or in fact already has become an issue in Bad Empanada's recent community post, where he's like, shows a Malcolm X quote where Malcolm X is saying, why is it that for Black people all of our leaders are like comedians or performers or musicians or what have you, and white people, they got politicians, they got real serious, like button down, they got CEOs, they got like, right, and so and then the other thing that he said that got a lot of people riled up was that FD, that he knows, what was it? Did he say he knows more about the Black struggle than FD Signifier? Is that what he's is that what he said? He said a lot of things, chat, and this debate's gonna be coming up for you tomorrow. As you can see, we're at the end of our time today. I wanted to get at least one thing done, and like I kind of did. I do think that the saying that he said that Zionist was a dog whistle is absolutely not supported by the clip, right? Hopefully when he confronts Bad Empanada on that, that's one thing that Bad Empanada could say, okay, well, that's not, I got that wrong at least, right? Because that seemed pretty obvious. That being said, I don't like what he's I don't like a lot of what he's saying. It's a little closer to what Lil Bill was saying than I remember. And you're losing. I told you, like, from my initial reading of this, I felt like this was a debate. And look, I mean, like, we're talking about this debate, chat, or we're talking about this discussion, right? He's on this guy's channel, Dr. Jared Ball, and this is how he opens up, right? Little bit of an Israel fan here, right? It's questionable to really go on this guy's stream unless you're like saying, I don't know, I want to reach out to people that convince Israel supporters to stop supporting Israel. That's not the focus here so far, right? So again, I can understand why this is a clip or this is a engagement of FDs that got criticized here, and like I said, he's doing a lot of like normalizing, or I don't even know. I'm interpreting, I'm steel-manning this chat because you'd expect there to be more disagreement, but he's engaging in a different way, the way that I'd expect people to engage with people that are already on your side, rather than I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't like, we haven't seen much of like Jared Ball. Like, what does he believe? What does he think? We're kind of going by the optics. The optics, though, are pretty overwhelming, and they're not good. And again, he put himself in a situation where he's going to be there's going to be two versions of the stream. One is Jared Ball's. This is the one with all the Israeli flags. The other is deculturation. I'm assuming from what I know of deculturation, it's not, there's going to be 0 Israeli flags there, but it's questionable. I don't know exactly what he was thinking. And again, I'm not in his world. I am certainly not in the black community, and me like sort of looking at it and making super strident judgments would be wrong. And like they mentioned in the beginning, they've all made videos or something. Jared says he's watched everybody's video. I don't know if they were making videos back and forth or just making videos on the same topic and disagreeing. But yeah, it seems like more of an attempt to like, kind of bridge the gap between a disagreement. And, it's sort of pulling FD into saying some of what I, observed to be, disagreeable things that I do not agree with. Like I said, he's a little too close to Bill's position here. And yeah, I don't understand, what this is all about. That being said, he was misrepresented by Bad Empanada. So there you go, chat. Just like I said, split the baby, piss off everybody. If you came in here as a Bad Empanada fan, if you're one of Jeff's kids, you hate my guts, right? I called him something like the Pied Piper of anti-Semitism, right? I'm sure that's not going to blow up. I'm sure that's not going to cause fucking drama. But there it is, chat. I said it, and you're going to see more of why I said that and why I said I'm shocked a little bit by Bad Empanada as somebody who's defended Bad Empanada against what I think are just completely bogus charges of anti-Semitism in the past, right? I have never seen, him show up anti-Semitically, and but this debate, there's just some shit. I mean, I'll have to watch it again. Like I said, it was late at night. I was half asleep through a lot of it. Maybe I could have gotten something wrong, and I'm gonna give my take, call balls and strike, and hold everybody's feet to the fire here. But we did get the background, which is at least this part of this video. Unfortunately, that's as much as I'm going to be able to do of this discussion. There may be more to it. If you have watched this, or you do watch this, right? This is on I Mix What I Like's channel. It's also on Deculturation's channel. You can go and, if you don't want to support the Zionist, what seems to be the Zionist channel, although Jared Ball hasn't really said much of anything about putting him on, one side of the issue or the other. But just, from what we assume, if you want to, support another channel, Deculturation's got the video up. Let me know what you see, if there's anything else to be gleaned from this, because I'm curious. But yeah, that is going to be all the time that we have for the debate. That's just kind of background for, again, the stream. And we got to the clip. I think the clip is I don't know about out of context though, but it's definitely not showing FD saying that Zionism is a slur. And despite him being confused earlier, Zionists would think that Zionism is a slur, right? That's the kind of that's pretty. They're kind of known for that, right? But I think he's just a little sleepy, and like he said, he mixed up Fetterman and Graham Plattner. There's a connection there somewhere, but very different dudes. It may just be a case of that part may be a case of being tired. That doesn't, again, contradict the stuff that I observed earlier about where I said that I disagree. I still disagree with him, and being sleepy is not an excuse for that, but it just may help us understand where he's coming from a little bit better, and why he got clipped on this just yap. As he went on a bit of a yap and he got clipped, and it's like people can turn, if you say something that's like vague, people can kind of turn it into anything that they want. And I think that's what's happening here. Anyway, I have given more than enough takes today, chat. I will give more than enough takes tomorrow. I will probably piss off more people tomorrow on both sides of the issue, right? You're coming in here expecting me to agree with either side on everything. Yeah, I'm sorry, you're just not going to get that. I call it like it is, and I will be back tomorrow to call it here. Look, we're gonna hit this button. I'll be back tomorrow to call it like it is, hopefully, and start earlier, right, chat? The one good thing about, sort of early, right? You did manage to extend the stream, chat, to 8 o'clock my time. That is from what? I think I started at was it 1? It was almost 1 o'clock my time. But yeah, I'll be back tomorrow with more, and we'll go through the Noah Sampson FD, mentioning Bad Empanada, and just to give you a little spoiler of what happens here. They mention Bad Empanada, and then they get talking about Bad Empanada for an extended amount of time, and because of this, Noah feels obliged, and I think FD too feels obliged to bring the boy on the stream, and they do indeed bring boy Empanada. They bring Jeff onto the stream. Okay, what direction are we gonna go in now? You know what? Guess who's talking about Texas, right? The same thing that that Will came in talking about after working the polls, right? Guess who that is? Anybody? Oh God, there's so many good people to raid too. But I think it's been a little while since we raided Struggle 4. I know you all like riding the train with Struggle 4 as much or more than I do, right? It doesn't look. Oh, look, we're doing a little maybe situation monitoring. Yeah, looking at Fox. Oh, the Abdul Sayed on Fox News. You're gonna love this, chat. I'm gonna hit raid because I'm convinced you're gonna love Struggle 4 if you have not spent time. This is Twitch stuff, right, chat? Twitch rating. I'm reading my Twitch chat into Struggle 4. It's not a struggle session. Usually, it's a very calm. Struggle 4 will show train footage, GoPro footage from a train, kind of on screen a lot of times. So you'll probably get some of that too. But I'm going to drop you right into now is something I should have put on the the list, right? Because this is good content. Dr. Dr. Syed is on Fox News. Okay. And he is doing exactly what you wish every Democrat would do in pushing back against MAGA chuds, right? The shit that we haven't seen for a long time, actual pushback, controlling the conversation, everything. This is a symposium from Dr. Abdul El Sayed, who, you're about to raid into it. Speaking of, I don't know what, chat, if you support me on Patreon at the $5 level or above, you get a fancy shout out at the beginning and ending of each stream. And since we are near the end of stream, and chat, for those of you wanting the Kingdom Hearts content, that's gonna happen. I had an issue with they didn't pay me Throne took a while to pay me, and then I got in a little bit of a financial crunch, but I'm gonna get that Kingdom Hearts on Steam, and we'll play some of that, because look, I like playing JRPGs, but that's like floating around, hitting things with a keyblade. That's like really I can actually talk while I play Kingdom Hearts, so I think I should have it, and it's a lot of fun, and it's like shit that I grew up on. So anyway, shouts out go to Neoprogos, JMB, Emily French, Big Al of the Cake Mix and the Cake Remix, Direful, Joel Siverud, Sarah Anderson, Izzy Mandius, Stephen Sayers, Animus, Infallible Foul, Oral's Ellipsis, Nadia Yvette, Choki, Moe Noe, Temporal Insanity, Crystal Saphira, and Buffy Geek. And a fancy shout out go to Rachel K, Omega Star, and to Zara Zarek. So that being done, chat, thank you mods for keeping us safe. Damn VOD time. Yeah, I know. Anyway, again, I started late. Chat, I'm gonna do everything I can. I was almost on time. I was almost super early for the stream, and but then I ended up deciding I wanted to make almost there. Let's try that again. Yeah, to make this, right? I had to put this together, and expect this in the future. I want to represent the bonus skull to you in visual format, so it's really clear what you're voting on, and it's fun too, right? We get to make little jokes at Elon Musk's expense. You can see he's the baby as fertility rates go up after Hasan Piker conversation with I'm making fun of the right wing, chat, and Elon Musk and his weird preoccupation with white birth rates. If it's not clear, if it's not super clear, right? That's what's going on. Much love, everybody. Take care of yourself and each other, and I'll be back again tomorrow. Hopefully, much earlier, because I got it. I was ready for stream early. I just, there was extra work that I wanted to do this time, because I'm changing the format, trying to make it more viewable. Expect the gauntlet to stay, but in a much reduced form, chat. We did a 2-hour gauntlet today. That's because Direful put so many good news stories. I could not bear to, not cover the ones that I did. But yeah, in the future, it's 20 minutes max, right? Will be a good gauntlet, because the gauntlet's just supposed to get me ready, get me warmed up, and to also give people something fun at the very beginning, so you're not just raiding into a random discussion of, I don't know, Thai fruit. I mean, we'll talk about Thai fruit, but we'll do that later in the VOD. I want something interesting to be going on early, so we're going to change up the format, and I hope you appreciate that, because we're going for all killer and very little filler, only as much filler as we have to do, and a lot more fun, and a lot more memes, and et cetera. But yeah, same thumbnail, same bonus topics, and same subject, although we will be moving on from the controversy about the clip, which I think we've resolved by saying FD never said Zionism was a dog whistle, does not think that Zionism is a dog whistle. But the clip is, I don't know, leaves something to be desired. I don't agree with what deculturation hates everyone. Wait, what? I don't know anything. I don't know that much about. Like hates everyone on the panel. I guess deculturation wasn't talking as much. I don't know if that was a joke or what. I haven't engaged with much of deculturation's content, but yeah, I mean that the VOD or the debate is also on deculturation's channel if you want to watch it on a channel that doesn't have a bunch of Israeli flags on it. That's an option too if you want to look deeper into that and see, you know, if you can glean more about FD's opinions about things from there. I do think Bad Empanada, you know, lied about FD, but yeah, I am definitely seeing, you know, stuff I don't agree with. So again, holding both parties feet to the fire, trying to be fair, trying to call it like it is, and not holding back on either of these people. So expect more of that tomorrow, as well as I think the improved stream format and hopefully, yeah, the improved time so that people that go to sleep before 1 a.m. on the East Coast or 10 p.m. on the West Coast can also watch the show, right? I aim to be like more of an evening night show than a late night, super late night, early morning show, if that makes sense. But there'll probably be hours all over the place. I mixed up deculturation with someone else. I do that all the time, and I will not ignore your slander. I will correct it. No, because that's what I would want if I misspoke too. It's not slander. It's misspeaking. You were confused. It's very understandable. But yeah, thank you mods, and thank you Thumb Gang. Thank you for liking the stream. That helps me out massively, and I appreciate it. If you like the Twitter post, right, that helps me out too. Thank you everybody that supports me in every way that you do, and understand that whatever way that is, it's important to me and it means a lot, right? And don't ever think that you're not doing enough, because I know most of you, right, you know, as far you need to keep your money for yourself, right? If you don't have disposable income, don't spend disposable income on a streamer. There's a million small streamers out there that I would love to help out if I had the money, you know, fundraisers like Noah's and Frogan. I think Frogan did one recently as well. You know, I think that's yeah, I would love to, you know, help out more. So I'm in the same boat with you, all right? But just understand that I do not denigrate your thumbs. Okay, your thumbs mean, you know, if all you have to give is a thumb, that means a fuckload. That means a thumb load actually is what it means, and thumbs can be pretty big. So anyway, you know, that I gotta sleep before my brain gets any more rattled, and come back to you tomorrow with more hopefully coherent thoughts out of a very incoherent and frustrating and wrecking, like smashing, like tearing apart the movement kind of debate. I just can't leave it like that, chat. I gotta give my take. So anyway, you'll get more of my take tomorrow. And we'll eat more, yeah, I hope you didn't think this was like a garbage bag or something here, or a bag of amoebas, or, right, rambutans are in season, and I'll be eating more of them tomorrow, because I got a whole nother bag after this, right, and it's one of my favorite fruits. And that's saying a lot, because there's a lot of anyway, chat, I've said enough for now, but I'll be back to say more tomorrow, and until then, I gotta call it. I gotta say bye-bye, and I'll see you